Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon or evening so far. We are going live with severe weather outbreak coverage across the Midwest and the northern and central plains, where we are expecting the potential for very large hail, damaging winds, and also a few tornadoes this afternoon and evening. And we are beginning off with at least 2 tornado warnings right now, both of which are in South Dakota. We are beginning with the one that's currently located near Clear Lake, that is currently rapidly rotating, that is currently going towards Minnesota. So this is located right now near Clear Lake and Altamont, moving to the east-northeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Right now on radar, we have very strong rotation, and we've been seeing rapid motion inside of this storm here over the last several minutes. All the chasers on the bottom of your screen are all on this storm right now, and you can see the velocities couplet is very tight just off to the west of Highway 15, and this will be moving towards the town of Altamont and eventually approaching Clear Lake in South Dakota over the next few minutes, eventually going towards Gary and then entering into western Minnesota. I want to go first right off the bat to Storm Intermedia, who is currently underneath this particular area of rotation, which is very strong. Look at that motion right there. This thing is about to drop a big tornado if it drops. Like, we're talking about a potential for an intense tornado if this thing is able to drop here in the next few minutes. It has been rapidly rotating for literally upwards of 10 to 15 minutes now. It has not yet dropped a tornado, but it has been very, very close. But you can see that left to right to left motion, all going in a counterclockwise direction. And so again, this thing is attempting to drop a big-time tornado just outside of Clear Lake here in eastern South Dakota. It will be going into western Minnesota here soon. But again, this is just a crazy look at the storm, and again, it's really trying. We got a large wall cloud right there, rapid rotation. So again, this is Storm Intermedia just outside of Clear Lake right now in South Dakota. Latest radar scan still showing very strong rotation, bottom right of your screen. It's going to be moving towards Altamont and Highway 15 over the next few minutes.
Look at the whole entire mesocyclone.
My goodness, this is crazy. Also, this is a view of the wall cloud from further back from Connor Croft. You can see how large the lowering is there from a little bit further of a distance. This is obviously underneath our area of very rapid rotation. If you are in Clear Lake, South Dakota, if you're in Altamont, you need to be in your safe place. I mean, again, this thing could literally drop a huge tornado in the next couple minutes. This is literally insane.
The entire cloud is shaking, or is shaking.
By the way, the other tornado warnings, bottom right of your screen, it's east of Rapid City. I was going to talk about it. It's mostly a wind threat. We're still watching for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour on that storm, and golf ball sized hail that is moving towards Phillip and I-90, but really does not look tornadic as of right now. The tornado warning here in eastern South Dakota is the only one that looks imminent for a tornado, and you can see, again, it is rapidly rotating just to the west of Canby, Minnesota, back over near Clear Lake in South Dakota. This thing is literally trying to drop a huge tornado here in the next few minutes. It is on, by the way, this area of rotation is on the west side of the supercell. It's just northwest of Clear Lake. You can see kind of the hook. We're in a little bit of a radar hole, but that's the area of rotation. It's on the west side of the storm, moving to Clear Lake here over the next few minutes.
I agree, guys. It is very, it's definitely rare to see as clear of rotation as we got.
This is a very photogenic area of rotation, too.
That rotation is getting lower and lower.
Sunglasses are cooked. I just sat on.
Oh, I didn't even know they were in your seat.
That's okay.
I want to throw this out there, by the way. Today is the last, well, probably the last chase for Dwayne, aka DL, who is with Storm Intermedia. So this could be the last time he sees a tornado for at least a little while, because this is his last day storm chasing, I think, for a while. He might chase again tomorrow or Monday, but...
You got on the rib cam?
Yeah.
Okay.
This kind of goes on top of what we're already seeing. But again, this thing is really trying to drop a tornado right now. It is rapidly rotating. This is also Connor's view a little bit further back to the east. He's near Clear Lake. We can see how rapidly it is rotating even from a distance. And again, I think there's a very high chance this thing produces a tornado in the next few minutes as it approaches Altamont and Clear Lake here in South Dakota. So again, if you know any friends or family in this area, make sure that they're aware of this.
This is insane.
This could easily drop an intense to violent tornado with how rapidly it has been rotating. Let's see, it's still rapidly spinning there.
It is definitely trying the hardest it can, chat.
Velocities are bottom right of your screen. It's approaching Highway 15 over the next few minutes.
You saw a vortice?
Yeah, on the ground. Holy crap, right there.
All right, sounds like
extremely close.
Tornado is down, it sounds like. So Storm Intermedia is confirming ground contact.
Look at that motion in there.
So there is ground contact. We at least have a vortice that is touching down. So there's likely a tornado back in there.
This thing wants to try and dive at us here.
It's not condensed.
multiple vortex tornado.
All right, so this is a multi-vortex tornado right now near Altamont and Clear Lake in South Dakota. So this is confirmed on the ground now. So we now have officially a tornado in progress in eastern South Dakota. This again could literally become a really big tornado if it's able to fully condense. But there are multiple vortices being seen at the ground.
You can just hear the wind in the trees. This is absolutely insane.
My goodness, this thing is literally just all spinning. Right there in the middle, very bottom of your screen. That's where the vortices are being spotted.
Trying to scan to see what it hit. Oh, here it goes.
There it goes, right there on the right. Funnel coming down. That might be the main tornado that's dropping. It's getting a little bit horizontal again. Looks like it's going to fully condense, though, right there in the middle.
There it goes on the ground right there. Extremely close range.
So we got a tornado down, and right in the middle of your screen. This is coming up on Altamont and Clear Lake in South Dakota. This is fully touching down now. It's also Connor's view. You can see how horizontal the funnel has gone, which is now actually a tornado that is fully touching down. Stormer Media is literally right next to this thing. Again, this whole thing is rotating, so if it's able to all condense into just one big tornado, this thing could literally be huge. You can see the ground contact right there, though. This is down in a field. So there's 100% a tornado here that is ripping through a field. This is going to be coming up on Altamont over the next few minutes. This will be coming up on the Kotow. Where'd that go? It's going to be coming up in the High Mountain Supper Club and Lounge here in a few minutes as well near Altamont. But this is again confirmed in a field. It's near the Kotow Lake on the southwest side of Altamont. But it is fully condensing into a full tornado now.
I want a good picture right now.
Okay.
That's the Forerunner in now. Yep, there it is, fully condensated.
There it goes. Tornado fully on the ground, guys. Fully on the ground.
We now officially have a fully condensed tornado again just outside of Clear Lake.
Beautiful tour.
This is also from Connor. We don't have a CC drop yet. Again, it is in a field.
This is a golden opportunity.
Dakota.
Yep, there she goes. Look at that.
Just once again near Clear Lake, South Dakota. If you're just tuning in, this is a tornado that is in progress. I would fully expect that they will upgrade this at least to confirmed. Look how large it is getting. This thing's getting huge. Wow, look at how rapid that motion is. This looks like violent motion at the surface. This is literally ripping through a field right now. This could easily go to a PDS tornado here in a few minutes.
You guys see that debris in there?
It's lofting some debris, but there is intense to violent motion with this tornado. It's in a field, but it will be coming up in a more populated area near Altamont and Clear Lake. There's about 2,000 people in this tornado warning in eastern South Dakota.
If you want to go, what you want to do.
I mean, we can meander east a little bit. Oh, geez, tearing up those trees.
It's also from Connor. Look how large the tornado's getting. It's getting.
This is about to be an extreme close range intercept.
Look at that
guys.
little vortice on the
Very
right too.
rare opportunity.
There's
We are
a
going to
lot,
get extremely
a
close.
lot
to
of
this.
vortices. We got a new velocity scan coming in just a second. Once again, if you look bottom right of your screen, it's eastern South Dakota.
We can try. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it.
This is also tornado Pagey's feed. And I think, did it just happen? Is it for sure? Okay, bottom left of your screen, I think they just proposed. I think they literally just proposed. In front of the tornado. Or bottom left of your screen. They literally just engaged. Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Yeah, they literally just proposed on the bottom left of your screen. So that just happened. That's the first time that's ever happened on our stream, by the way. So congratulations to Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton. This is back to the, again, we still got a tornado obviously in progress. This is coming up on Altamont and Clear Lake right now. This is a huge tornado. They have upgraded this to a confirmed tornado warning. Yeah, I really think this already meets PDS criteria. But once again, this is now upgraded officially to a confirmed tornado. This is located near Altamont. It is near the Kowtow Lake near Highway 498, going towards Altamont and also Highway 15 over the next few minutes in Turnerville. Again, seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Once again, we got a large tornado in progress. This thing is huge.
Oh my god. That was insane. I can't believe that. I'm crying.
It is official. They are proposed. They are engaged. Need a W spam in the chat for Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton.
It's so beautiful. Oh my gosh.
That's awesome. All right. Connor's literally next to this tornado.
Violent.
This tornado has very violent motion. Look at Scott Peak's feed. Holy crap, this thing is definitely intense to violent. Again, this is literally coming up on Altamont right now in South Dakota. This is a huge tornado. This has violent motion though near the at the ground level.
Wow. Gotta watch out for it to wobble. Gotta make sure it doesn't wobble or expand here. I'm about to run. It's coming at me, I think. Might be coming at me here.
This is also Scott Peak's view. Again, this is a huge tornado. It's about, assuming this thing stays on the ground, it is literally about to hit the town of Altamont in South Dakota.
I can't get behind it because it might have produced damage. We're good.
Starting to get a little bit more rain wrapped. Also, Tornado Pagey's view.
All right, we'll call you back later.
I'm soaked. Love you. Bye.
Right side of your screen.
I am soaked. I am so freaking happy.
Back over to Connor.
Might be roping.
Might be roping out now. It's still down.
Might be roping out in there. It's coming out to play again.
This is also Freddie McKinney's view. A little bit more photogenic from his side. He's a little bit further to the east.
It has little vortices wrapping around it.
I might take this. I might take this here and take it west. Wow, it's a big tornado, dude.
It has little satellites, dude.
There's a satellite?
There was a little satellite.
Wow.
Oh, we might be getting too far into the storm.
Was sort of hit. I mean, they look relatively okay, and it honestly looks abandoned, so.
Apparently a home was hit by this tornado, but it sounds like it was abandoned.
Maybe the new wall cloud developing to the left.
According to Storm Intermedia, there's also another wall cloud forming. I think that's near
Still
Clear
on
Lake.
the ground.
So we got a tornado down, and then we have another wall cloud forming.
Yep, big cone though.
Maybe a new circulation
Big
developing. To the, might be trying to
If you look
cycle.
bottom right of your screen, this is the main tornado, which is now moving to Altamont, South Dakota. The other new area of rotation is developing east of Clear Lake. You can actually see it more clearly
Might
on.
recondense here at some point.
Back to. This is back over to Tornado Pagey. You can see the tornado still down. There was another wall cloud though behind them.
Close to being
It's
on the
located near.
ground.
They're on Highway 15 right now. If you're familiar with the area.
Are you okay? I love you.
Once again, if you're just tuning in, they literally just got engaged on stream. That's
I love it.
why that's emotional.
I love it so much.
Got engaged right in front of a tornado. How much better could that be? I mean, like literally in the weather. They're storm chasers. They got engaged.
What are these people doing?
Holy cow. Oh!
This tornado just got larger again.
Coming back down.
It's back down fully again. So the main tornado is fully down once again. Again, this is about to hit the town of Altamont here in a minute. It's literally a huge tornado.
Whoa.
This, again...
That's violent.
This thing's just huge. Scott Peak's also next to it. It's to the left of your screen. This is still a huge stovepipe tornado moving into Altamont. Yeah, we are in a radar hole, so the velocities are a little bit hard to come by, but again, you can clearly see at least bottom right of your screen where the main tornado is. That main tornado is moving into Altamont right now. Wrong button. It is still down.
We gotta cook.
Back over to Connor. Connor's coming up on it right there. You can see bottom right of your screen again, that tornado is going right into the town of Altamont right now. That's near Crowtow Lake, and then there's another one trying to form east of that, northeast of Clear Lake, which will be going towards Gary in South Dakota, right along the Minnesota and South Dakota border. It's literally about across the road here. And this is also Freddie McKinney. So a huge tornado that's down here near Altamont. Velocity scans have gotten weaker over the last few minutes, but the tornado's still huge. And the tornado's going right over Connor's road now. It might be roping out again. It already roped out once and it still stayed down. See if this one is actually successful on the rope out.
Long tornado.
Freddie, wow, look at Freddie's view. Holy crap. It's a very photogenic tornado from the outside.
Gotta be careful when it's roping. It might do weird things, but yeah, now there's a shot. Jeez. There's a shot.
Again, if you're just tuning in, this is eastern South Dakota, near Clear Lake and Altamont. This tornado is coming up on the town of Altamont. There are about 24 homes in that specific town. There's also the High Mountain Supper Club and Lounge that could take a hit from this. The approximate location is about a mile southwest of Altamont. We just gotta hope this thing ropes out before hitting town. And then another tornado is trying to develop northeast of Clear Lakes, and that's in this same tornado warning.
Wild. Ooh, road gets a little muddy down here.
Jeez.
See bottom right of your screen, the hook echo here. That is where our tornado is going to be located, right on the southwest side of Altamont. Then we got another one trying to form east of Clear Lake.
North, right? I think it's going north.
This thing's been roping out here for several minutes.
Yeah.
It's not condensed
it's
anymore.
Slowly roping out. Slowly roping out here.
Shouldn't this be PDS? I would have thought this would have gotten upgraded to PDS
Slowly
just based off what we've seen with Chasers.
Look up overhead.
The motion was very violent at one point.
On it, man.
But nonetheless, obviously, it is a confirmed tornado warning at least.
That's not what I meant to do. I don't know why I did that.
What is this guy doing? Dude. I think that just goes into like trees here. I'm gonna take this west, I think. I'm gonna take this west. Okay. Alright.
Also, this back over to Stormrunner Media. Who also has a view of, again, the tornado roping out. It has been roping out for several minutes now.
Thank you.
Tornado Pagey also has a good view of it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a new tornado warning for Pope and Swift counties in Minnesota. We'll go to that in 2 seconds once it pops up. We got another tornado warning, and then again, that will be in Minnesota. We're going to talk more about the forecast, by the way, at some point. We've just been literally locked in on this big tornado here for several minutes now.
Dude, that one occluded way north.
All right, here's that brand new tornado warning. This tornado warning is going to be back over in western Minnesota, southeast of Morris. That is to the northwest of Wilmar. We are not even actually in a tornado watch here. I would fully expect that we will get a tornado watch for many areas in central Minnesota within the next few minutes. But currently, that new tornado warning is southwest of or southeast of Hancock, going towards Benson near Highway 29. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. The velocities have upticked here over the last few minutes, right over Highway 9, going into Clontarf, and then eventually going towards 29.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we have another tornado warning. This one will be for Dual County in South Dakota. That is a confirmed tornado. And they literally just issued a tornado watch as I was talking about that. We'll talk about that in a second. A brand new confirmed tornado warning. This one's for Clear Lake and Gary. That is where we actively have a tornado in progress. Bottom of your screen. Every chaser on it right now. So again, this is a confirmed tornado warning that will continue towards Gary over the next few minutes. This is the new tornado watch. I was literally just talking about this, but we do have a new tornado watch that is now in effect back over in eastern South Dakota, also across Minnesota. Oh, this is from half an hour ago. Never mind. All right. Apparently this got issued and it just isn't showing up. So we actually have had a tornado watch. A couple tornadoes possible from St. Cloud back into Brookings. Scattered apple-sized hail is likely, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour is likely. So there is actually a tornado watch there, just not popping up for some reason. All right, let's go back over to Freddy. It looks like this tornado has now fully roped out.
Dude, you don't gotta do that, bro. Dog.
This guy's doing an IRL donation.
This guy. But, yeah. I guess we gotta give
We'll just give him a super chat in real life. That is wild. That's the remnants, though, from our tornado. It has now fully roped out.
Back we go.
This tornado is now fully roped out.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
No, I get it.
All right, we gotta flip back around.
Dude, there's no...
Chat, that was like I said, I hope that tornado was not destructive. It looked like a pretty mean tornado.
Bro just literally got handed a donation IRL. That is wild. See something new every day, I guess. All right, well, the tornado has now fully lifted, so we can talk a little bit more about what's going on now. So, all right, let's kind of go over what's happening right now. So again, we got a bunch of storms firing off in South Dakota and western Minnesota, and a lot of these are discrete or semi-discrete right now. And this is what we're going to be expecting over the next few hours, is these storms to stay discrete, semi-discrete, and then eventually congeal into a line of storms as it goes towards areas like Minneapolis, New Ulm, and Redwood Falls. Those areas are going to be the path of potentially some significant severe weather over the next few hours. But really, the big story for the next hour or two will be the threat of significant hail, and as well as the potential even for a few tornadoes and maybe even a strong tornado. You can see bottom right of your screen, Freddie McKinney has another wall cloud. That is a new wall cloud that has formed on our storm near Clear Lake, which is beginning to rotate now further to the east, going towards Gary. So we got a new hook echo, strong inflow coming out of the south, and this would be the area that we're keeping an eye on for a new tornado. I would expect that we'll get a new tornado warning here soon, going towards Canby in Minnesota. Back over near Marietta and Bellingham, just to the west of Madison, this is another storm that is also beginning to broadly rotate. Vince Waltie's actually on that, and it is also beginning to form a wall cloud. That is bottom left of your screen. So we got another wall cloud forming on this storm near Bellingham, which is tracking to the east. It's also producing golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Further to the north, we got a bunch of storms near Fargo, North Dakota. These are mainly going to be hail and wind producers. The tornado threat up here is much lower, and looks like we have a funnel cloud. All right, so we have another funnel cloud again. So this once again has a funnel cloud near Clear Lake.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, I don't know what that is. I don't really feel like there's strong motion on it. Am I tripping?
This is east of the wall cloud, which is interesting.
It's not super strong. There's just stuff wrapping
This is Storm Hunter Media's view as well. It looks like another funnel here just to the east of Clear Lake.
Close to that east-west highway, whatever we were on. I see it just east of this north-south road I'm on.
By the way, Freddie, we just ran Alex and Mike.
I got a couple. You can send them to Alex if you want. I got a couple pictures.
Latest scan is showing stronger rotation, so this thing may be about to drop another tornado going towards Gary.
Tornado warning has been extended, as it definitely should be. If you guys have enjoyed the stream, we'd appreciate it.
It's also Freddie McKinney's view.
I think we're still in business.
Gotcha. So, sounds like this thing could drop some more tornadoes.
We got a little nudger coming out of the east, which is why
like
this
this
thing
thing
may
could
try to
drop some
produce
more
another tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there's already been a spotter confirmation that luckily this tornado did not impact any occupied structures. It did hit some abandoned structures, but no dwellings where people are currently living were impacted by this tornado.
All right, that is good to hear. Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, this luckily did not hit any sort of, at least major town locations. Nothing was really hit other than abandoned structures. Obviously, as this moves into Minnesota, it is coming up towards Gary and then eventually going towards Canby and Dawson. Again, slightly rural areas still. We're not really in a highly populated area, but obviously the long-term concern is that these storms will be moving into higher populated areas in areas like central Minnesota. We have a lot of areas, again, that are in the 5% tornado risk for tonight. If we go over to our tornado outlook, you'll see that our 5% tornado risk is pretty large. Minneapolis is in this, Brooklyn Park, St. Cloud, south of Fergus Falls, even the 2% for Fargo, Fergus Falls, Eau Claire, as far east almost as Wausau, Wisconsin. So this is a large area where we do have the potential for a few tornadoes throughout the evening hours and maybe even into the early overnight hours. So again, this is definitely a day that you want to be taking seriously. I know this is only a 5% tornado risk. I know we only have a slight risk of severe weather in place. Personally, I think an enhanced risk was justified for areas in central Minnesota for the wind threat, but nonetheless, you know, it is what it is. You just got to be ready for the severe weather threat. I personally do think we are going to be talking about a severe weather outbreak here this evening across areas in the northern plains and the upper Midwest. It's back over to Freddie McKinney. It looks like that funnel cloud has now weakened, but we do still have a large wall cloud.
Watching this. Oh wow.
Yeah.
This is Freddie McKinney, who's also on YouTube.
Weird motion. All right, what is happening here, dog? What is happening?
This thing may be gearing up for another tornado. Oh, we got the, it looks like a funnel still. This is storm intermediate. There's like a little funnel there on the right. It's kind of behind the wall cloud. It's in a weird spot.
Yeah, see this like funnel-like feature?
This is a photo just sent in to us by Ben Williams a few minutes ago on that tornado that happened near Clear Lake, South Dakota. This was, again, our initial tornado. This is no longer on the ground. We have a new area of rotation, though. This is obviously what it looked like. It was a huge tornado. Almost undoubtedly a violent tornado that was in that field. So again, definitely take these storms seriously. There is a potential that we could get another large tornado here with one of these storms, especially this one, which is in a very favorable environment for tornadoes. We have a lot of wind shear in place, especially in eastern South Dakota and western Minnesota.
There is gas in town if anybody needs it too. That funnel is rapidly rotating.
So it is rapidly rotating once again, by the sounds of it. All the chasers are currently positioning. We'll go back to them in a second. But again, this storm right now is near Clear Lake. It is still a confirmed tornado warning. But again, that initial tornado has lifted. We have a brand new area of rotation that is formed and a brand new wall cloud that is attempting to drop a new tornado coming up on Gary and then eventually moving into western Minnesota here over the next few minutes. We also have a storm further to the north back over to the west of Madison that has had some broad rotation. I do think there's some contamination on this storm, though. I don't think it's fully rotating, but it does seem as if there's at least some sort of wall cloud. If we go over to Vince Walty here just for a brief moment. He is on that storm, and it looks like he doesn't have a view of it now. Oh, no, he does. I think he does. Yeah, so you can see it right there. There's actually a relatively large wall cloud on this storm.
This is tornado imminent, isn't it? Holy smokes, guys.
This is a huge wall cloud. This is the northern storm near Madison in Minnesota.
And this wall cloud is almost on the ground itself.
Huge shout out to Symbol with the $20 super chat. Also, thank you to Michael with the $10 super chat. Thanks for the great coverage. I always learn. Glad I can help you learn some stuff.
Yeah, we've potentially got a tornado about to develop here, guys.
This is the northern storm near Bellingham. This is a different storm.
This is looking significant. If you are in the town of Madison, Minnesota, that's where we're just north of, then you need to be seeking
We
shelter.
are in a radar hole, so this is going to be a little bit more tricky to view on radar. This is in far western Minnesota, though. This may be about to drop a tornado here in a few minutes.
So, I'm not telling anybody how to do their jobs by any means, but I imagine that this is
a new tornado warning has been issued.
They have just issued a tornado warning for this storm.
And that thing is freaking.
So that is going to include Black Quay, Parley County, Minnesota. I'm probably not saying the name right. That is the county included in this. So that's going to be for Madison, Minnesota, and Marietta. We got a large wall cloud here, just south of Bellingham.
Guys, needs a tornado warning. If you are on the stream,
There is now a
it
tornado
does-
warning.
it needs a
Again,
tornado
Vince
warning.
is just slightly behind on that stream delay. There is obviously a stream delay for everybody, but should hear the emergency alert system go off at any second.
Be out of the car for a second, but yeah, it needs a tornado warning. Stat.
Or maybe a signal slow. I don't know. There's definitely a tornado warning now.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Weather Service.
There it is. See bottom right of your screen. That might be a little tightening there.
This is so great when these Weather Service offices watch the stream, because then you don't have to sit here and play games. It's just, hey, look at this, and, you know, make a determination.
By the way, shout out to the National Weather Service here of the Twin Cities. They are doing a fantastic job. On top of that, the National Weather Service of Aberdeen. They've been, like, so far, like, they're issuing warnings at really good times. This is our southern storm. This is Tornado Pagey again. Left side of your screen is the other wall cloud that is rotating. This is the storm that's near Clear Lake that just dropped a tornado a few minutes ago.
With each of these. Yeah.
And then this is our northern storm, which has a large wall cloud.
And Twin Cities, if you guys need a direct phone line here, just go to the website and fill out that contact form if you need a direct phone number. If for some reason you need
Black Key Parle. Is that how you say it? Black Key Parle? All right, that's the county that's in this tornado
I'll get
warning.
that on my phone. We're probably about to get a tornado.
Thank you, Cammy, for the super chat. Great coverage. Appreciate that. We got a bull lowering on the southern storm now. It's a little bit more organized. It's back over again near Gary in South Dakota, and then the other storm's in Minnesota.
Oh my gosh.
Couldn't wait anymore.
Last night I was like, I hope we at least get one more good tornado this year. I was like, I know I don't know if it'll happen, but okay.
Also, Storm Intermediate's view of that storm.
Yeah, copy that.
I'm gonna go back to Vince, who's on the northern storm in Minnesota, which may be tornado imminent.
All right, guys, I believe that we are probably going to see a tornado on this storm. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to take this.
Velocities continue to look somewhat tight, but again, we do have a radar hole here. It's a little bit more contaminated on radar just purely because of how far away we are from the radar site. We're also looking higher up into the atmosphere, which means that we are looking upwards of 10 to even 15,000 feet off the ground, instead of if we were much closer to the radar site, we'd only be looking a few thousand feet at most off the ground. So the rotation that we're looking at is more around where our wall cloud is, which is why it is so tight and strong. But again, generally speaking, if we have a tornado, it would be coming up on 75 and then eventually going towards Madison over the next few minutes. So if you are in this tornado warning, once again, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This will be going towards Watson and eventually going towards Milan and Montevideo, if I'm saying the name right, back over in western Minnesota. And then also over near Clear Lake. The rotation's gotten a little bit broader on radar on this storm, but it is still discreet and it may try to produce a tornado as it goes towards Canby in Minnesota. So be ready to go to your safe place if you're over in Canby, Minnesota right now. Is back over to Vince, who's on the storm again near Madison. He's also with Project Weather Eye, also inside the Radar Omega app. A little pan view here. This is also Freddie McKinney on the southern storm.
Oh boy, here we go.
Still has a large wall cloud, even though the velocities have gone a little bit broader.
My right side.
Where?
I would expect a new tornado warning in a few minutes for Canby in Minnesota.
We'll give it a moment. It might happen soon though.
It's kind of pushing it apart.
What is this? Are people just freaking out?
Yeah, like a lot of the.
Gotta find a place to get north on it.
Right now.
Have to get
Yeah,
north.
they got their horse trailers and their horses inside. They're going the other direction, thank God.
Hey, Robert, for the $10 super chat, and also Christopher for the super chat. Thank you for this channel. Can't get enough.
Tornado?
Down, all I see vortices.
Down?
There's a report of a tornado on this storm again. Reportedly vortices.
Yeah, he's going fast now.
It's over to
This
Connor.
is another beefy wall cloud here.
Connor's right next to it. So if there's a tornado, it'd be right here.
This is another beefer.
So this might be on the ground again, near Gary.
Not any intense rotation. yet,
Gary
mostly
is the
broad,
main
but
location of the track of this. Gary, North Dakota.
That's a monster. Mezzo.
Gary, North Dakota, if you are at the Buffalo Ridge Resort and Business Center or near Creekside Bed and Breakfast, you need to be in your safe place right now. We may have a tornado coming up on town here in a few minutes.
Yeah, that's a problem.
The huge
Sorry,
wall
guys.
cloud.
Hard to keep up with the super chats, but Eric, thank you for that super chat, man.
Thank you, man.
This farmstead here.
This tornado pages view. I don't see any vortices hitting the ground, but there could be vortices underneath this thing. Did I say Gary, Minnesota? I meant to say Gary, South Dakota. My bad. Gary, South Dakota. And then it'll be moving towards Canby, Minnesota.
On the South Dakota-Minnesota border.
So Connor's underneath this wall cloud.
Velocity is not that strong on it right now, but that is a incredible mesocyclone.
This is still a discrete supercell. It has not gone linear yet, so as long as it stays discrete,
wow,
this thing is going to have a much higher chance of producing a tornado, maybe even a strong tornado.
That has the potential to produce a...
Vince. This is the northern storm near Madison, Minnesota. This is the other one. And this thing is spinning a lot more than this other one. See the left to right motion right in front, right to left motion behind. This is definitely spinning counterclockwise. And is
ready to deploy.
Spinning a little bit more than our southern storm right now.
Oh no.
It's also a discrete cell, bottom right of your screen. Tightest rotations coming up on Highway 75 in Madison over the next few minutes. So if you're in Madison, Minnesota, you need to be in your safe place.
This is an urgent alert.
It's confirmed.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is down. We got a tornado down here in Minnesota.
Light environmental debris. So
Vince is saying there's some small debris being picked up. So there's a tornado down here going towards Madison. This has been upgraded. This is once again going to be for Lac Qui Parle County in Minnesota. So this is far western Minnesota, but there's a tornado down here.
Your siren will be activated momentarily. Blackball clear, 1923.
I think it's right there in the middle. The whole thing is just spinning. Back to him in a second, but again, this is our confirmed tornado warning. It is just outside of Madison. This entire thing is spinning. Bottom right of your screen, you can see the huge mesocyclone. Velocities are very strong over Highway 24 and 13. It's going to cross over 75 here in a few minutes. You can see how strong the winds are going towards the radar and also away from the radar, and it's going to be going right into the town of Madison here in a few minutes, assuming that this tornado stays on the ground. And then after that, it's going towards Watson, Montevideo, and as well as Milan in western Minnesota. Our southern storm has been rotating quite a bit as well, going into Gary, South Dakota here in a few minutes, and then going towards Canby in Minnesota. The other tornado warning near Benson has also a little bit more rotation, located kind of rain-wrapped north of Clontarf. That'll be going towards 29. I wouldn't be surprised if they just continue this as a severe warning, as the velocities have at least gotten a little bit broader here over the last few minutes. Back over to Vince on our confirmed tornado warning in Minnesota.
It looks like it's getting gusted. Uh-oh. Okay. All right.
Got on-foot storm chasing.
Good?
Radar indicated, or
that little like scuddy like funnel thing is like right above his head. It's about to go right over his head.
All right, I gotta get out of here a little bit.
All right, so as he repositions, let's go back over to Freddie, who's on the storm near Gary, South Dakota, which is also looking tornado imminent.
Just broadly. What is going on here, bro?
It's a large, broadly rotating wall cloud again off to the west of Gary. This is moving to into Gary, South Dakota here in just a couple minutes.
Wow, rotation's starting to crank. See that?
Yeah, it is.
Ooh, it is starting to crank.
Huge shout out to Sherilyn with the $50 super chat. W's in the chat for Sherilyn. Really appreciate that.
Starting to crank a little harder now. We're just gonna keep going up this road.
Corey, go.
I've already said this a few times, but we should get a new tornado warning within the next couple minutes, going towards Canby and Providence in western Minnesota for this storm.
Smile.
Gosh dang it, Eli.
It's also Connor Croft. See the rotation a little bit more here. He's a little bit closer to it. He is losing connection. So also back over to Vince on our confirmed tornado warning in western Minnesota.
All right, big time RFD cut on this all of a sudden. So I think that was its cycle. I don't know if it's gonna do it again, but
41 if you're up on.
probably gonna try.
We just need to find a little clear. Ain't that right? Rising motion here. Pull off here somewhere. Pull off like.
This is Vince's view. He has a bit more of a view now of the large wall cloud. I don't see a clear.
Imminent, I think.
I don't see a clear tornado on the ground here with the storm near Madison, but there's a huge wall cloud. Vince just said he thinks it's tornado imminent. We are in a large radar hole, so at this point, chasers are going to be one of the more important things with the storms that are in western Minnesota because of literally the radar coverage getting a lot more sparse. We're looking really high up into the atmosphere now with these velocity scans. But you can't see that tight couplet. That is likely the wall cloud that is rotating.
Because I think this could produce again.
We'll be moving into Madison here in about 5 or 6 minutes. The Sticks Bar and Grill, Casey's is in the path of this in Madison, Minnesota. Dairy Queen, Mojo's Boutique.
That RFD is going to push this thing.
You also got the Madison Healthcare Services.
Rear flank downdraft is that exhaust air. It's hitting the ground. It's coming out, coming toward us, and that gives this thing more torque. It's like a big lever, and it grabs the back of that wall cloud, and it's just tightening it up, really tight.
There's gotten a lot more,
Very tight.
a lot more convection developing behind this too. Which, if we get a little convection to nudge this storm,
see? Look at the torque. See, it's grabbing right here. All that is RFD's coming around. It's grabbing. It's tightening that around. Very tight wall cloud. Look at this.
The entire mesocyclone here is just spinning. It's not like super rapid, not like the last tornado that we had. But
your black screen.
It's spinning a ton. Go back to him in a second. Let me go back over to Connor, who's on the other storm again over near Gary, South Dakota.
A little bit of an area of more concentrated rotation.
Got a broad area of rotation on this storm too. This one's been trying here for the last 15-20 minutes.
See if what this nudge does. This is classic. This is pretty classic evolution right here.
Back over to Vince on the Minnesota storm.
That thing is a mega storm. Oh my goodness. Huge wall cloud.
Doesn't really have like a concentrated area of spin. Just everything is spinning here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning.
Funnel cloud.
As expected, we have a brand new tornado warning. This one is going to be back over near Canby in Minnesota. The velocities have actually gotten stronger over the last couple scans. So this thing may be trying to produce now. It was broad over about 7-8 minutes ago, and now it's got a bit tighter. So this is going right into the town of Gary in South Dakota, and then we'll be moving towards Canby in Minnesota. So if you're in Canby, Minnesota, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your armor building. This is a tornado down now in Minnesota. So there's now a tornado down. That is back over near Madison. So there is now a tornado down. This is near Madison, Minnesota. There's Vince Walty again with Project Weather Eye. There is a tornado down, though. So this is down again near Highway 75. It's a little rope right now, but there is a tornado.
I want to get on this storm, guys. I want on this storm.
We got at least a tornado down here. Again, everything's rotating. Literally everything's spinning. It's just a little small tornado there in the middle of all that rotation. Right now in a field. This would be near 24 and 17, just northwest of Madison.
Hold on, this is going to be a photo.
Storm motion has transitioned to mostly east with a slight southern component to it.
Also, I think
we've got 8.
We'll be back to Vince here. I think it's still down. 1 second. It's taking a second to load. So it's still down right there in the middle of your screen. It is fully condensing.
Strong tornado. Strong tornado.
So this tornado is now fully condensing here just outside of Madison. And now it's not condensed again.
We had helical vortices in there, guys. It's going for people. It's still down.
And just south of Bellingham, this is going to be coming up on the board chart, Rosen State Wildlife Management Center, assuming that this stays on the ground.
All right, it is still down. It's not condensed, but it's coming for people.
There are some farms here as well. Not far from 270th Street. That might be where it is. Approximately near 270th Street. You can see the velocity couplet bottom right of your screen. It's right over 24 and 17. Probably, if this is still on the ground, it's not condensed, but if it's still on the ground, it's going to be crossing 75 if it is still down.
Tornado might have just lifted. How's radar looking?
There is a tornado that is in between Madison and Bellingham. Tornado spotter has spotted it. In west of Madison, between Madison.
Alright, it does not look like this is on the ground anymore, but it is still rotating everywhere. Again, there's still a large, raggedy wall cloud here, and it could try to drop another tornado. And that tornado dropped almost out of nowhere. It took like 2 seconds for that thing to fully condense and come down. So it could do the same thing.
Some help with this.
He didn't say, he just said.
Also, if we go back to our storm near Gary, South Dakota, that thing is ramping up. You can still see we have a wall cloud. And it is still trying to drop a tornado. Now it's back over near Gary. Storm's also trying to drop another tornado. Reddy's kind of underneath it.
A little bit here. It's like borderline. I almost want to call it a funnel. That's how crazy this is rotating here. Oh my god.
This is near Gary, South Dakota. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is mostly all in eastern South Dakota, western Minnesota right now. I'm zooming in or zooming out bottom right of your screen. The tornado warning northwest of Wilmar has been allowed to expire. It's back to Vince on our confirmed tornado warning near Madison. It was just on the ground a couple minutes ago. It's trying to drop again. Broadly rotating.
17.
There's also Tornado Pagey, which they may have a tornado coming down right now. It's hard to tell. This is on the one near Gary, South Dakota. Either scud or a funnel trying to drop there. On the left side of your screen. It'll come back in a second. Maybe. Maybe not. It's right there on the left. It's hard to tell what that is. That is a little raggedy. It might just be scud, but that's at least the area of interest right there.
Channel 1.
Yeah, tornado dropping, tornado dropping.
Okay, this is where Freddy's underneath this, and he's saying it is dropping.
Tornado is dropping right in front of us.
Located again near Gary.
Window cam Eli.
At least have a funnel cloud.
Would shock me that's on the ground.
Now, right over the east-west road. About to get absolutely pummeled. Wet RFD.
100% a funnel over the road.
Right on the Minnesota and South Dakota border. Still trying.
Gary might be in trouble.
To the left.
Latest scan showing another little tightening there on the northwest side of Gary. Back to him in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So for some reason, it appears like there was an issue with the way that our tornado watch was issued for the day. For the entire NWS Twin Cities area that is under the tornado watch, your tornado watch just came out. So for whatever reason, if you don't get that alert or you know people in that watch, let them know that there's a tornado watch. For whatever reason, it didn't get sent out at the same time as the rest of our watch. So that means that there may be syncing issues with a lot of different programs. But there are a number of counties that are in Minnesota that are under this tornado watch and just now, or maybe didn't even at all receive that tornado watch alert.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is, again, back over here in Minnesota. Let me pull up the watch again. So if you don't already know, we obviously have a tornado watch. We got a couple things to talk about. First off, I'm going to bring up the tornado watch. which once again, the alert just went out for most of you. That is back over in central southern Minnesota. Does not include Minneapolis, but I wouldn't be surprised if you guys are expanded into that watch in the future. Also, I do want to, actually, I'm going to go to the mesoscale discussion. Maybe not. There is a funnel cloud. I want to go to Freddy. There is a funnel cloud again.
Areas we got to watch.
Definitive funnel cloud here near Gary,
right
South Dakota.
All
right, tornado is in progress. So we have a tornado down here near Gary, South Dakota.
Closer to it.
May have,
Be careful.
it's non-condensed. There's a tornado down, though. You see that bull at the top of your screen. This is right over the north side of Gary. It is very close to Gary.
Yep.
Which is the main town in this tornado warning. So again, be in your safe place if you're in Gary, South Dakota right now. We got a tornado down. Not condensed.
A little bit. Right in front of us. Right here, right here, right here.
Yep.
There it is. It's right here.
If I just saw debris going across the screen, or if that was just them lagging.
We're almost in the tornado. It's right in front of us.
Look at that look at the nub right there. That's again the funnel.
Yep.
It's literally underneath the funnel cloud at the bare minimum.
Almost inside. Oh, strong vortex there. Look at that.
He's almost gonna 0 meter this thing.
Look at the vortices in the field here. Is somebody next to me?
Nope.
Okay, good.
So we got vortices in the field, which basically means again this thing non-condensed tornado.
Nice little
careful here.
above us.
Yeah, I'm gonna be careful.
And that funnel is literally right above his head. You can see it spinning
right
right there, right above him.
You want to hit the windshield?
Yep.
Thank you. Come on.
Yeah, I don't want to get any closer. We're almost basically under the funnel, so.
Over to 70.
Can't tell. This is back over to Madison.
It's just absolutely.
There may be a tornado down. It's hard to tell. Maybe rain wrapped. Back over north of Madison, Minnesota. There may be a tornado down here as well. Go back to Freddy. See it rotating right above them. That is the funnel cloud near Gary. Right underneath it.
It might come back over the road.
Starling, please. Please.
Suction vortex in the field.
Let me go over to Connor.
I don't know if there's ground contact at the moment.
And that is all the spin right there. That is our funnel cloud. This almost reminds me of the tornado that we had in southwestern Nebraska, south of North Platte, where we just had this like funnel and then it was actually touching down. This isn't obviously touching down, but it kind of looks similar.
Guys driving up their animals.
Basically a cinnamon bun right above their head.
Yeah. I'm gonna get up on this field. You see it? You see it on the ground anywhere?
I don't see it on the ground.
I can't see where it is. I see the funnel overhead.
Where's the wind?
Huh?
I'm trying to think of where the wind is going. Is it behind us?
Yeah, we got like our FD here. All right. Go drive into it, guy. Just gonna pull in here for a second. Pretty much put us pointed right at it here.
So once again,
It's trying to. Oh my gosh.
They are
it's
right
really
underneath a possible tornado trying to drop here. That is near Gary. So again, north of Gary, South Dakota. It is now crossing into Minnesota. This is going to be going towards Providence. Canby is the main location in this tornado warning. This is again in far western Minnesota, eventually going towards Clarkfield, Granite Falls, and Montevideo. This is a discrete supercell. Again, anything that's discrete in this environment will be capable of producing the threat of a strong tornado. We still have a potential for a strong tornado or two here in the next hour or two as these storms continue to track to the east. And the one near Madison, again, may be in progress. We don't know for sure. It would be rain wrapped. Vince is on that storm, bottom right of your screen. But if there's a tornado, it is far north of Madison near 2419. That will eventually be moving into Cerro Gordo and then eventually going towards Milan, Watson, and I can't remember how to say that. Lac-Qui Parle. Okay, if you're in that area, make sure that you're in your safe or getting ready to go to your safe place as this storm continues to track east.
Moving north of the road, but
it's back over to Connor, which again we still have.
Might try and blast out in front of it.
Lowering. It does not look like it's imminent anymore, but it was trying there just a few minutes ago.
Almost underneath it again.
See it right there on the left. A little scuddy now.
Pretty cool mezzo though.
See that one?
Whoa. All right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley. Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. The audio, for some reason, did not work, but what he basically just said was that we have a mesoscale discussion in place. Again, strong tornado threat is in play here across central and western Minnesota. Tornado threat is likely to be increasing this evening. So strong tornadoes are possible. Damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is also possible, and then we could see tennis ball-sized hail. Wilmar, Montevideo, and just south of Alexandria, east of Watertown. You guys are all included in this brand new mesoscale discussion or mesogamma discussion back over in western Minnesota. So once again, we already have had multiple tornadoes, mainly in eastern South Dakota and western Minnesota. We got some of these little discrete cells that are right now leading the kind of line that's going to form here soon. But at least for now, these discrete supercells are going to be capable of producing the potential for strong tornadoes. Let me go over to Vince, who is on the storm near Madison. I think he may have a view of something. This is Vince Walty. Once again, if there's a tornado, it is rain wrapped. It is almost impossible to see, but it would be right there in the middle of your screen.
It doesn't. That's why I'm trying to make sure we're not writing something off, I guess. This is really rain wrapped, too.
Yeah, so I'd say it's pretty rain wrapped. It is hard to tell if there's definitely a tornado or not. Not sure what's going on here, but Freddy is... There's police officers here. This is back over on our tornado warning in Gary.
East. Maybe get a little bit east here. I don't see it on the ground anymore. I don't see anything up there.
Back to Storm Intermediate on the storm near Gary, South Dakota.
Life on arousal engaged. Well, that trailer in that house is gonna get freaking. They don't have to worry about rebuilding that.
Shout out to Austin for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Ethan, for the $10 super chat. Will the tornado threat be lower in the Minneapolis area? It is lower, but it's not going to be zero. Tornado threat is going to be lower, but not zero in Minneapolis. We're going to be watching for possibly a significant wind threat over there tonight.
You guys completed that goal a long time ago.
I don't know.
We have begun to find trees. There is a wall cloud again near Gary. It's getting a lot harder to see with all the trees. They are going through the town of Gary right now. But again, that tornado, if we have a tornado, it'd be just northeast of Gary near 7. That will be eventually moving towards Providence. They have also just issued a brand new tornado warning in Minnesota. That will be...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
For Lock K, Parle County in Minnesota. That's back over near Madison. The other tornado warning was literally just expiring. This one's going to be radar indicated just south of Bellingham, and it'll pop up in a moment. But it's going to be heading towards Milan and Cerro Gordo. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. The main area of rotation is southeast of Bellingham and then eventually going towards 40, Milan, and 59. Watson is also in the path of that. And then our southern storm near Gary, this one...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued another tornado warning. That's for Jackson and Millette counties in South Dakota. And that is for this storm, I believe. So this is all the way back over in southwestern South Dakota. This back over near Kadoka. So Kadoka, you are in this tornado warning. Just to the south of Belvedere as well, going towards 44 Norse. Are all included in this tornado warning. This storm could be contaminated because of all the hail, but we may have a tornado trying to drop here in this hook echo back over to the southwest of Kadoka. You can see the velocities couplet there on radar popping up. Again, it is hard to verify whether or not this is tornadic or it is just for all the hail contamination. Nonetheless, take this warning seriously near Highway 73. It will be eventually tracking towards the south side there of Belvedere over the next few minutes. This storm has had a history of producing damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour north of Rapid City, and it's also produced significant hail here over the last few hours. Rosebud, Winter are long-term trajectories of this storm in South Dakota. Also, the severe thunderstorm watch for this area goes until 11 o'clock tonight Central Time. So continue to stay weather aware. Also, the tornado warning back over near Clear Lake has now expired. That is the one that has already produced a large tornado. May try to drop another tornado here soon going towards Providence. Last few radar scans showing our main area of rotation near 7, tracking towards Providence over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Back over to Storm Under Media. Who's looking at the storm near Gary?
Everyone's hammering it east.
Not really seeing much right now. If there was a tornado, it'd be north of 4. They've also just issued a flash flood warning for Clear Lake and Altamont, which is where we had a large tornado earlier.
A new tornado warning has been
We
issued.
are now up to 4 tornado warnings. We got another one. This one is in Swift County, Minnesota. This is radar indicated just to the southwest of Benson, south of Clontarf, near Danvers. So seek shelter if you are in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is once again in west central Minnesota. Goes until 8:15 Central Time. The storm is moving east at about 20 miles per hour. The main area of rotation is over Highway 12, going into Danvers over the next few minutes. And if we have a tornado, it is moving into the town of Danvers within the next couple of minutes, and then going towards DeGraff and Murdoch. Kurt Hovind will eventually be in the path of this storm as well. Again, this is kind of getting a bit more clustered up here to the north. These storms are going to struggle a little bit more to produce a threat for strong tornadoes, but tornadoes in general are going to be a possibility with this area of storm activity. Hey, Jazz, for becoming a member. Thank you, Vibe, for the $20 super chat. Keep doing a great job. Big thanks from Las Vegas, heading to my home in Minnesota now, keeping an eye on the skies in the Minneapolis area. Yeah, and again, later tonight, we are going to see storms in Minneapolis. I am confident that we will see some degree of storms back over Minneapolis. I know you guys aren't in a watch right now. I would expect later on that they will either extend our tornado watch or actually issue a severe watch for the Twin Cities back even through New Ulm. But it's going to be a matter of time. Again, we are watching from storms right now back over in western Minnesota. And in a few hours, these storms will literally be on the doorstep there of the Twin Cities, likely as a line of thunderstorms with the potential for scattered to numerous damaging winds, some large hail, and maybe even a few tornadoes still being a possibility. I think the greatest tornado threat really is within the next 2 to 3 hours, but it could still continue even closer to the Twin Cities later tonight. You can see our tornado risk is a large 5% tornado risk, which encompasses eastern South Dakota, which is already pretty much done at this point. And really at this point, it's mainly the Minnesota and Wisconsin threat. So those are the areas that we're talking about a more significant threat here of severe weather. So definitely be weather aware and have multiple ways to receive warnings. And one of those ways you can receive warnings is watching the stream. We'll keep you posted with the latest on everything that's happening in real time. And we got tons of storm chasers out there as well, including Freddie McKinney, Connor Croft, and a bunch of others. Storm Under Media also.
The Storm Society there. So guys, what we're looking at right now, we got a wall cloud here. It's kind of wrapped up in the rain just to the north of Gary.
Yeah, this back over near Gary, South Dakota. It's now moving towards Canby, Minnesota.
It's crossing into Minnesota here.
There's a little couplet on radar.
And whoa.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's Scud. I think it's just Scud.
Sussy finger, but
yeah,
definitely
it's
just
sus.
Scud.
Definitely sus, but I think it's just Scud. Little rope feature to the left too. See that?
Also, huge shout out to Rob with the $50 Venmo donation tuning in from the Marshall Islands. Really appreciate that, Rob. W's in the chat for Rob, and also Rose with the $25 PayPal donation. Really appreciate that.
We didn't eat any nuts yesterday.
I'll take some nuts, bro.
Also, Wardy with the $5 super chat says, watching from the UK while my wife is in labor. Congratulations.
All I've had today is that burger that, who cooked it? Did Ben cook it? Who cooked that?
Bro is showing his burger on the stream. But back over east of Gary, we do have a little tightening there, just northwest of Canby. Hayden, can we do a heat map? I mean, for the record, if you guys didn't already see in today's stream, at the very beginning, you might not have been here when this happened, but about 15 minutes, well, that's the wrong screen, about 15 minutes into today's stream, Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton proposed. I don't know if you guys can even see this, but it is on our Twitter page. They literally proposed on our stream. You can barely see them bottom left of the screen. They were live in front of a large tornado in South Dakota, and they proposed on stream. They are officially engaged. So that happened literally on our stream. It was about 15 minutes in with this large tornado over in South Dakota, just outside of Clear Lake. It was in a field, luckily, and only in I think there was one abandoned building that was hit by that. Other than that, no homes, it sounds like, were hit, but huge W's for them. Thank you, Keaton, for becoming a member. That is the first time ever, by the way, that we've ever had anything like that happen on one of our live streams. It's definitely not something that happens very often. All right, let's go back over to... Let's go over to Storm Chaser IRL. This is looking at our storm back over near Gary.
I think you guys are getting too used to tornadoes on this stream.
Looks a little bit more messy than before, but we still have a wall cloud there on the left. It is a little bit more elevated.
You're just expecting it now.
This is back over here. This is a view, by the way, from Canby, Minnesota, for reference. By the way, if you got, for wherever you guys are tuning in from, let us know in the live chat where you guys are all tuning in from. We're gonna do a little heat map and like display where everybody's kind of tuning in from, at least like the general areas. So if you want to put your location, the map will do that, and we'll do a little, put a little heat map up on the screen here in a few minutes. Thank you, May, for the super chat. There was a warning northwest of me here in Minnesota. We'll be watching for updates. We'll keep you posted. We'll definitely keep you posted. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just received an update from our tornado warning in Dakota, South Dakota. It wasn't for a tornado, but it was for hail. There's a sheriff deputy reporting that 4.5-inch hail fell on their car while they were driving on I-90. Currently warned for 2 inches, but that could be warned for up to 4.5-inch sized hail here shortly.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. That is some of the largest hail that we've heard about in quite some time. The last time we had hail that large was probably back over in Texas like 4 or 5 weeks ago. So upwards of 4.5-inch sized hail back over near Dakota has fallen in the last few minutes. I would expect that this warning will get upgraded for larger hailstone sizes. It's only warned for 2-inch sized hail for the tornado warning, and then for our severe warning, it's only up to tennis ball sized hail. So literally, that is almost that's the size of a grapefruit. It's almost the size of a DVD. So that is huge hail that is falling out of the storm right now, moving to the east-southeast. It'll be going towards Belvedere here in the next few minutes, and then White River, Norse, Parmelee, and Mission in southern South Dakota will eventually be in the path of that storm. And then here are our tornado warnings. Again, all three of the 4 tornado warnings that we have are in western Minnesota right now. Again, anywhere from Benson all the way back through Canby. The one near Canby has been the most significant thus far. We did have a tornado as well on the storm near Madison. That one has gotten a lot weaker over the last few minutes, but we are still keeping an eye on that in case it does end up trying to produce a tornado. This is a view of our storm again back over near Canby, Minnesota, which has already produced a tornado.
We're gonna stop for a little bit.
We go over to Scott Peak, who also has a view of this.
Say it again.
Thank you, Cashew, for the super chat. For Minneapolis, how's it looking? I think wind will be the biggest concern. There is a chance, though, for an isolated tornado threat.
Stand by.
It's coming from your side of the car.
Jordan, can you hear us talking?
I feel like
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, hang up on me, Jordan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Got it.
What are they counting? Thank you, Penny, for the super chat.
All right, guys, it's about time to start thinking about heading west. This wall cloud's starting to get moderate rotation now.
Yeah, we got a large wall cloud forming here. Back over north of Canby. Very photogenic again. It was rain wrapped there for several minutes. It's gotten more photogenic again. Huge shout to Peace with the $200 super chat. W's in the chat for Peace. Asking about Sauk River or Rapids, Minnesota. Always in panic mode. Storm coming my way. Will it weaken by the time it gets to me, or will there be tornadoes? Well, at this point, like, all the storms are far off to your west, right? This is where all our storms are. They're mostly semi-discrete to discrete. But in an hour or two, I do think we're going to start to see this become a lot more linear. And whenever that does happen, this will become a lot more of a wind concern over a tornado concern. There will still be a chance for a tornado or two, but the chances will be more isolated. And again, keep in mind, even though that we have a tornado watch, even though we have 3 tornado warnings, that does not mean we're all going to see tornadoes. There's no reason to panic tonight. Just stay weather aware and have ways to receive warnings if you're anywhere in the tornado watch. And even if you're outside of the tornado watch, there's still a chance of a tornado or two, but obviously the watch does not encompass Minneapolis yet. We will have a watch, I think, later for Minneapolis, but biggest thing is just stay weather aware. I think St. Cloud through Minneapolis, it'll be mostly a wind threat. There is still a chance of an isolated tornado or two, though, if these storms stay more discrete, or even if they're linear, it's still possible, but the odds will be a little bit lower, I think, further east. Back over to Scott Peak. We got a wall cloud on the right side of your screen. This thing is attempting to produce a tornado. It's back over to Storm Chaser IRL as well.
Dude, there are mosquitoes all over the place out there.
Looking at the storm here.
Remind me, don't
near
leave my dog.
Canby, Minnesota.
There's like 100 of them around my car. You didn't see it
This
turn
is an
red?
urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter
All right.
immediately.
We have a new confirmed tornado warning in Minnesota. That is for Swift County, Minnesota. So that'll be the storm near Benson, I believe, that has been confirmed. Yeah, so again, west of Benson, we now have a confirmed tornado warning for Swift County. Emergency management is reporting a tornado as of 7:53 p.m., so about 4 minutes ago. Emergency management is reporting a tornado in progress 4 miles to the west of Danvers. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is, again, another confirmed tornado here in Minnesota. This is already our 4th, I think, tornado of the day. So we've already had 4 tornadoes. So seek shelter again. Get ready if you're in Benson. You're not in the tornado warning yet, but you might be here in a few minutes. There's your wall
Mine
cloud.
does that if I don't have my seatbelt on. It just keeps it in park.
There's the wall cloud here back over near Canby. So I got a hook echo bottom right of your screen. It's getting nudged a little bit from that storm off to the west, so it may ramp up here in a few minutes.
Today is yet again overperforming. There's tornadoes up in kind of where we were over by Morris.
All right. So here's where everybody's tuning, or this is like a general idea where everybody's tuning in from. This is our little heat map. And again, whenever you put your location in the chat, we essentially can get an idea of where everybody's tuning in from. And you can see most people are in Minnesota. We also got a lot of people in Wisconsin, in the Chicago area, Lincoln, back over near Kansas City as well, and Dallas. Those are some of the hot spots here today. And then this is a closer view into the Midwest. So this is also including where our risk is as well. You got the SPC outlook on here, which is, again, a slight risk of severe weather, which does include areas like St. Cloud and Minneapolis, Eau Claire, back through Valentine. Majority of you guys are tuning in from Minneapolis. So, yeah, Minneapolis, St. Cloud, Fargo, Duluth, all those places. Rochester, Milwaukee, Chicago, Omaha. Those are some of the hot spots in today's stream.
Nice inflow at our back.
Looks like a wall cloud is beginning to organize just a little bit more here on the left side.
It took so much pressure off of my hands trying to communicate with friends just simply for the fact of relaying stuff and just like hearing what's going on with the storm, so I'm not in a going down the highway. So I'll take a moment. And
hey, Dart for the super chat.
Get out of your car quick, Scott.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Kirsten also for the $25 Venmo donation. Please make sure you eat and drink some water. I got a big water jug. Plus another jug down below.
Rigby, your rab looks pretty good in front of a tornado.
Please tell me you got a shot of it.
Yep, I recorded that whole thing with you right, like, in front of it. I sent you a pic on Snapchat.
We've probably had about 6 or 7 different tornadoes so far, by the way, total. We had 2 reports of landspouts in North Dakota earlier, so that we're already up almost to a tornado outbreak here. At least a small scale one.
I'm gonna have to have you pay a licensing fee, 30-day usage. Yeah, we'll go.
Also, we do have a new SPC outlook. We're gonna go to that here in a minute.
But first, gotta make a forecast.
You saw me last night. I forecasted and we got a 2.
Oh, what they're talking about on the radio. All right, new SPC outlook just came out for tonight. This is going to be, again, across the northern plains and the upper Midwest. Slight risk of severe weather has been maintained. I am still a little bit surprised we don't have an enhanced risk in Minnesota, but nonetheless, damaging winds, hail, and a few tornadoes are still a possibility. And then this is our tornado risk, which has been updated a little bit. We now have a tiny little 2% tornado risk back over in southern South Dakota. We also got a 5% tornado risk from around Clear Lake, South Dakota, back into western Wisconsin, just outside of Eau Claire. The tornado risk hasn't really changed at all. If we go back over to our tornado risk that is a bit more zoomed in, we can go to Minnesota and just zoom it in here so you can see the probability is a little bit better, but it hasn't really changed much. To the Twin Cities, St. Cloud, Montevideo, Marshall, you guys are all still in the 5% tornado risk, so really nothing has changed there. And then our hail threat is one of the biggest threats for tonight. Again, significant hail is possible, especially in South Dakota, also back over in Minnesota, where very large hail, as large as the size of baseballs, maybe even a bit larger than that, is a possibility. Keep in mind the storm back over in South Dakota has produced hail as large as the size of 4.5 inches in diameter, according to a sheriff that was on the highway there. So this storm's still producing significant hail. The rotation also has been tight, but that might might just be hail contamination that is coming up on Highway 63 here over the next few minutes. So be ready for that. This back over to our storm near Canby, excuse me, in Minnesota. Still got a broadly rotating wall cloud here. Back over near Canby. Interestingly enough, you know, this is interesting. If we go back over to live radar, the storm that is near Canby has actually been weakening on the velocities. If we look at the one near Clear Lake, this is a new storm that is fired, and it is actually rotating. Bottom left of your screen, Freddie McKinney is going directly towards that, and we do have a large wall cloud forming on this. So this might be trying to drop a brand new tornado near Clear Lake.
Probably would have been about 100 yards.
Does Freddie, Charlie, and Eli drink tea?
It was so incredible, and I got pretty close towards the end, so it was.
I know Freddie and I.
It was all good.
We got a large wall cloud.
Yeah,
forming.
same here. When it was like roping out, I got pretty close to it. I got a nice shot of it as it was roping
Honestly,
out.
I think Scott Peak actually might be on the storm. I think his location was delayed.
I'm happy with it.
Scott
It
Peak
was
is
a pretty
also
wild
on this.
tornado,
So this is actually Clear Lake, South Dakota. It's a brand new storm. They've just issued a severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible as well.
10 feet from every other tornado this year, so yeah, don't understand me.
That is true.
We got a huge wall cloud forming on this thing. This is Storm Intermedia looking at that as well. This is literally almost exactly where we just had a huge tornado at the beginning of the stream only a little over an hour ago. Anyway, Isabel, for the super chat, you and your team rock, keep it up. Give Cheese Curd extra pets for us. Definitely will. We got a break coming up after today, I think. There's a low chance of a stream tomorrow, but after today, severe weather is going to get a little bit more isolated until the 4th of July. Rotation's really ramping up. This is Scott Peak. You can see it rotating there on the right. It's starting to pick up rotation just a little bit more now. I would fully expect a tornado warning for this storm near Clear Lake in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm the same bias, but maybe the boundary got like kicked
That is
back
spinning.
and is trying to suck it up.
A doppelganger for the $50 super chat. Cheers to the newly engaged couple. If you start a gift registry, please have Max shout it out and link it to us. It's actually not a terrible idea. Appreciate the super chat.
Is that a funnel trying to come down in the middle? I saw some wispy in the middle there.
Think so.
I think there's like this thing's definitely trying to drop. I fully expect a tornado warning in the next minute or two for Clear Lake, South Dakota, and Gary.
Right underneath of it, I haven't seen a definitive funnel yet, but it keeps doing these like little fingers underneath of it. But it's definitely moderate rotation, tightening up quite rapidly.
By the way, the tornado that was confirmed.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. This is a completely different storm. Got a brand new tornado warning, North Dakota and Minnesota. This is back up near Wahpeton and Foxhome. So we're up to 5 tornado warnings. We'll probably be at 6 here in a minute. Seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. I don't really see a whole lot here, but if we had a tornado, it'd be on the southwest side of Wahpeton. That'll eventually be going towards Doran. And then Foxhome will eventually be in the path of that. It's back over to Scott Peak on our storm near Clear Lake, which again, this is not tornado warned, but it is rotating a ton right now.
No, stick with it, stick with it.
It's Freddie McKinney's view too.
Slack on it though. It is very.
Oh, my foot was on it. Sorry.
Okay. All right, you're ready.
What the heck, Eli?
Wow, rapid rotation now. It's starting to rotate pretty strong. All right, I'm gonna get this rolling. Get this rolling here, and then.
This thing looks incredible.
I think this thing might be about to drop.
Okay, we got rapid rotation right now.
Looks like it's ripping in there. Look at the.
On the right of your screen are the velocities.
This is wild.
The entire thing is spinning.
Yeah, multi-vortex
A
already.
new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, it's a
rapid rotation.
Sounds like tornado's down. Sounds like there are multiple vortices according to Scott Peak.
Come down.
Yep.
We should see that at any moment here, but it sounds like this is now down. They have issued a tornado warning here for Jewel County, South Dakota. So we got another tornado dropping. Gary, this is not a drill. If you're in Gary or Clear Lake, South Dakota, you need to be in your safe place. This is a brand new tornado warning for a completely different storm. It's a storm intermedia.
I know I wasn't seeing.
Look how rapidly this thing is spinning. This is just like the last tornado that we had.
This thing is gonna plan into one heck of a pipe. Yeah, multi-vortex. I see the little vortices.
Oh yeah.
This looks just.
This thing is spinning like crazy.
Here we go,
planted.
Watch this thing. Literally, this is like almost exactly like our last tornado. Scott Peak's almost right underneath this thing. He's gonna have to move. It's right near Highway 22. It's gonna be near Brant, South Dakota, and Gary.
So that would be coming directly at me.
Also, the tornado warning back over in Jackson, Millette counties in South Dakota was upgraded to tennis ball size tail, for the record. Had produced upwards of 4.5-inch diameter hail at one point.
Yep. Big ground circulation. Look at the ground circulation. It's really big. Yep, this is a tornado on the ground, guys, just east, once again, just east of Clear Lake, Iowa here. This is a tornado in progress. I think it's moving southeast, so that would put it coming directly at me. Oh.
So Freddie says this is down. There are vortices that have been hitting the field over the last few minutes. It's obviously not a condensed.
Vortice.
It's not a fully condensed tornado, but we have multiple vortices.
Doing damage right now.
They're spinning everywhere. And yeah, there's damage. There's debris. Debris flying right there. So this tornado is down. There are vortices hitting the ground. Unfortunately, this is causing damage. This may condense into one big tornado in a minute, but right now it's just a bunch of different vortices that are dancing in that field.
Yep.
Just barely east of Clear Lake in South Dakota near Highway 2.
We're gonna have to back up here. Yeah, Brent.
Look how
Clear Lake.
I mean, you can see the
see the big bowl right there.
Really rapid in there.
We're gonna have to get ready to go. Yep. It's coming at us.
See the bowl from Connor's POV as well. You can see that big bowl. Underneath that are multiple vortices that are continuing to hit the field, causing some damage. It looked like we did have some debris that was flying. There it is. Yep, there's that's another vortice.
Just drove right through it. I watched him do it.
Vortices are dancing in the field here.
Might have to run in a second. I have to run here in a second.
Yeah, there was a storm chase just drove right through it. Watch him do it. Now's the time.
Debris in the air.
Debris in the air. I see that.
That's fail.
Yep.
This is gonna likely be a strong tornado. It's now near Highway 22 and 2, east of Clear Lake. This is a huge bowl lowering. It's gotten much larger over the last couple minutes. You can see it's growing in size. This is likely gonna become a big pipe here in a minute. Here's the wrong button.
That is how we do this.
Flip back around here real quick.
Yep, it's fully condensating.
Scott Peak is literally next to this thing. Yeah, there's a vortice. It's down again. You can see it. This tornado is definitely trying to condense right now. There are multiple vortices in the field still.
Suction vortices. Speed looks all right now.
About to be fully down here in a second.
Oh yeah. All right, I'm up with you guys now. Whoa.
Look at those suction balls.
Literally about to be fully down. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, for whatever reason, we've had 2 chasers and 4 non-chaser vehicles drive through this tornado. Although this tornado may be uncondensed, and this goes for every other tornado as well, they still can produce very, very strong winds. If you see something that may look like a tornado or you are in a tornado warning, please pull over, pay attention, and make sure something like that does not happen to you.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, this is a tornado that is about to be fully condensed here in a minute. You can see all the vortices, again, dancing in the field there. This is likely a strong tornado that is dropping. We've had debris being lifted up into the atmosphere as well. Oh, man. Storm Intermedia has a crazy vortice. If it will load. We just had a crazy vortice a second ago. I think they clicked the wrong camera. This is, again, almost undoubtedly a strong tornado. And this is Freddy. Yeah, look at that.
Get him a wide angle.
Vortices right over the road. This is crossing right over the road.
Coming right at us. We're gonna have to get out of here in a second.
See, all spinning literally in the middle of the road here. Look at that. Thing's ripping right through the field. Again, Storm Intermedia.
Here goes Scott.
Tornado's down right near Highway 22, just east of Clear Lake, South Dakota, just southwest of Gary. There are vortices literally spinning everywhere. That car is turning around. That is a smart idea. I would not be near it. There are vortices literally spinning everywhere, though.
Oh, subvortices.
It's not even condensed. Again, you can see from Freddy's perspective, it's only halfway to the ground. This thing is not fully condensed, but there are vortices spinning everywhere there on the road, and also about to cross over those power lines. Like dancing over the road. Look at all those vortices spin.
We might be just about in it, so we got to be really careful here.
That power line nearly just fell down. You can literally see it shaking. The power line nearly just fell down. That thing is fully condensed again.
Holy cow!
It's literally shaking the power line.
No reason to be that close to it. I mean, that's.
Yeah.
See, there's a vortice directly to our left.
See how the wind's being drawn in?
Yeah, it's getting wider. We need to get out of here. We need to get out of here.
There's another vortice down right there. Everybody's literally turning around.
I'm gonna back up to this. Is somebody behind me?
No. You were clear.
Backing up to this road.
There's debris. Connor has another vortice down, or we literally just had one. You can see the vortice spinning in the field again. The power lines are still shaking.
Here goes everyone.
This is Tornado Pagey as well. You got debris just being lofted up. Right there. So still trying to condense. This has literally had so many vortices here over the last few minutes. And there it goes. It's really trying to fully condense. So again, just east of Clear Lake, South Dakota, if you're just tuning in, just west of Gary.
We ain't got no more glass to lose, folks.
And now it is really broadening its spin. It is trying to become a large tornado. It is really trying.
A new tornado warning.
This is now a PDS tornado warning, by the way. This has just been upgraded.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is now a particularly dangerous situation. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress just southwest of Gary, east of Clear Lake. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a multi-vortex tornado, which has been on the ground here for several minutes, and it does not look like it's slowing down anytime soon. You can see it is a huge tornado right now. I mean, this thing is now fully condensing. Just east of Clear Lake, it's near 22. There are some farms in this area. You can see all the vortices there at the bottom of your screen as well. Look at Freddy's POV. Freddy's next to it.
Didn't mean a honk. I did not mean a honk there. Oh! You kidding me, dude?
Look at all the vortices in the
bro.
field.
Point it up more.
Freddy's literally next to the tornado.
Yep. Just show them more of it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is nuts.
Back up here just a little bit.
Holy cow.
Holy smokes. Look at the debris coming down.
Uh-huh. Gotta be careful. I might, honestly, just in case, throw all of them.
Yeah, not a bad idea to have your glasses on.
Also, Connor Croft, who's underneath it as well, right next to it. See, all the vortices. Again, it has been very close to fully condensing. This thing is, again, just south of 22 near 519 Road, just southwest of Gary by about 5 or 6 miles in South Dakota.
Directly south. Directly south of us. Little
Dude,
subboards.
look at those boards, dude.
This is also Scott Peak. Look at that. Right there on look at the multiple vortices spinning.
Yeah, it's gonna occlude north.
Multiple vortices spinning.
Copy that. I am now west of it.
Multiple
Like-
vortices are spinning.
400 yards to your, oh my gosh.
One of the crazier non-condensed tornadoes that I've seen. It's just in an open field right now. It's not hitting anything. It was hitting some stuff in its initial cycle. Just in an open field right now near Highway 2.
Yeah, it's gonna occlude north.
Copy that. I am now.
It's just crazy.
I'm gonna move this pole out of the way.
That is, again, strong to intense motion.
Dude. Oh, yeah, I see ya.
Dude.
What's up? What's up?
This is wild.
There are a few more farms coming up if this tornado continues to track towards
insane.
519. We just gotta hope this does not hit those farms. There are farms if this tornado tracks more to the east. It's currently just in an open field, though. From what we're seeing, there are tons of vortices.
On your left, Freddy. Pardon me, Scott. You have any grape poupon?
It is now fully condensed. It looks like, yeah, almost. Yeah, it's about to be. You can see it right there on the right side of your
Across
screen.
the road, guys.
It's fully condensing. Fully condensed tornado now. It is a big-time tornado. That's Scott Peak. Again, this is now fully condensed. Look at that.
I hope you're recording. Yes,
This is just like the first tornado that we had on this stream, just northwest of Clear Lake. It is now a stovepipe tornado. Huge pipe.
Or maybe not. Maybe it won't cross the road. Maybe it's just gonna tease me. This is why we can't do nice things, because...
Once again, if you're just shooting east of Clear Lake,
too, yep.
might be. Again, this is just east
Going
Clear,
up!
southwest of Gary. It is still in an open field. It has not hit anything at this point, other than what it hit at the very beginning of its cycle near 22, with some power lines and a couple of
freaking rain,
and also a couple of different trees and maybe a barn back there. But again, this tornado is trying to track towards a farm. We gotta hope this does not hit the farm. There's a farm on 519 that this is trying to go towards. This is again Connor Croft near this is currently near South Dakota Highway 22, approaching 483rd Road Avenue.
That's intense.
Just east of Clear Lake. This tornado has insane motion.
Simon Brewer and Justin Drake there recording it. What the heck, bro? Wow. How does this even happen? Like,
it's just insane. The best tornadoes are the ones that don't hit anything. Yeah, we're just hoping this does not hit anything.
big roar.
Because obviously this is an intense to potentially violent tornado. So, again, it is not far from a farm on 519.
Oh my gosh, it's not the time. Not the freaking time, dude.
Alright, chat, I'm gonna give you a zoomed in look from bottom.
Oh my god.
My goodness. Look at tornado Pagey's view.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Got a new confirmed tornado warning for Yellow Medicine County in Minnesota. We'll go to that in a second. Tornado is dancing again. It might be occluding. It is dancing. Oh, the vortice is still spinning around this thing. This is just crazy. The new tornado warning is going to be for this same storm, so it's just going towards Canby now in Minnesota.
Okay, well, the wind's blowing this way, so...
New warning is not PDS, it is observed, which it'll probably get upgraded if this thing stays on the ground. And it's back to being fully condensed. This is unbelievable. I thought it was gonna be done, and now it's back to being condensed.
Want me to get a picture of you proposing in front of this tornado?
Sure!
Yeah,
oh my god!
Let's go.
Yeah. Thank you.
Apparently
Thank you.
Sure.
I guess we'll be right back.
Apparently.
Oh my god,
Oh,
that's so
Kopic
nice.
is gonna
Do you have
take a picture of them proposing in front of this tornado now. Maybe, or maybe not, or maybe they just did. Nope,
It
no,
still
they
is
are.
moving east slowly, but it might become deviant here.
I'm gonna go back to them in 2 seconds. Actually, this is Freddy.
This thing is so cool. This thing is so cool.
Dude, this is one of the cooler.
And there's the proposal again. This one they're getting in front of this tornado though. Again, the tornado's literally just to their right. There's Brandon Kopic.
Still is moving east slowly, but it might become deviant here.
This tornado is, again, cranking right now. It has not shown... It showed brief signs of weakening. It is back to being a strong tornado
just
here.
A little north, maybe.
It is very close. I'm pretty sure this is literally next to that farm that I was talking about that's near 519.
It looked like it was.
It did. I'm just saying it's not. Look, there's
no
like
debris is being lifted up, which is good news, but
tubes
that's where the
within
tornado will be located. It'll be right near that farm on 519, just to the east of Clear Lake again, southwest of Gary.
There's gotta be a better angle here. I'm gonna cook down here a little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna keep on it.
Hey Scott, are you good if Max posts a clip of his stream with your video in it? Yeah, Jordan, is that okay?
And just on the right side of your screen here.
Oh, that's fine. And we have a, yeah, that's totally fine.
That is so insane.
My goodness, this is just
My stream
crazy.
look good?
That
We
is,
gotta get out of
Dude,
here.
this tornado is actually
I think
insane.
it's coming north.
This tornado might be crossing the road that they're on here in a second. This thing is literally like a...
Excellent. Look how beautiful that thing is.
What the
I
heck?
don't even know how to describe it. It looks like a
Dude,
screw.
What is happening?
I've never seen anything like this. This thing is literally dancing. What is this?
Oh my gosh, look at it wind.
What is going on? I've never seen this before. Dude, this does
Oh
not
my-
look real. Literally looks like a worm. This does not look real at all.
What?
It looks like a snake.
How is it moving like that?
That's not normal. I've never seen that before.
Probably likes ya.
I have to freaking back up.
Look at Freddy's view. This thing looks just insane.
Get out.
Ren, you gotta move.
Go.
I am literally speechless. This is unbelievable.
That was genuinely the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, this is the out.
This is actually insane.
It's still moving.
So once again, just southwest of Gary, South Dakota, east of Clear Lake.
Dude, this is freaking just amazing.
I can't believe this is still down.
Honestly,
Yep, it's doing the wobble, baby.
this might be turning into a tornado of the year, bro. There's a road right here. I'm gonna keep it in mind. Is that guy coming here? Gotta be careful. Let's shoot a little bit.
Dude.
Oh, jeez.
Might be coming at me.
That rain ship.
Connor's next to the tornado again.
Wobbling north.
This is about to cross Highway 22 again. Look at this. This thing's about to cross over Highway 22. It has deviant motion. It's about to cross right over Highway 22. There are a lot of chasers here, obviously. This is going to definitely damage those power lines, assuming it crosses the road. It is going back and forth a ton. This is a very dangerous tornado with how much it's turning. It was going south. It was going east. It's now going north. And this is about to cross right over the road. There are power lines right there. That's about to cross right over the road. And there it goes. It is crossing over Highway 22 now. This might be turning towards Gary. This is the definition of a drunk NATO.
Why are they trying to go?
What is going on? Heads up, it's coming.
There's the Dominator. This is Freddy. It's crossing over the road. Got a little bit of tree debris.
Oh! No, we got a crash!
And Dominator just crashed right into
crash.
Connor's car. Connor's car is
Dom
now
just
broken.
crashed, bro.
Connor's car just broke from Dominator.
Heads up. Going right for you.
Oh my gosh, we're almost in it. Almost inside the tornado.
People on both lanes of the road, dude.
Might come back at us.
It's very chaotic.
Be careful, your Starlink.
This tornado is now stationary. It's literally stalled over the road.
Back up a little bit.
I'm down.
This might be going back
Yep,
west.
he's trying to come back at us.
The Dominator is almost in it right there. This might be moving west again. It's hard to tell.
Okay.
It's stationary though. It's stalled again over the roadway on Highway 22 near 519 southwest of Gary.
Stationary right there.
And now it's going
Yep,
south.
It is just stalling out over this road.
And it's starting to go south again.
Yeah, whoever put those poles in needs a raise.
Yeah, how have these power poles not gone down?
What the heck?
Right, right there.
Holy cow.
Once again, to southwest of Gary, South Dakota, if you're tuning in, it is not moving much. East of Clear Lake.
Yeah.
This is Scott Peak's view as well.
Oh my gosh. Yo, what up?
This thing's insane.
Ski-Joe. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's roping. It's roping.
It might be weakening now. It's at this point it's impossible to tell. This thing's tried weakening like 5 different times now. It's now moving more to the east again. So it's going the correct way if it wants to stay on the ground. Also, traffic is backing up on Highway 22 eastbound, maybe because of chaser convergence. There's debris.
Yeah, big debris, big debris, big debris.
It also might just be from normal traffic from this tornado. This is Connor's view, literally right next to it. Just ripping through a field. There's debris now going flying. Unfortunately, it looks like this is now hitting some sort of farm here on Highway 22.
Oh my gosh.
There are multiple farms here, so this is literally hitting part of a farm. This is like the first more legit damage that we are seeing now. Right over 22. It is right over 48th Avenue. If you look bottom right of your screen, you can see those farm buildings, and then the tornado is right here.
It was like.
And now that is ripping up a lot of dirt.
Hey, I don't know if anybody got a copy.
Possibly some soil. And again, there are a couple barns
yeah,
here.
I see these structures. I really hope it doesn't.
I really hope it doesn't.
This is Tornado Page's view as well. He's just ripping up dirt. Wow. That was like literally scouring the ground as well.
Holy smokes.
This...
It's gonna...
This is awfully... It hit a home, I think. I think it's hitting a home. This is hitting a home.
Nope, it's hitting them right now. Ripping it ripped off.
The home is being hit right now. Unfortunately, there is a home being hit by this very intense tornado.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong
Unfortunately,
tornado
a home
is
is
on the
being hit
ground.
by this
Seek
tornado.
shelter
You
immediately.
can see the debris flying. There is a tornado actively being hit by this tornado. This is exactly what we did not want to happen. You can see the debris flying.
At least.
That is not good. There is debris actively being lifted up.
Violent roar.
It's gonna deviate and hit that house.
House roof just got ripped partially off.
Dad? Jordan!
This is not good.
It's gonna deviate and hit that house.
It's picking up some sort of debris. This could legitimately be hitting a house right now. It's...
Crap.
Hopefully it didn't.
I hope they're okay.
Hopefully it's not bad. We got 1,000 storm chasers here though, so.
This is Tornado Pagey as well.
Good.
Oh my gosh.
Alright, can I get on this road here? Like, yeah, that guy's kind of slowing down.
I think so.
This is storm intermediate as well. This is awfully close to that house. It's hard to tell if the house took a hit from this perspective. It is very close to it.
Sinking back towards the road a little bit, I think. What are you looking for?
They're on fire.
This is Tornado Pagey's view. My goodness.
It missed that house.
I think it narrowly just missed this house. It's so close, but I think it narrowly missed that house. There is debris that is being picked up. I don't think that's part of the house.
Through here, it is just weaved in between homes.
It literally went right between multiple homes there on 22.
Literally.
This thing is still a likely violent tornado right now coming up towards Gary. You need to be in a basement or a storm shelter if you are in Gary, South Dakota. This is almost undoubtedly an intense to violent tornado right now.
Like there's a back piece.
This hit another structure. It might be an old barn.
An old barn may have been hit.
Oh. How long has this thing been down for?
Look at the violent motion. Tornado Pagey's almost next to this thing now. This is now coming up towards Gary, going towards Burr, Minnesota. It's going to go into Minnesota here in a few minutes. Back over to Storm Intermedia.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Is that hitting a building? That's hitting a building. That is hitting a building. And there are power flashes. That is not good.
Oh my god. Yeah, home just got...
You got a prayer for whoever's in that building. If there's anybody in that building. Hopefully nobody's in that
I
building.
haven't seen a barn with that much debris before.
That ripped a ton of debris.
I'm pretty damn sure that was a home.
Yeah, you can hear it.
Well, I got a ton of cops next to me, so
I'm pretty sure that is... Yeah, there's a barn there that was just hit a home of some sort.
No RDD, no time.
It's a tornado from a distance as well, from Vince.
Cops are here to go check.
Are there police here? I mean, I'll...
Gotta really hope nobody was in that building. This is again just southwest of Gary. If you are in Gary, South Dakota, you need to be in your safe place.
moving north to intercept again.
This is an extremely dangerous tornado. This is Tornado Pagey.
When this one lifts, we will.
It's going towards Burr and eventually towards Canby, Minnesota. This has been on the ground. Can you get a time, Riley? I think it's been on the ground for about 26 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Back to Storm Intermedia. We're really hoping this thing weakens. Again, this has been on the ground for too long, and unfortunately, it's at least hit 2 buildings. From what we've seen, or at least narrowly missed a building. At least 1 building's been hit by this now. It's at the minimum.
All the way
Tornado. Literally.
It's right on, it's barely to the north of 22. It's about to come up on 101. Worst case scenario is if this goes towards Gary. That would be absolute worst case scenario, is if this goes towards Gary.
Yeah, police are flying up to the house.
Okay, well, actually, if there are actual police officers going up there now?
Look at the road.
Yeah, no, there are now.
Guys, if you go north on the next road, you can intercept again. It's
This tornado's been on the ground for approximately 25 to 30 minutes, by the way. It's hard to give an exact time because it wasn't fully condensed before.
There are structures on the dirt road.
I literally will never be able to merge out of here again.
Alright, chat, it's gonna get squirrely.
There are structures on the dirt road.
This thing is just a monster.
Let me know if I need help up there.
Just want to throw it out there. The velocity's bottom right of your screen. That's the tornado right there. Just southwest of Gary. There might be an attempt at another one forming east or south of Gary, west of Burr. So we may get a handoff at some point here. There is a wall cloud further to the east. So there is another tornado maybe trying to form to its east. We actually could get twin tornadoes. That is entirely possible.
I don't even know how my car's running. I got hit by the Dominator and backed up into Rigsby trying to get out of the way of the Dominator, so I have to sort that all out. But this is just terrible. I hit those homes. Oh my gosh.
I'm pretty sure Topic said on radio that he needs help at the house.
There is...
I saw like 5 police cars go up there. I'm not of any help.
There are no signs of this tornado weakening.
Guys, another structure might be getting hit here shortly. Another house.
We gotta hope this does not hit more structures. It's awfully close, though, to hitting more structures just south of Gary. It just hit another house, reportedly. So this reportedly just hit another house. And that would be...
Another possible house.
This is Tornado Pagey. They're pretty much next to it. Another house may have just been hit by this. This is getting dusty, too. This tornado's coming up on 48th Avenue. And then approaching 101, which is Highway 101, South Dakota, just south of Gary. Man, there are farms here. We really got hope. Again, if you're anywhere in these tornado warnings, again, they're both PDS bottom right of your screen. This is right along the South Dakota-Minnesota border. You need to put a mattress over top of you if you don't have a storm shelter or a basement. Even if you're in a basement, I'd put a mattress over top of you. If you have a helmet, put that on. Like, this is almost undoubtedly a violent tornado right now. That is very close to a lot of different buildings. This has already hit multiple homes.
I have never heard a roar that loud.
Stormer Media DL saying that he's never heard a roar that loud, and that is regarding this tornado.
Terrifying.
There's a huge roar coming from this tornado right now. It's in a field, it looks like right now. I do not see a home there, but it's awfully close to a bunch of different buildings.
Brandon!
I was some kind of...
Sure it won't happen.
If you have any friends or family in this area, please make sure they're aware of this. I'm guessing they are, but you never know. This is one of those tornadoes that you need to be taking as seriously as humanly possible, because this is life or death if this hits another building. This tornado is still huge. It has still not shown signs of weakening. Radar has not looked impressive, but it has not weakened at all. It is still a huge tornado. We are getting our first signs of a CC drop on radar. We've not had one of those. We actually have at least some debris that has been lofted up to some extent from this tornado. It's been a lot of dirt so far, but it's obviously hit a couple of buildings, and probably parts of those buildings have been lofted up now from this tornado.
Gosh, this is insane. Please don't hit any more houses. Please just stay in that field.
Tornado Pagey's almost next to it.
Oh yeah, I do.
This is just...
Yeah, it is.
Holy cow.
Just gotta pray that this does not hit another building.
Take over while we wait for the
It's getting awfully close to... It's getting awfully close to 48th Avenue. There are a few buildings on this roadway. It is very close to a couple of buildings.
I'm gonna get a video right quick. So.
Tornado Pagey again, literally next to it. Go back to them in a second. Oh man, there's a lot of trees here. It's hard to tell if there's buildings there. There are a lot of trees here.
Hitting wall cloud very low to the ground to the east as well.
It's really hard to tell if there are any buildings here. I think there are. It is about to cross the road, and from what I'm seeing on satellite, or on the road map, there are a couple of homes here. It's hard to tell where they are corresponding to this tornado. It's barely southwest of Gary. This is getting very close to the town of Gary, South Dakota. It is very close to the town of Gary, South Dakota. We really need to hope this does not hit the town of Gary, South Dakota. That is a much more populated place here on the border. It is getting dangerously wrapped in dust and as well as rain now.
Oh my gosh. New tornado.
There are twin tornadoes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There are twin tornadoes being reported now.
There's a road up here a little
So we have 2 tornadoes in progress. This is one of them. The other one would be going towards Canby and Burr in Minnesota. So bottom right of your screen, the active tornadoes right about here. And then the other one is east of that by about 4 or 5 miles closer to Burr. That is where we were talking about a new wall cloud forming.
Is there something down in the east?
So there are twin tornadoes now.
I think so. Dude, look at this pipe here.
This is Scott Peak. He's gonna load here and oh, maybe not. You lost connection. There's a wall cloud there to the right. You just saw that there a second ago. There's a wall cloud there. So there's another tornado dropping.
Ground circulating, yeah, ground.
So we got twins in progress. We got twin tornadoes. The other one's in Minnesota. That's going towards Burr.
No, there's a road right up here. Okay. Does it go east? No, it goes
that's
west.
Pulling into there now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That looks like it's about to be like.
This tornado still has not shown any signs of weakening. It's been large for literally 30 plus minutes now, and fully condensed the entire time.
Tornado is coming within a half mile of Gary now, but it looks like it might be roping out.
This has to rope out. It's literally half a mile from Gary.
Another tornado getting going.
This is within a half a mile of Gary right now.
Canby,
Half a mile away from Gary, Minnesota, or Gary, South Dakota. Hopefully this ropes out before it gets there.
It's slowly roping. It's just got to rope, man. Please rope.
This would be almost catastrophic for Gary if it gets there. If it does hit Gary, it's going to first approach the St. Peter's Church. There's a baseball field as well there.
It's getting skinnier, but it's still violent.
There was a power flash.
Yeah, big power flashes, but it looks like it's roping out.
There was a power flash. For some reason, there is no tornado warning for Gary right now. You need to be in your safe place if you're in Gary. There are no... I don't know why they don't have a tornado warning right now for Gary, but that's where the tornado is located.
I don't want to go any further down this road. I'll never be able to get back.
There is no tornado warning for Gary. Gary, South Dakota, you need to be in your safe place.
That east one isn't down yet, but it tried for a second, but it is really looking crazy over there.
This tornado is still actively down.
You see a little filament?
I think it is roping out. It really has to rope out for Gary.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's it. Roping out right now.
I think it may be roping out fully now. It's hard to tell for sure.
Doing the jiggy dance again.
All right, I'm seeing from multiple storm chasers that this thing I think has roped out, and then there's a new tornado forming to the east now. So this I think is still down. You can still see the rope. It's a lot smaller, but it is roping out. It's almost gone. It's still very close to Gary. You can still see that rope there. Yeah, there's another one.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
There's another PDS tornado warning. This one's going to be east of Gary for Canby and Providence. We got a brand new tornado dropping. This is a mesocyclone handoff that is happening just outside of Canby here in western Minnesota. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place. Go away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. We have another large tornado that is about to drop here in the next minute or two. But we still have that tornado on the ground near Gary. There's no tornado warning for this, but there is still a tornado down near Gary.
Trying to keep an eye out for this one to the east.
Coming back to the south, right at me.
So we still got a tornado down near Gary.
East one is not down at the moment.
Going back south.
Tornado's moving southward.
This tornado is now going south again. Again, this is still on the ground, not in a tornado warning. This is near Gary. This is barely west of Gary. It is moving south again. So if you are near Gary, you need to be in your safe place. This is
might
still
finally be roping here.
It's been roping out, but it's still down. The tornado's now going south again. This is literally insane. I can't believe this thing's still down. And it's had the most deviant motion I've seen. Also, we're about to have a tornado near Burr in Minnesota. That's about to be on the ground at any moment. The velocities are very tight on that storm.
Trying to keep it in the shot. It's moving.
I can't believe this is still down.
Trying to just keep it in the shot here.
Riley has a really important update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we do have a new tornado on the ground. Also, everyone in that house was okay. There are a few injuries, but luckily everyone who is hurt is on the way to the hospital. But we do have a new, much stronger tornado on the ground.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So there's a new tornado dropping near Burr that is now on the ground just north of Canby. Again, if you're in Canby, in Burr, or even if you're over in Providence, be in your safe place. This is another dangerous tornado that has dropped that is currently tracking to the east, and this one's likely going to be a bit more on the rain wrap side of things. Again, tracking to the east right now, but there is a brand new tornado that is down. I think Vince may have it, but again, there is a new tornado that is down further to the east. I'm waiting to see. Let me know if anybody has it. I'm going to put Vince bottom middle of your screen, but that new tornado would be just northwest of Burr right now. Vince is approaching this. This is Vince Walty. Looks like this may become you can see how rapidly it's rotating right there in the middle. That's going to be where our new tornado is located.
This road is not good. We're going to have a disaster. There's a tornado behind me.
There's a tornado
in front of me, and I'm sandwiched on a mud road.
Well, Vince is saying there's a new tornado. That's the new tornado. So another tornado down.
And I don't want to get stuck and die.
There's another tornado back over southwest of Gary, and then this is the other one northwest of Burr. So brand new tornado down.
This one's for you, Daniel. We're singing a song.
And storm chasers are saying that they think this tornado is stronger than the last one. So we got another tornado down.
I hope that things don't go bad, because if we get stuck here, I'm probably fucked.
The tornado down. It looks like it may have just lifted again. It might try to condense again.
Yes.
This is the beginning of another tornado. Just northwest of Burr.
It's not going back up. It's just not condensed. It's not up.
There are a lot of first responders, by the way, near Gary. So there's a lot of first responders on the scene, a lot of police officers. I'm seeing it from a lot of chaser POVs.
Don't have a funnel. There's still circulation on the ground. I see it. Oh my God, we got a paved road. Daniel's probably about to text me, tell me to F myself because I got a tornado and he didn't.
Again, we got a brand new tornado that is trying to fully condense here near Burr, Minnesota. You go back over to velocities right now. The main area of rotation is going to be located near 15. That's the main area of rotation. It'll be going into Burr over the next few minutes and then going towards Canby. And again, Canby is a much more populated area. So if you're over in Canby, you need to be in your tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. If we learned anything from the first tornado that we just had, this is almost undoubtedly going to be another tornado that will have deviant motion, meaning it could go north, south, west, east, whatever direction it wants to go, it'll basically go. That's what happened with our previous tornado. And it's basically a drunknado. That's kind of what we've seen so far with these with this particular storm back over along the north or the South Dakota and as well as Minnesota border. Back over to Vince, who is very close to this. Again, it is hard to make out a clear tornado right now, but we've had multiple vortices already, and then we also had a clear condensed tornado a minute ago. Another tornado is likely going to drop here in a moment that'll be more condensed.
So I think it's kind of
concentrating on one of the areas.
Does it look like the south one or the north one?
Hard to tell because it's literally right over you.
There's a tornado, I think, right there in the middle, maybe. That might be condensing. Might be a new tornado dropping there in the middle. That would be near Burr. There it is. Yep, tornado down the middle. We got a new tornado down the middle. That's near Burr.
Violent tornado!
There's a new tornado down. There it goes. This is near Burr in Minnesota. This is likely going to be intense to violent as well. So we got yet again another tornado down.
Alright, I'm probably going to call off the chase and start checking. This thing is nasty and it's violent. If it hits anything, it's going to hurt.
This is right over the small little town here of Burr.
Copy. We may be in more of a response mode at this point, guys. If this hits anything, she's going to hurt. Bad.
Let me go back over to Vince. Tornado's still down, I believe. Yeah, it's still down the left side of your screen. It's just not condensed. You can see it there on the left. So we still got a tornado down here.
Northwest of you.
All right, looks like it may have lifted again, but it keeps going up and down.
Northwest of me.
If it can fully condense, it's going to likely be another violent tornado like our last one.
I'm going east on Echo 3.
This is right near Burr, Minnesota. This is now in Minnesota, by the way. Now moving into Minnesota.
Unknown what road this is. It says Echo 3 on my map. I want east. She's going to be right over the road. I think it might be just north of Echo 3.
It's also Storm Chaser IRL. He's on Highway 68 just west of Canby, and this is a view from the south. And so you can see there's obviously it looks like a monster storm, but yeah, again, this thing is trying to drop a much larger tornado again. It is.
If I see houses, I'll stop just in case.
Spinning a lot.
It does look.
Main area of rotation is right over Burr right now. We're losing signal with Vince. Storminder's on basically that same exact road. So everybody's kind of getting back to this storm. Everybody's a little bit more distant, but Vince is the closest. He's just in low signal. My goodness, look at this. Look at this storm from the south. It looks crazy from the south. Once again, this is a PDS tornado warning. That means this is a particularly dangerous situation for Canby, just west of Providence in Minnesota. That is once again for Yellow Medicine County and Clyde Parlay County. Again, cannot remember the pronunciation of that, but that's the other county here in western Minnesota.
It is going to be north of E3.
This is Vince. If there's a tornado, it's going to be right there on the left.
And 1 mile south of 58.
North of Echo 3.
Can't clearly see anything down right now.
Dumbass, you're blocking the fucking road on me here. All right, we're going to go. I got Corey
It's
behind
right near
me. I'm
Burr.
sure it'll be helpful if something happens.
Now it's just heading towards South Park. You're still sitting there. You gotta just keep driving. I'm headed back over all this continuing because of all the rain, so.
That just sickens me. You're over there celebrating your fucking tornado while people are trying to get through and you've got houses that could get hit. How about you wait and go up here and make sure nobody...
Okay, Vince is currently on the storm here, just west of Canby. Latest scan showing a tightening, bottom right of your screen. There's a very tight area of rotation just outside of Burr. You can see that right there. This is likely about to be a fully condensed tornado in a minute or two, if I had to guess. Again, it does take usually a minute or two for these things to fully condense based off velocities, but I do think we're about to see a condensed tornado here in a minute.
I'm sorry, so much noise. Go again.
We're on the loading stream signal. We have no video feed right now.
Okay, can you guys try to fix it? Just bump it to another scene and bump it back, maybe?
Back to Storm Chaser IRL as well, just a bit further down to the south, but again, I do think there's about to be a big tornado here in a minute. Lockheed Park County, by the way, in Minnesota. That's how you pronounce it. It's also Freddie McKinney who's coming up on this. We go to...
I'm not even gonna lie. That might is a easily, oh my gosh, like, I just don't even know anymore. I don't even know what to do anymore. Like, just, that tornado was insane.
There's a tornado. It's almost,
like, it was just,
it would be literally in front of
tornado.
Freddy, I'm pretty sure.
Am I clear right?
Good. Good, dude. What is my first season?
We don't have any chasers confirming a tornado yet, but that's where the
I mean,
couplet is on radar.
Oh my gosh, chat. See, like, it was such an amazing tornado, and then, like, freaking houses, you know?
All right, we'll go back to Freddy in a second. Connor's going south, so he's going to be driving to position for this tornado. You can see the inflow tail coming in from the right here. This is the structure shot from just south of Burr. This is moving north. If we have a tornado, it'll be on the left side of your screen. I want to give you guys a quick update while we have a second. We have another tornado that might be on the ground back over near Kirkhoven. There's a couplet on radar. This is also in Minnesota. So if you're back over near Kirkhoven, Pennock, or going towards Wilmer, I'll be ready. I'll be in your safe place if you're in the warning. But if you're back over in Wilmar, be ready to go to your safe place. There is a couplet on radar here that is moving down to the east-southeast. As of about 20 minutes ago, there is a report, according to the sheriff dispatch, that there is a tree that was down 1 mile south of Murdoch that may have been from a previous tornado. So just keep in mind that this thing is attempting to produce a tornado, may have a tornado right now, and it would likely be rain wrapped, basically going parallel to Highway 12, moving to the east-southeast right now. That is also in Minnesota. We have 4 tornado warnings right now, but the main 3 are, again, the ones here in western Minnesota. That's our PDS tornado warning, which, by the way, is still a PDS tornado warning. And then the one near Wilmar is currently radar indicated. Otherwise, we don't have any other tornado warnings. I think the other one has been allowed to expire, which is why it's not on the map right now. So, again, back over near Burr, that is where we likely have a tornado trying to drop right now. Freddie McKinney is coming up on this right now. You can see it right off to the left.
This one looks like to be the
is the area of interest. There may be a tornado trying to drop right now. There is a wall cloud here. This is, again, a meso handoff that we just had. This is a brand new area of circulation. It's losing connection. This is over to Storm Chaser IRL, who's also looking at this storm. You can see the large hanging wall cloud right there in the middle of your screen, and it's gearing up for another tornado near Burr, just outside of Canby in Minnesota.
Yeah, for this time of year, really surprises me.
Back over to Freddy.
Trying to find a little place where I can pull off here. Where's the next south road? I need a freaking. Oh, there's one right here. I'm just gonna go up to this next road.
So this is Vince. A large wall cloud here.
I don't see any rotation. I think that was just reaching.
Last few scans still showing strong rotation near Burr. Could literally have a tornado at any moment here. Nate Top for the super chat. These chasers are risking their lives for a few others, and you guys are worried. Yeah, again, I know there are curse words, and sometimes it's going to happen. I really can't control what other people are saying. Again, it might happen on stream. So, but with the situation that has evolved here, obviously, you know,
right as I hit the button,
it's basically bound to happen.
That I just showed you on stream. Right as I hit the
I think Freddy is a...
Or it's possible they
Freddy
kind of
has
fight each other and
still a bowl. It looks like there's a bowl lowering there.
Is what we call them, and generally they can help widen and intensify a thunderstorm's updraft. So we'll have to watch how these evolve over the next few minutes.
I think the meso is like.
We'll go back to them in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so I do have more information on that house that was impacted. So unfortunately, it was a complete loss in terms of the house. It was completely leveled by the tornado. However, there was one injury. It sounds like it was a broken ankle, and everyone else was completely okay and walked away from that situation. The first responders already sent all the storm chasers away about 15 minutes ago. There were about 20 or 30 people who were right on the scene right away. So we did have overwhelming support for that house, and everyone is able to be okay from that situation.
That is good to hear. Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, that is very good news. It could have been, again, a lot worse and a lot more devastating, and luckily that did not directly hit the town of Gary. Otherwise, it would have almost undoubtedly been a catastrophic situation for the town of Gary. This is back over to Freddie, who again is looking at the storm, which the velocities on radar are, again, very strong. We haven't seen anything come down since that initial tornado that did condense briefly on this. So again, we may still see another tornado here. The velocities are still off the charts. It is still a PBS tornado warning as well.
In just a few minutes, you can see how these rotational couplets, they're working their way closer together. So we are going to have to watch how these evolve, because it's possible
This is also
here gets assimilated into this circulation far.
It's also Connor, who's looking at it from the south.
In order to destroy that house, a bunch of law enforcement were up there, so I didn't want to get in the way of the law enforcement, and so we didn't go up there to check it. But apparently, there's only one broken ankle. That is a true miracle with how strong that tornado was. That is a true miracle.
Yeah, I agree. It's good that hopefully everybody was staying weather aware here over in South Dakota and Minnesota, because again, that tornado could have been way worse. Back over to Freddie. Sun's obviously starting to set, so it's going to get a lot harder to see these tornadoes, and also on top of that, it is about to get nocturnal, which is not what you want to see with tornadoes. Nocturnal tornadoes are the worst.
Dude, it's insane.
Velocities look a bit contaminated bottom right, but they are still very strong right now over Highway 4. That velocity couplet is sitting in the same spot right now near 14.
You were very close to the first one.
I thought it was the one, and then I saw that west one, and I was
If you have any friends or family in the path of the severe weather tonight, don't forget to share the stream. Again, we are live with commercial-free coverage. Minnesota is one of the biggest targets here over the next few hours for damaging winds, large hail, and maybe even a couple of tornadoes, which one or two could be strong.
Wow. Violent vortices that were just like, yeah, just whipping around, and like they were about.
This is Vince's view.
There is a funnel, isn't there? Or not? What do you guys think? No? Maybe?
There's a wall cloud there on the right still.
Do we have a word for a maybe tornado? It's like if... Oh,
That's the area of very strong rotation that
it's hard to see on the roof camera.
Vince is looking at.
Oh, signal's crap. Come on, signal. Come on. Come on, signal.
Yeah, the passerby that's called in that phone call then, or is it weather service? The passerby, he hung up for it. Yeah.
We had, and I can give you guys an idea of kind of how the.
I'm gonna stay on Vince. He has the wall cloud.
Yeah, we had a lot of clouds.
Nothing down as of right now, but again, it could drop it legitimately any time.
Oh, I need some better signal.
Sun is setting.
I imagine it's going to do it maybe one more time here. It's this wall. I mean, I've got a. We're going to be pretty close.
Right over the north side of Burr, Minnesota, just north of Canby.
A rotation forming south of Boyd. Again, tornado forming rotation 2 miles south of Boyd.
It is attempting to drop a tornado right now.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto 200.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised it's not down already. It might be down.
Really could be down at any moment here.
Significant spin.
It's definitely spinning. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So actually, do you think we have two possible areas where we could see a tornado? Unfortunately, one of them is back by Gary. We actually have a little bit of a low precipitation hook and a couplet on that. This could quite literally produce a tornado in the same area that we've seen 3 tornadoes go through already. So if we're doing any search and rescue efforts back there, or we're a storm chaser, just anyone in that area, know that there could be a 4th tornado going through that area, as well as the tornado that we're probably about to have on the ground on the other chasers' feeds as well.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, that could be a concern back over near Gary. We may see a new tornado warning on that. We'll have to wait and see. But once again, we do have a potential tornado dropping right now northwest of Canby. It has been very close here over the last few minutes. Got a wall cloud. Obviously getting dark, so it's going to be a lot harder to see here in a few minutes. And this rotation has been basically sitting in the same place here for several minutes. It's been here for probably about 10, 15, 20 minutes here near Burr. It's not really moving much. Again, this is what I'm talking about with deviant motion. These tornadoes could literally go anywhere. Otherwise known as like a drunk NATO, for example.
Same thing the first one did, where it dies. It's really weird, but it's got a funnel coming down.
There's a huge... Look at how large that wall cloud is.
I think it's a funnel.
I think right there in the middle may be a funnel.
Gosh, it's hard to tell.
There. Yeah, it looks like it's the same setup here. It's another shelf cloud with a lot of rotation making its way east.
All right, the rotation right now on radar is confusing me. It's kind of, it's not a super tight signature in my opinion. Somebody who's looking at radar and not driving down the road may have a different opinion.
I was away from my phone. What do we got?
I will defer to them for that, but I don't.
All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so one thing that I am noticing on this storm here on radar is if we go ahead and circle the middle of the couplet and then actually go over to reflectivity and look at it on reflectivity, we can see that there is a small bounded weak echo region, or BWER, in the center of the storm. This is actually signals a very strong and growing updraft. So that means that this storm is not weakening, it's strengthening, and there could also be a very strong tornado in this area here pretty soon.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, this very likely will be dropping another tornado here at any moment. It has been rotating a lot, especially on radar. We've had a large bowl here as well over the last few minutes. You can see that on the left side of your screen. This, again, may be very close to dropping a tornado north of Canby in Minnesota. They have just gone ahead and downgraded the warning back to radar indicated. On top of that, no longer includes the downtown area of Canby, but I'd still be in your safe place if I'm in Canby. I would not be risking it. With what the storm's already done, if we get a tornado, it could literally go anywhere.
Well,
not really.
Do it right now, but how much traffic we have.
Exactly.
Rigsby's tornado goes back down.
There may be a tornado dropping right there.
Yeah, oh, there's Corey. I'm gonna go back south here. I'm gonna fly back south.
This is almost buried back in the rain here on velocity.
Yeah, sorry, Chad. Just kind of trying to figure this out. You know, it's turning into nighttime, trying to figure out if this thing's gonna drop another tornado or not, and then two, just kind of processing that insane tornado intercept that just happened. I'm just in awe. I bet Chad. I bet you guys are in awe too.
I go over to Tornado Pagey. We only have 2 tornado warnings, one for Kanawha County in Minnesota for 6 more minutes, and the other one is for I need the pronunciation. Lac Paro County in Minnesota, and also for Yellow Medicine County, Minnesota. That is the one county I need pinned. I need a sticky note for that one. I've said it probably about 10 different times now. Huge shout out to Peace with another $200 super chat. Huge W's in the chat for Peace. Also, shout out to Catherine with the Venmo donation, as well as Matthew for the $35 PayPal donation. Thank you for the updates and the lives you save. Lizzie and Zelenka, hopefully I'm saying that name right. And I love watching and learning so much from the streams that you do. I'm glad I can help, and I appreciate the super chat. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do weather coverage like this all the time. We are once again covering the Midwest and the northern and even central plains this evening, where we do have a tornado watch in effect for a large chunk of Minnesota and South Dakota, where we are expecting the threat of damaging winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes to continue. Again, we have a large slight risk of severe weather in place, and even on slight risk days, we can still get crazy tornadoes, which is why a lot of the time we are on standby for days like this when there could be a potential for a large tornado. And I thought there was one today, and we end up having literally, I think, 2 different large tornadoes almost in the same exact area. Our tornado threat for tonight is mainly across Minnesota, Wisconsin, North and South Dakota. We have a large 5% tornado risk from Clear Lake back into Minneapolis, also including western Wisconsin, and then Eau Claire back through Fargo, Fergus Falls, and Clark. You guys are in the 2% tornado risk. So there is still a chance, again, for a few tornadoes here over the next few hours. If you're over in the Twin Cities, I'd be ready. Again, nothing's in your neighborhood yet, but we are going to see some storms, I think, in the next hour or two that may become a bit more severe, including the potential even for tornadoes. So definitely be ready for that increasing threat of severe weather. back over to Connor.
Any more insane.
Got a little raggedy wall cloud there on the top left there of your screen.
I was so scared because
Velocities have gotten kind of jumbled here on radar.
So I had to throw my Mavic 4 at it, and I was worried I was going to lose it, but...
It is now almost fully pitch black outside.
That was Ashby meets Wynnywood meets I don't know what. Meets Campo, Colorado. Like, yeah, that was...
Guys,
I'm still trying to process it.
Again, you guys can speculate and yap.
Oh man, I forgot to put my drone up.
You guys can yap all you want in the chat, but I mean, I'm just at fault as anybody else in that situation, so I certainly will not be asking anybody to pay for any damages, because I mean, it's just part of the chase. So.
Hey, Carol for the super chat. Thank you, Max. It's been a crazy night. It has been crazy so far.
Fault there is pure chaos. There's trying to be something in the rain.
This Tornado Pagey as well. They are on the storm. Back over to Freddy.
A new tornado warning.
All right, let's go back to radar. We have a brand new tornado warning. That tornado.
There's still like a weird bull lowering and it's getting rain.
Connor said there's a bull lowering, so we're keeping an eye on that. Brand new tornado warning near Raymond, just southwest of Pennock and west of Wilmar here in Minnesota. The main area of rotations over Highway 40. We already had a tornado with one of these storms earlier, and this one may drop another tornado near Highway 40 that is tracking to the east-southeast over the next few minutes, and then eventually going towards the southwest side of Wilmar. So if you're over in Wilmar, be ready to go to your safe place. The greatest concern, obviously, is west of Wilmar, and that'll eventually be tracking towards Roseland, Cosmos, and then eventually towards Hutchinson, Litchfield, Acton, as well as Atwater. You guys are in the long-term trajectory of this cluster of storms. The southern segment is where we are watching for discrete cellular activity, or at least semi-discrete storms, and that is where a more elevated tornado threat will end up residing out of this particular segment of storms. Once again, no PDS tornado warning anymore back over here near Canby, but we still have an active tornado warning here. The main area of rotation is located inside of the rain. Let me go over to Vince here. Vince is... he's literally next to the rotation on radar. If we had a tornado, it'd be north of Canby. Do not see anything clearly right now.
All right, we're going to the west circulation. West circulation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, well, we have another tornado warning.
Not ideal.
We got another tornado warning. That's for Dual, Coddington, and Hamlin counties in South Dakota. Is that the same area? I think that's the same area. It is. Not again. We got another tornado warning. This is literally the same area. We've had already 2 large tornadoes here in this general vicinity. The one near Gary, which is further east, like this entire area. We already had 1 large tornado at the beginning of the stream near Altamont. We had another tornado warning almost for the same exact area. That's for Altamont, Goodwin, and also west of Clear Lake. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is unbelievable. This area has already been hit twice. We got another one trying to drop. You can see the velocity signature here on radar. It's right over I-29. That is tracking to the southeast, and it will eventually be going towards Clear Lake. So if you're over just west of Clear Lake here in South Dakota, you need to be in your safe place. Be ready again if you're in Clear Lake for another potential tornado. This would likely be a more rain-wrapped tornado as it tracks to the southeast here over the next few minutes. But we have 2 areas of rotation on this storm here near Canby. This storm is very hard to read right now because of it just being in a bit of a radar hole, but there may be another area of rotation attempting to develop south of Gary, and this may be the one that was trying and is just failing to do anything. Because I've looked at multiple chasers. We've seen a lowering, nothing actually on the ground though, even though there is a tight couplet on radar. There may be some contamination there. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, definitely continue to stay in your safe place. It looks very ominous over Gary. This is from Storm Chaser IRL, who is just east of Gary.
Would you like guidance to this location?
But is very ominous. We got a lightning strike. You might be able to see that kind of little lowering up there. Saw it there briefly. Hey, Richard for the super chat. Where's Tornado Pagey? They're currently in Canby. They're chilling. Thank you, Sarah, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate y'all watching from Michigan. You're doing well there in Michigan. No severe weather in Michigan tonight. We're keeping an eye on Storm Chaser IRL there as well. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so just an update on what to expect, specifically out of these storms in and around Clear Lake for the next couple of hours. So one of the things that's interesting is these storms are barely moving. When it first produced a tornado, it was moving east at 20, then it was moving east at 15, and now it's moving east at 10 miles per hour. This is actually one of the concerning trends that we're seeing, both with mesoscale analysis and just what to expect out of this for the next couple of hours. This storm normally, or normal storms, you'd see them move out of the favorable environment. This storm, looking at our violent tornado parameter, is basically right inside our most favorable environment. And obviously, because it's not moving, there's going to be nothing to push it out of that. This is reflected on the HRRR as well. If we take a look at significant tornado parameter values, we can see that they kind of just sit around that 7 to 8 ratio, or the like really high values of significant tornado parameter in this area until they get pushed out eventually at 1 a.m. tonight. I'm not saying these storms are going to remain tornadic in this area until 1 a.m. tonight. Unfortunately, as long as they do manage to sit here and nothing comes to sort of push them out, they are just going to sort of sit over the same area and continuing cycling. This environment is quite literally perfect for cyclic supercells that produce tornadoes over and over and over again. That is exactly what we are seeing here and have been seeing here for the last few hours. I am hopeful that the outflow from this storm will sort of protect Clear Lake from the storm behind it, or to the west, from being a proper tornado producing storm, because it should be cooled off. Hopefully this will limit the energy that's available to this storm, and it will make sure that Clear Lake does not see any tornadoes today. However, you can't say the same thing for this storms, or these storms off to the east, because there's nothing ahead of these. There's nothing changing that environment, cooling that environment down, and they're going to be more than capable of producing tornadoes for the next couple of hours. Same sort of thing over here towards these, or for the storms that are headed towards Minneapolis. I do think these are going to slow down and eventually stall out as well. I'm really hoping they don't leave our tornado watch. There is still the slight chance that they will, but by then the tornado threat will be lesser. So hopefully Minneapolis doesn't see anything from these, but it is still possible.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's kind of a general overview of what's happening right now. And again, we do have active tornado warnings, currently 3, 2 of which are in western Minnesota, and we got 1 more over in eastern South Dakota. So it is obviously still very active. We are expecting this very active night to continue here across both South Dakota and Minnesota. The severe weather threat is really not showing any signs of slowing down right now. But really the biggest story right now, if you're in Minnesota, South Dakota, or, you know, even back over in western Wisconsin, is be ready. Be ready for these storms. Make sure that you have multiple ways to receive warnings. Have a tornado action plan ready to go. If you got friends or family in this region tonight, make sure that they're staying weather aware as well, as we are expecting a very active next few hours here, where we may see a few more tornadoes and then the potential for significant damaging winds and also large hail. Also, Connor is looking at something here. This is back over near Canby. We go over to Connor. Was looking at something.
Same here.
Let's actually go to Storm Intermedia. We got a power truck here. This is the storm that is still producing the potential for a tornado. The rotation's gotten kind of further to the south on this tornado warning. This is near Canby now. So they may issue a tornado warning for Canby, Minnesota in a minute or two.
A lot of sold out places in Sioux Falls, unfortunately, though.
I have my sister's place.
I will figure out lodging in a little bit. Let's all just plan to hedge towards Sioux Falls.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to Canby and drop south.
Yeah, Brandon, you want to just go east to Campion? It's just down the road here. It takes us out of the storms.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to pour myself.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Hydration.
I'm checking right now.
You are in the risk area. Also, make sure you have flashlights ready to go. If you have any sort of, you know, if you have a generator, for example, maybe have that ready to go in case you do lose power. That is obviously entirely a possibility here with these storms tonight, on top of the wind and hail threat that'll come out of these storms, and then maybe even the potential for a few more tornadoes. So far, power outages have not been that crazy, mainly because all the tornadoes that we've had have been basically in the same area. But Dual County is the one where we had that large tornado not too long ago, and we at least have about 1,000 customers without power. That's out of about 2,300 people. And then back over in western Minnesota, we have about 1,400 without power, really none of which are in these counties back over in western Minnesota. We got one singular customer without power in the Lac I'm not gonna remember the name again, but that county over here in western Minnesota, that one is one of the ones that has had at least one power outage. I don't think that's from severe weather, but you never know. That would be from the storm though that's now north of Canby if it was from the weather. All right, so let's go back over to our storm further to the west. This is just to the east of I-29 now. The rotation on this storm's gotten a little bit broader over the last few scans. If we get a tornado, it would be heading towards Clear Lake over the next few minutes just south of Goodwin. So seek shelter. Again, if you are in this tornado warning, this is an area that we've already had a couple large tornadoes here today. And then the storm near Crosby, the velocities on this storm have gotten a lot broader. I think this is turning into more of an outflow kind of storm here where damaging winds and hail are the greatest concerns. Still wouldn't rule out a tornado. It looks like we still have a lowering. This is Freddie McKinney, who's looking at the storm. We do have a hook echo again. Near 68.
Yeah, I have video of it getting ripped off.
There is a possible wall cloud there.
Oh, no, the cord. Yeah, Mike. That was
Hey,
insane,
I think you left
bro.
something in
Hey,
your car.
That was insane, dude. That was insane, Mike.
A very important package. That was insane.
Dude. Oh my gosh.
Brother.
Nova.
What's up,
man? Good to see you, Nova.
Guess they're doing a little meet and greet out here.
Yeah, good to see you. That was a crazy chase. Yeah.
Also, Tornado Pagey in Canby.
Merged together here. Like this front one.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so I have an update from Nebraska actually. If you go down and look near North Platte off to the southwest near Grant, we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. This storm looks like literally nothing on radar, but actually did just produce a almost 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. So that is destructive winds for our severe thunderstorm warning here near Grant. This should include Imperial as well here pretty soon.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, that literally looks like nothing on radar. And if you look at Echo Tops, the storm is almost no more. I mean, there's actually one spot here near Imperial that is at 44,000 feet for cloud tops. And if you look at radar, it's hard to believe because this storm is just so tiny, but it is producing high downburst winds. So be ready for that just southwest there of North Platte. We also have a severe warning northwest of St. Cloud near Little Falls. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail. There's also a tornado possible label on this storm. That area of rotation is embedded in a lot of rain. It would be near the Uppsala area, then going towards Holdingford, and then St. Stephen and Rice will be in the path of that. So that's rain-wrapped rotation embedded in a cluster of storms that is tracking right now down to the southeast. So be in your safe place again if you are in that warning. There is still a chance there for an isolated tornado threat. Also, let us know in the chat where you guys are all tuning in from. We're doing another heat map. We'll get an idea from where everybody's tuning in from here tonight. Feel free to put your location in, and it'll generate a map and kind of plot out where everybody's currently tuning in from. Helps us be able to know where we should talk about more for severe weather as well, especially when we have active severe warnings and tornado warnings. Also, it looks like this is storm under media in downtown Canby. The wind is beginning to pick up a little bit. Might be from the RFD surge from this storm, so that's kind of the remnants probably from our initial tornado, just some of the wind there. Gotten very contaminated on radar. I do think this is more outflow dominant now, but the wind is definitely picking up here right in Canby. Hey, Cornbread for the super chat. Really appreciate that. And also thank you Superflex for the $10 super chat.
Under that one, I wonder. Well, you can only do two at a place, right?
Well, if it's under the Explorer thing.
I'm under the Explorer right now.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, whatever we decide, even if I don't split one, after today, I'll probably pay whatever for a hotel down there. So just keep me in the loop.
Our radio was out, so we did not hear what everyone was talking about.
Shout out to Ty for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Me, Connor, Corey, Scott, and Rigsby are all getting parades.
This tornado warning, by the way, north of Canby goes for 5 more minutes. I do expect that they will cancel it in a moment or just allow it to expire.
We can handle a normal hotel room, but if it's available, we'll take it.
Copy that.
I wonder if...
Hey, Isaiah for the super chat. At a wedding in Sacred Heart, Minnesota, should we be worried?
Yeah, you could. You definitely should.
Because this is the Friends rate.
We're over in Sacred Heart, Minnesota. I mean, you're going to see a storm probably. You'll probably see a storm. We got a little storm coming at you, but it has lightning. So if it's an outdoor wedding, then you might be shocked. I highly doubt it's outdoors, but it might be. You never know. If it's an indoor wedding, just stay weather aware. There's lightning in the vicinity, though, and then we also have a potential for maybe some isolated damaging winds if this storm can strengthen. The velocities on radar do appear to at least be near severe levels, so they may issue a severe warning on that. Back over near Granite Falls. Hope the wedding's going well. Literally got a whole chaser convergence back over on the storm near Canby. This is back over to Storm Intermediate again in downtown Canby, where we are at least seeing some damaging winds. I do expect that they'll issue a severe thunderstorm warning for the Canby area. Do not think they're going to continue a tornado warning. But we'll have to wait and see. There's tons of lightning with this storm as well. These storms are highly electrified. If you have any outdoor plans tonight, probably a good idea to either postpone them, cancel them, or just don't be outside at all. Best thing you can be doing tonight. In case you did not see this, this was earlier into today's stream. This was from, again, our initial tornado that we had back over near Clear Lake. Possibly one of the strangest tornadoes that we've ever seen on a stream. Again, this thing literally... It looked like a screw. There's almost no. It almost looks like a popsicle stick in a way, and it was just literally spinning and dancing. This is again a real tornado. This is not AI. This is legitimately a tornado. I know it might shock some of you. I've never seen anything like this. Literally one of the craziest tornadoes ever. It was literally a snake too. It looked like a snake. And that was earlier in the stream. One of the craziest tornadoes ever. And this is also Freddy. I don't know if we really had this on for much, but like this right here is just insane. Oops. I mean to play the video. But that right there is just insane. The bowl funnel and then just a big pipe coming down. I've never seen a tornado like that. I've said that a lot this year, but I've literally never seen a tornado like that. It was one of the craziest. It had some of the most deviant motion I've seen on a tornado on a stream too. Literally it went north at one point, went south, went east, went west. It went basically every direction. Thank you, Amanda, for the super chat. Also, I do want to point out that there were injuries reported from that tornado. There were also multiple homes that were damaged or either swept from foundation. It sounds like there was one injury. I think there's one injury total that we've at least had confirmed so far. There was somebody with a broken ankle. There were buildings that were hit. Luckily, there were not more buildings that were hit. I think there was like 3 or 4 buildings that may have been damaged or destroyed from that tornado. There was a lot of barns back over near Clear Lake. That's at least what we know as of right now. And obviously, if there are more updates, we'll definitely let you know. No fatalities reported, which is a really good thing, and let's just hope that stays that way, because that was a very dangerous tornado that we had, and it could have been way worse. If that hit the town of Gary, it would have literally been a catastrophic situation. So yeah, thank you, Angie, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. And there was also, before that tornado even happened, there was also a wedding proposal. Actually, it kind of happened during the tornado too, but all right, this is where everybody's tuning in from right now. I don't know if we could get any closer to having almost all of southern and central Minnesota tuning in, but if you look at the heat map, a lot of people tuning in from Minnesota right now. A lot. And this is what it looks like a little bit closer and zoomed in. So Minneapolis is a hot spot right now where we have a ton of people tuning in. St. Cloud, just south of St. Cloud, back through Clear Lake. Once again, when you put your location in the chat, it basically will just plot on this map, and there's a ton of people back over in Minnesota. That is the most purple I've ever seen a state before when it comes to the heat map here. Even Chicago, Milwaukee, we got a lot of people tuning in from those areas too. That is really crazy. Back over to Storm Intermediate on this storm that has now no tornado warning, no warning at all. It was tornado warning near Canby. It's gotten out. I think it is outflow dominant at this point. Hey, Ron, for the $10 super chat. Anything for Sioux Falls, South Dakota later tonight? I think you guys are chilling. I think you you guys are chilling.
I thought we were doing Sioux Falls.
Isolated damaging wind threat if any severe weather happens. Structure's still pretty crazy on the storm, nonetheless.
Home is 2 a.m.
Gotcha. I was about to be really confused. I was like, what?
By the way, the tornado warning that we had near Wilmar is no longer ongoing, so our only active...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Our only active tornado warning is not in South Dakota. We have a new one in Minnesota. Phenomenal timing. Well, we have a new tornado warning for Canby. This is going to be for Yellow Medicine and... find the pronunciation. It's like Parle County in Minnesota. I really need a sticky note for this county. So they have issued a new tornado warning. That's for Canby and Providence. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. There's also a tornado warning still in South Dakota. That one's going to be back over near Clear Lake. Main area of rotation on this storm is going to be right here. It's actually kind of moving outside of our tornado warning. Then we have another one just to the northeast of Castlewood. I'm going to be honest, I think the main area would probably be this one, south of 29. But there's two areas of rotation on radar. They're pretty weak, not nearly as strong as what we had earlier. But we are keeping an eye on them in case the tornado threat does increase.
Tornadoes.
This is on our Canby tornado warning, which, again, there's a lot of lightning on this thing.
Saskatchewan tornado.
And some small low, like, clouds are lower, but nothing definitively rotating as of now. Hey, diaper for the $20 super chat.
There's the lightning as we're blasting south right now. You forget your password?
No, well, it's dumb. Stop it.
I think I'm right behind you, Corey.
Back to him in a second. Hail with the $10 super chat asks about areas near St. Cloud. Yeah, again, St. Cloud right now, the biggest concern is damaging winds. This is one of the multiple clusters of storms that we'll be seeing evolve over the next few hours. The biggest concern with this is, again, damaging winds. There's also a ton of lightning. We do have a broad area of rotation right now near Elmdale and Holdingford, which could end up spawning a tornado or two at some point down the road. It is tracking more towards Rice and Royalton and St. Stephen. So be ready if you're in those areas. Again, I'd be away from windows, lowest floor possible, personally, because there is a threat, I do think, of a tornado with this storm, despite there not being a tornado warning. Also, a boatload of lightning. You can see all the lightning being detected on the storm. It is absurd. And then our storm back over to the west of Litchfield right now is mainly a wind threat. The tornado threat is lower. There is a broad area of rotation on the west side of Wilmar. So if you're in Wilmar, you don't have to be in your safe place right now, but I would get ready, again, if you're over in Wilmar, for a potential tornado threat. But the greatest concern being damaging winds and hail. That storm is currently tracking to the east. And then back over here again near the borders, where we've been talking about here for hours now. Still got multiple tornado warnings, and we also got a massive shelf cloud on this Canby storm.
Yeah.
This is Storm Intermedia. That is a view of the shelf cloud here, and also the storm, obviously, which is still tornado warned near Canby.
It's Rigsby.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay with my sister in Sioux Falls.
Yeah, sorry. My bad.
So the structure's pretty crazy here.
Those are the.
Thank you, Darren, for the super chat.
Oh, you got Aaron one?
Got one heck of a
Okay,
shot.
Brandon, do you want a 1 king or a 2 queen room?
Brandon.
That is a crazy structure. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, and one good thing about that structure, actually, is if you look on radar, we basically have a line of storms now. Hopefully, fingers crossed, that this has congealed into a line and gone outflow dominant. Normally, when you have a shelf cloud as amazing as the one that we're looking at right now, it does mean that the storm's outflow dominant. An outflow dominant storm will struggle to or not produce a tornado. So hopefully, pretty soon we'll be done for the day, but we are not done yet.
All righty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's kind of generally what we're looking at right now. Again, a elongated line of storms is trying to form, and if that does happen, we're going to be transitioning to a much more significant wind threat, and then the tornado threat would end up being lower, but not zero, but it is lower usually with a line of storms like this. But I mean, again, the shelf cloud just looks unbelievable here. You not really have much rotation on the storm near Canby. I do think it's mostly just contaminated.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
That shelf cloud is massive, though. You can see how tall it is.
This thing's got a heck of a.
Angeline for the $10 super chat.
Holy.
Also, shout out to Sunny Dog with the $10 super chat. Congrats on your wedding proposal, Max. I did not propose to anybody. I've yet to have a girlfriend in my life. It's not happened yet.
Copy that.
But Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton, they did engage earlier on the stream, or Bryce proposed, and they're now engaged.
It was different prices.
Thank you, Kristen, for the $25 Venmo donation. Thanks for your coverage. Cheers from Minnesota. Appreciate that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This one's for Benton, Stearns, and Morrison counties in Minnesota. It's likely for the storm near Rice. For it to pop up. All right, yeah, it is. So that's going to be for Rice, Royalton, Bolus, and Buckman. We were just talking about this storm. There is a large, broad area of rotation near Bolus going into Royalton, crossing over Highway 10, and then approaching Rice. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is the main area of rotation is located near Holdingford, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Keep in mind, flying debris is going to be possible if we have a tornado, so you do not want to be standing near windows. You do not want to be outside either. I don't know why you'd be outside right now. It is literally 9:37 p.m., but you never know. There might be somebody outside. Thank you, Karma, for becoming a member. Also, I know things for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, again, large area of rotation on this storm. On top of that, we just have an unbelievable... I mean, this storm has been insane when it comes to the tornado, and now it has an insane shelf cloud.
My parting gift to everyone, affordable hotel.
Now
Near Canby.
Well, believe it or not, I mean, I still had mine.
So once again,
That had the same rate.
DL's, there's two people with Stormer Media, if you guys didn't know. You have DL, and then you also have Garrett, and this is likely Garrett's, or not Garrett, this is likely DL's last chase for a while. He is going to be starting a new path in his life. Garrett will still be chasing for Stormer Media, but this is actually his last chase probably today. I do not think he's chasing again after today, so he is,
Oh my gosh.
he's had one heck of a chase for it being his last one. And again, he's been with our channel. He's literally our third ever chaser that we ever had on this channel. Back in last year in May, he kept reaching out. He wanted to be on our streams, and you know, literally where it began was literally about a year, a little over a year ago. I think it was a year ago. I think it was about a year ago, and this will be his last chase, most likely. Likely our last chase on our channel at the minimum, because I don't think we're live tomorrow, but yeah. He's had a heck of a year. This has been his best, 100% his best chase here. He's been insane on almost every single storm that has produced tornadoes, so. We'll make sure to show Stormer Media some love as well. Thank you, Peace, for the $100 super chat. That was in the chat for Peace. Sauk Rapids. We'll check it out.
All right, Corey, do me a favor. Don't drive down.
Yeah, right now, Sauk Rapids and anywhere in St. Cloud, we're not in any warning as of right now, but we'll likely get a severe warning here in a few minutes for damaging winds going towards St. Joseph, just northwest of Elk River. So probably going to get a severe warning here shortly. Thank you, Diaper, for becoming a member. And Karen for the $50 super chat. These broadcasts may only be my chance to see, or may be my only chance to see rain this year, anticipating another monsoon season here in Arizona. Well, actually, you guys are going to be seeing a monsoon likely next week. There's a high chance of above average precipitation next week. So I'd fully expect that you guys are going to get a lot of rain here very soon. But yeah, once again, north of St. Cloud, we have a large, broad area of rotation. It is a little bit contaminated. We are very far away from the radar site, but we could get a tornado legitimately anywhere in here. So if you're anywhere in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and be on the lowest floor possible, north there of St. Joseph. There is still a low chance of a tornado near Wilmar as well. Wilmar, I would be at least staying away from windows in case something does try to drop here. I have very low confidence that we're going to get a tornado out of this storm in the next few minutes, but Wilmar, that is an area that we could see a tornado drop here as it goes towards Atwater. I've get about a 20% chance that it actually tries to produce something. It's a relatively low chance.
Holy crap. All right, well, I'm going to...
Wilmer, apparently. Wilmar.
I want to redirect you guys, but at the same time, I think tomorrow is the last day.
All right, so Stormer Media thinks tomorrow is the last day.
I believe tomorrow would be the last day of streaming, at least for me. But if tomorrow doesn't verify, if we don't do anything tomorrow, and then Monday isn't a chase day, like deleting... I don't want to go, like, start out a little bit of a quiet...
They have canceled the tornado warning west of Clear Lake, South Dakota. Still have one for Canby, which that's what this storm looks like right now. Hey, Jacob, for the super chat. Bring that golf game to Chaska, Minnesota. I actually might fly up to Wisconsin at some point to go golfing. Whenever the weather's quiet. Thank you, Diaper, for becoming a member.
Yeah. I was saying, can you
Huge shout out to Kyle for tuning in with the boys. Boys, as in, I think a cat. I don't know if you can see the cat. Tune in with the cat on the big TV. Just curious in the chat, what are you guys all watching on? You guys watching on TV, smartphone, Nintendo Switch? What are you guys all watching on? Let me know in the chat. It's out of curiosity.
Still tornado warned up there. I don't really know why. It's definitely outflow dominant.
We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, as kind of expected. This is where somebody's wedding is happening right now. I heard that in the chat. That's for Granite Falls, Renville, south of Clare City, and just south of Roseland, west of Olivia. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also quarter-sized hail. So stay away from windows. Be on the lowest floor possible if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of people watching on the TV. Somebody's watching on their fridge. That is actually kind of sad. We were watching on a fridge right now. A lot of people watching on TV. It's actually a lot more people than I thought.
Like I said, I accounted for everyone whose names I heard say they wanted something. I didn't know he was on the phone, though.
Hey, Zippy for the $5 super chat. Also saying watching on my fridge. There's no way. We have 2 people watching on a fridge.
Thank you, Crystal. I appreciate it. And thank you for being a member for just shy of 2 years. I'm trying to think, did we start our membership 2 years ago? Because we seem to have a lot.
Hey, you, Kristen, for the Venmo donation, saying thanks for your coverage from Minnesota. Appreciate that. This is, again, our tornado warning for Canby, which, again, I do not think there is a tornado here, but I do think there's likely still a high risk of wind with this storm, with how large the shelf cloud is especially.
I appreciate all the kind messages, guys. Yeah, Levi, no joke. Part of me wants to just, like, not even bother chasing tomorrow, because the chances that we'd see that tomorrow, very slim, probably.
Hey, Kiro, for becoming a member. Thank you, Northwest Iowa, for the super chat. Watching my phone while watching the UFC fights on my TV. From Shelby, Iowa. Appreciate you tuning in. Even with the fights.
For sure. Thank you for your EF2 membership for
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh my goodness, not again. Bro, why do we keep getting tornado warnings in the same place? We got another tornado warning just west of Clear Lake. That's going to be for Castlewood, east of Haiti. And that's why. There is a strong area of rotation just southwest of Castlewood, moving to the southeast. This actually might drop a tornado going towards Dempster and Esteline. I-29 is also in the path that here in South Dakota. Just southwest of Clear Lake. So again, seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. And get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. That is the main area of rotation. It's right over 81. Going towards Dempster. Storm Chaser IRL is en route, I believe, for that storm. Also looks like Vince is back over near Gary, where the winds have picked up immensely. And they might be doing some search and rescue, or at least just looking around to make sure everybody's all right. But they're kind of in that area. The wind is really strong there, back over near Gary right now. So line storms definitely producing significant wind. I'm honestly kind of surprised we don't have a severe warning for all of this activity, because there's probably numerous to widespread damaging winds between 60 to 75 miles per hour right now. Maybe ease up for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Angela, for the super chat. Thanks for the coverage. I appreciate that. Also, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so we actually do have winds between 60 and 75 miles per hour. We just got a 74-mile-per-hour report out of Canby. The where tornado warning currently is in effect. I think this storm has gone outflow dominant with its last RFD surge, and that's why this 74-mile-per-hour wind report was reported, and I do think it'll be eventually replaced by a considerable severe thunderstorm warning.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, we do have significant damaging winds out of this area of storms. I do not think a tornado warning is even warranted anymore for Canby, but just continue to stay in your safe place, especially with how high the winds are. Also, we had a 2-inch sized hail report back over in Gary, South Dakota, approximately an hour ago, and that's from this storm near Canby. So we may even have some large hail falling out of the storm as it continues to track to the east. Back over in Wilmer, in In Minnesota, the rotation on the storm's gone a lot broader. It's mainly damaging winds right now around 60 miles per hour, heading towards Atwater and eventually going towards Litchfield in Minnesota. And then further off to the north of St. Joseph and St. Cloud, large, broad area of rotation continues to track east. It's going to be going right over Highway 10 in a moment, and then it's going to be approaching Morrill, just south of Little Falls. So be ready for that if you're in any of those areas as this storm continues to track to the east. This is back over to Storm Runner, who's right underneath a huge shelf cloud near Canby.
If anybody lost windows, I can fix them with the crash wrap, by the way.
Apparently Connor is putting his bumper back on.
Bumper on, and then I'll be headed down there.
Connor's putting his bumper back on. He lost his bumper from the Dominator earlier from one of the tornadoes. Or he almost lost it. It broke off. Hey, Trevor, for becoming a member. See the clouds, they're still hanging kind of low, but again, I just don't think there's much of a tornado threat with the storm near Canby.
No.
Tons of lightning, though.
Oh my god. Disaster.
He's going to be putting his bumper back on. Also, this is a photo that was sent in from Jerry Holzer on Twitter. Just a weather nerd. He has Storm Runner Media, he's got Freddie, and he's got me. All on 3 different TVs. That is quite the setup. Also a big Penn State fan, I take it. That is quite the setup. Feel free to add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX with whatever you're watching with right now. You can always send in photos of your setups. All right, we are still sitting at 3 tornado warnings. I would expect the Canby one will be canceled and likely replaced with a severe warning here in a few minutes. Thank you, Adard, for the super chat. I'm in downtown St. Cloud. Thunder just rolling in now. Keep up the great work. Appreciate that. Yeah, if you're over in St. Cloud, be ready for damaging winds. I would expect a severe warning for St. Cloud in a few minutes. Maybe. I haven't issued one yet. What St. Cloud looks like right now. We do not have a severe warning for St. Cloud, but damaging winds are likely on the north side of town, maybe even in downtown. Sartell and Sauk Rapids are also in the path of that. No tornado risk really right now for St. Cloud. It's mostly wind. But we are starting to see a long line of storms forming right now. It's very elongated. The stretch is approximately over about 184 miles or so. Probably larger than that since it's bowing out a bit. Hey, Lori, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Bradley with the $20 super chat. They also, Judy for the Venmo donation. Also, the severe warning for... Alright, so the one for Little Falls still continues. A 60-mile-per-hour wind still has a tornado possible label on it. It has fully gotten pitch black now on Storm Runner Media's feed.
Every now and then, and...
Shelf cloud is now rolled over top. Sun is set as of about
like
45 minutes ago or so in this area. Basically pitch black.
I'm gonna start heading south. Alright.
Hey, Eric for the $10 super chat.
Yeah. We'll be behind you.
Hey, Stephanie for being a maximum velocity member. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm fixing my bumper.
Hey, Sarcy for the super chat. Thanks for
I don't even know
streaming.
this
Keep
car
the
is
night
live,
owl
bro.
company.
This car should be dead.
You guys didn't watch our live stream last night. We were live for North Dakota up until approximately, what was it, 12:30? We went live at 10:30, went until 12:30. One of the later live stream start times that we've had in quite some time. Thank you also, Tanner, for becoming a member. How's South Dakota going to be? I think South Dakota, for the most part, is winding down. At least the storms in southern South Dakota are just pop-up, hail and wind events. Not really looking at much severe weather down there. And then further off to the east is still really the main concern. Our tornado watch goes for at least 3 more hours across Minnesota and South Dakota. We still have 2 active tornado warnings near the South Dakota and as well as Minnesota border. One of which is near Castlewood, which is still rotating quite a bit. Storm Chaser IRL, I'm going to put bottom middle of your screen. They are currently heading towards that storm, which does have some stronger rotation. If we get a tornado out of this, it'll be going into Dempster in a few minutes and then approaching Esteline and then eventually going towards I-29. This may be one of the only storms that really has a chance at this point of producing a tornado in South Dakota. I think otherwise it's mostly just damaging winds right now. Thank you, Kate, also for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. That is going to be for St. Cloud, Princeton, and Baldwin. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, kind of as expected. Severe warning here. That also includes Sauk Rapids, Foley, Forston, Peace, and Gilman. You guys are in that warning. Thank you, Courtney, for the $10 super chat. Thanks for the new vocabulary. I now use sus, outflow, dominant, RFD surge, roping out, mesoscale. You didn't even spell mesoscale, right? Tight couplet, etc. That's not what I use. There you go. We're giving you some new vocabulary words out here. Vocabulary is expanding. All right, tornado warning has now officially been canceled for Canby. I'm kind of surprised we don't have a severe warning here, but nonetheless, be ready for damaging winds if you're back over near Minneota or Marshall or Canby in Minnesota. The storm still has a huge shelf cloud, producing tons of lightning too. This is a live shot of that storm still. Tons of lightning. Literally almost non-stop. It's crazy. Hey, Rachel for the $10 super chat. Recently found the channel. Very sophisticated reporting. Keep it up. Appreciate that. Lightning is very intense here. Hey, Julie for the $25 Venmo donation from Waconia, Minnesota. Please stay safe there tonight. Don't forget cooked. Yeah, cooked is another word.
A new tornado warning has been
We have
issued.
another tornado warning. This one's for Dual County, South Dakota. And I'm pretty sure that is south of Clear Lake. We got another tornado warning here. Clear Lake, Brant, just south of Gary. We literally just had a tornado here. And so we have another tornado warning. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. It's Clear Lake, Brant, just south of Gary. You are all now included in another tornado warning. We literally had a large tornado here earlier for about half an hour, and we got another one. Or at least another tornado warning. Not another large tornado yet, but we could get another tornado out of this storm. The lightning is absolutely insane on this storm. Corporate media has tons of lightning. Just intense, insane lightning, whatever you want to call it.
That was a good.
Just barely east of our tornado warning near Brant.
I was gonna say that's
a good way to.
By the way, if we had a tornado, it'd be just south of Clear Lake, bottom right of your screen. That's the main area of rotation. It'll be going into Brant, South Dakota over the next few minutes.
Yeah, no.
That's insane.
That is true. We're probably gonna try to chase tomorrow.
You are gonna chase tomorrow?
More, maybe. I don't know. I kind of want to.
Another photo sent in. This is from Buckeye Frank with a setup here in his little, I don't know what you want to call it, but, you know, little cave that you have. Large TV, some other stuff on there too. And then this is also from Kim. Watching both me and Connor. Connor's on the top TV and I'm on the bottom screen. Big W. Appreciate you guys sending those photos. And you can ask on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX if you have any sort of photos or videos from today's event of weather or even, you know, wherever you're watching from. There you go, Fish for the super chat. Also, thank you, Lady and Isa for the super chat. I literally watch these streams religiously as I crochet. Feel insane. Appreciate you tuning in.
Was a scarecrow over there.
I got it. That Eli walked around and scared.
Oh, what is going on there? All right, we're going back to radar here. Still 2 tornado warnings in South Dakota. Our tornado warning north of St. Joseph still continues for another 20 minutes. It's just a large, broad area of rotation right now. That's heading towards Morrill. Don't think they're going to issue a new tornado warning on this. We'll have to wait and see. There's still some broad rotation there coming up on 25 and then eventually going towards Gilman. Get ready if you're over in Millica, Page, Morrill, and as well as Forston for damaging winds and a low tornado risk as this line of storms continues to push to the east. Hey, before Thunder and MJ for becoming members, also grind up for the super chat. Castlewood was just hit a year or two ago. I'm here with my family in Ivanhoe. Could you please let my mom, Debbie, know that we'll be fine? Check out where that is first. Yeah, you guys are, I mean, you guys are probably be fine. I think the biggest concern there will be damaging winds. So, just be ready for damaging winds down there. I'm surprised, I'm still surprised we do not have a severe warning anywhere here between Granite Falls and Canby because we do have damaging winds, I think, embedded in this area of storms. We literally had a 75-mile-per-hour wind gust in Canby, so. Go back over to
You know what?
That's tough, right?
Storming me with a ton of lightning still. Intense lightning here near Canby. Keep in mind, by the way, and this is just kind of general knowledge, but some people don't know this, but the amount of lightning does not mean we're going to get a severe warning, even though there's a lot of lightning here.
For it to slam up against the road.
It just dispersed, and there was just a solid, tiny
Well,
tube.
there was like a tube and an outer and an outer, and I was like, bro.
I thought I was dreaming for a second because I was like, it almost seems too logical that it would just kind of like bounce back and forth, and then on the ground it was going.
Talking about the tornado.
What is that? Why is it going?
It's also Connor. I think he actually might be going towards this tornado warning, possibly. He's just west of Ivanhoe, going towards Hendricks, so he might be going in that general direction. I know Storm Chaser IRL is in that area, but we're not seeing any signs of anything right now. Bottom middle of your screen, and there's almost no lightning for some reason on his end. Main tornado warning, I would say, is the one southwest of Clear Lake. We still have a broad area of rotation going towards Esteline and eventually approaching I-29 here in South Dakota. I personally think anything south of Clear Lake is mostly outflow dominant. I personally do not think that this should even be tornado warned, but probably just precautionary at this point. And even the one near Castlewood, I think, may become outflow dominant here in the next few minutes. Thank you, Jeff, for the 12-month membership, saying new acapella group, max velocity in the mesoscales. That was a terrible joke. At this point, we have a big line of storms that is pretty much forming. This is the MRMS radar, which is showing pretty much everything here across the board. And so again, we got two large areas of storms that have now clustered together. We got a big cluster now back over near St. Cloud. We got another one near Clear Lake back into western Minnesota. And then in between that, it's a bit broken right now, but I would expect that this will try to congeal more into a larger line of storms within the next hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning in Minnesota. That one's for Renville County in Minnesota. For it to pop up here in a second. One of the storms predicted to leave St. Cloud probably in the next 45 minutes to an hour. New tornado warnings north of Red Falls. That's for Renville, Sacred Heart, also near Bird Island. And there is a good reason why. This velocity scan has actually gotten pretty strong here over the last minute or two. Back right near 212. So this is going due east right along Highway 212. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. At the minimum, we have very high winds over Renville. I mean, the velocities are measuring at upwards of 80 miles per hour right on 212. And this could also drop a potentially more significant tornado if it does actually drop here. It is a little bit more discreet, a little bit further out in front of our cluster, so it has a slightly better chance of producing a tornado. And it's going to continue to track towards Olivia in about 10 minutes and then eventually going towards Hector. We can actually do a little timing thing here, so we'll drag this out. Let me do a little timing guide here. We'll do a little cone. Just kind of timing this out as it moves east. It is moving east at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So it'll go into Renville here in the next minute or two, and then eventually approaching Olivia at about 10:15. Again, you should be in your safe place ahead of these times. I'm just giving you a general idea of timing. Bird Island at about 10:22, Hector 10:35, Churchill at about 10:37, Lakeside 10:45, and then eventually approaching Fernando, Hutchinson, and Brownton around 11 o'clock. Sumter around 11:05, and then New Auburn at about 11:10. This storm would be the one that's kind of tracking towards the Minneapolis area, but yeah, it's still a ways away from actually reaching that. It's just moving due east. They've just canceled the severe warning also for Wilmer, so that will not continue. We no longer have a tornado warning there. But velocities do look pretty strong. I think there's probably some level of contamination to this, but it's definitely better to be safe than sorry, especially if this does try to produce a tornado. It could be on the stronger side of things. This is quite the interesting setup. This is from Split Slice on Twitter. I don't know what's going on here. They're apparently watching from my Alexa. They're watching on an Alexa. I didn't even know that was possible. Or what is... I don't know what's going on here. Apparently they're watching on an Alexa, though. I didn't know that was possible. Is anybody else watching on an Alexa? I guess we'll ignore the Patrick, too. Thank you, EDW, for the $10 super chat. My favorite bar is in Rockville, Minnesota. Should I be worried? Let me look where Rockville is. You're in Rockville, Minnesota. You guys are probably just chilling. It's just strong storms in that area right now. The worst of the damaging winds will be moving into St. Cloud here over the next few minutes, so be ready in St. Cloud for damaging winds. Should have a couple cameras also in St. Cloud that should see the wind pick up here in a minute. So if you're in St. Cloud, get ready for damaging winds. I'm going to pull up a couple cameras in St. Cloud, have them ready to go here. Bottom middle of your screen will be a live shot in St. Cloud that should pop up here in a second. Tornado warning still continues for Morrill here for another about 14 minutes. To be honest, I don't think it really needs a tornado warning anymore. The velocities have gotten a lot broader over the last few minutes, but nonetheless, still rotating. They produced a brief tornado before eventually moving towards Morrill, Page, and Millica, mainly with the damaging wind threat. Thank you, Perfect Terror, for the $10 super chat. We just said they're watching on their Nokia. There's no shot. Does Little Falls look like for the next few hours? Little Falls, you guys are pretty much done. Thank you, Admiral, for the $5 super chat. But yeah, I guess you guys are pretty much done over there. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there's actually quite the couplet now on our tornado warning near St. Cloud, and we did just get a funnel report on that as well. I do think this is something that could try to produce a tornado. It's kind of gone like in and out of being capable of producing a tornado. I do think at this time, though, there could be one on the ground.
Okay, thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, if you're over near St. Cloud, Princeton, Baldwin, I'd be in your safe place. Also back up here west of Morale, definitely be in your safe place. This would actually be the couplet right here that we're referring to. So that's just to the south there, or near 25. Eventually going towards Morale here over the next few minutes. So be in your safe place again if you're in this tornado warning. It still continues for 13 more minutes, and there was a funnel cloud reported. Thank you, Yoders, for the $20 super chat. How's it going, Brooke? The echo tops on this storm as well are well over 40,000 feet, nearing 50,000 feet near Rice, and also back over near St. Cloud and St. Joseph, near 55,000 feet. Very tall thunderstorm here. We are sitting at 5 severe warnings. We got 4 tornado warnings right now, 2 of which are in South Dakota. Mainly a wind threat right now. I really do not think there's much left with these tornado warnings in South Dakota. I do think they're outflow dominant, but if you're in these tornado warnings, just continue to stay in that safe place. If you're back over near Minneota or Marshall, I'd also be in your safe place for damaging wind potential off to your north. That area of storms is slowly moving to the south and east. Flooding is also going to be becoming more of a concern here. These storms are kind of training a little bit from west to east, so flash flooding is becoming more of a concern here between Olivia back through Castlewood. Still have a tornado warning for Renville, as well as Olivia and Bird Island. Rotation's gotten a little bit broader over the latest scan, but still a very large surge of wind right along Highway 212. That'll eventually go towards Hector here in about 20 minutes or so. So continue to stay in that safe place if you're in the this tornado warning. For whatever reason, the severe warning here for St. Cloud has been condensed. It no longer includes St. Cloud. But St. Cloud was literally just inside, or is currently likely getting hit by wind. I think there's a camera here that might have something. At least it's a better camera. Yeah, so this is in St. Cloud right now. Wind is beginning to pick up, not this. So wind started to pick up here in downtown St. Cloud. For some reason, St. Cloud isn't in the severe warning anymore, but the wind is literally moving into St. Cloud right now. See the pole shaking a little bit there on the bottom of your screen too. Hey, Gene, for the $10 super chat. Great reporting tonight from Watertown, South Dakota. Appreciate that. A lot of help. Shout out to Gabriel also for the $20 Venmo donation. Our dogs, River and Rain, love the channel. Easily the best weather coverage in the game. Currently watching on our TV. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Also, thank you, Julie, for the Venmo. Or, sorry, for the Venmo donation. Thank you, Gabriel. Yeah, again, wind's picking up here near St. Cloud. Overall, I'm not seeing anything too substantial. We don't have really a tree here, so it's kind of hard to tell. Also, another camera. Oh, wow. Yeah, the wind's actually really strong in St. Cloud. Look at this. See the wind a lot better on that camera and also on this camera. The wind's definitely picking up here. So this is in St. Cloud. Definitely around 60-mile-per-hour winds. This other camera's shaking like crazy. And one of the cameras just went down. It's the other camera that we're just looking at just went down. This is the other one. So again, in downtown St. Cloud. Assuming it loads. I'll go back to here for a second. Might take a second to load. But yeah, definitely have some damaging winds here over in St. Cloud. Could definitely see some power outages too. The wind picking up here. So on Minnesota 15, northbound. At 2nd Street. Thank you, Brian, for the $10 super chat. Thanks for all you do in Anoka, Minnesota. Watching on our TV, waiting for it to all roll through soon. You guys stay safe, and thank you for the super chat. Yeah, the wind is definitely picking up here again back over in St. Cloud. If you're in St. Cloud, continue to stay away from windows for the next few minutes. The highest of those winds now are moving through the east side of St. Cloud, eventually going towards Princeton, Baldwin, and Wynette. So those areas will eventually be in the track of that, just south of Malacca. I would expect a new severe warning also for Malacca. That is where our tornado warning was located. Would expect an extension to a severe warning for Malacca and Page, where damaging winds should continue as this line of storms continues to push to the east. May even see an isolated damaging wind gust or two just west of Minneapolis, even though there's really no storms here right now. There's actually velocities picking up on a little area of higher winds just north of Litchfield. Currently near 60 miles per hour. So a low precip area of damaging winds currently moving towards Buffalo over the next few minutes. Also, rotation still going here near Renville, going towards Olivia. We could still get a tornado with this storm. No tornado as of right now confirmed, but there is still strong rotation moving to the east. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I actually have an update out of California in the Los Angeles area and San Bernardino County. We did actually just have a new wildfire that started up there. It's already up to 500 acres, and they are closing a few roads in the area. We actually recently got permission to use the CAL FIRE camera network. So we're the only streamer that's able to do that as of now. So we're going to work on trying to get some of the images of that wildfire.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. That's the fire north of Riverside. Obviously, it was a devastating month back in January when we had all the wildfires, and there's now one starting up that's near the Silverwood Lake State recreational area, so we're keeping an eye on that. And as soon as we have any sort of photos of that, we'll obviously be sure to let you know. That is not what you want to hear, though. California has been hammered by wildfires, especially earlier this year. Hasn't really been much recently that's been major, but that's already up to 500 acres, so you need to keep an eye on that. Thank you, Selena, for the $20 super chat. Thank you for all the service for your community. Your work helped keep my family safe. Really appreciate that. And thank you for the super chat. Also, shout out to Anita with the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Like Connor had a tornado for a second. I don't think Connor has a tornado, but he is near the tornado warnings in South Dakota. This is Connor's view. That's not Connor's view. This is Connor's view in a second. These buttons are so slow. That's the view there of the tornado warning storm from the south. This is back over just east of White, South Dakota, but that's looking in the direction of our tornado warning storm. Not really seeing anything definitively down, but clouds are still pretty low here. Still tons of lightning.
All I got was a chirp.
Wild wall cloud near St. Cloud. It's probably a shelf cloud. Probably not a wall cloud. Hey, YouTube for the super chat. Also, shout out to Susie and as well as Caitlin with the Venmo donations. For an update on Grand Rapids, Minnesota. I'll do a little update for the Grand Rapids area. So this back over north of our line. I don't think anything's going to happen in Grand Rapids, for the record. Not really expecting many storms up there. And overall, I think the most significant severe weather is going to be in this general area for the next few hours. Try to outline it a little bit, but this is going to be the general corridor for the next few hours for severe weather. Kind of excluding this area. Other than that, basically anywhere in the circle has a chance of potentially significant severe weather between now and like 1 or 2 in the morning. I have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Morrill, Millica, and as well as Page. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. No tornado possible label on that. This tornado warning near Rice will be allowed to expire. Still have 3 other tornado warnings outside of that one that are still capable of producing tornadoes. Also, Clanker with the sewer chat says, I just want you to remember that you're doing everything you can. Don't think otherwise. Also, your stream views have had pretty equal with the competition. It'll continue to reach more people. I appreciate that. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you, MSP, for the super chat as well. And also, Tated for the super chat. You guys are way too generous. Big Lake, Minnesota. Check that out as well. Big Lake, mainly a wind threat. Tornado threat should stay low. Tons of lightning, by the way. I haven't really talked much about the lightning, but I want to continue to reiterate that these storms are highly electrified. You can see it with Connor, bottom left of your screen. There is an insane amount of lightning with these storms. I mean, it is absurd. So just be ready for frequent lightning. And we could even see some cloud of ground lightning as well, which could spark fires. That's always entirely a possibility. So be ready for highly electrified storms. You may not be sleeping anytime soon if you're in any of these severe warnings or even near any of these storms because of how much thunder and lightning there is right now. And there's just so much lightning. And this is on our tornado warning in South Dakota. And even the storms in South Dakota are producing tons and tons of lightning.
Hey, DL, one of my friends was just asking, because they're going to book there eventually to outside of us. Which Hampton was it?
Also, this is a view of the wildfire that we were just talking about a moment ago back over near Riverside in California. Kind of see it at the top left of your screen there. So that is at least a little view there of the wildfire here just from moments ago. And so we're keeping an eye on that. There are some small flames though visible. Oh, actually, wait a second. I pointed that out wrong. That might have been the sun setting. I'm stupid. I'm so dumb. This is actually what it looks like. The fire is down here. I don't know why that sun is not the fire. This is the fire. I'm that kind of day. That down there, though, is the fire. You can see the flames going up and the smoke. Fire is probably going to spread more there near Riverside. Hey, Ethan for the $10 super chat. Also, Caitlin with the Venmo donation.
I don't know if they're outside the car or what, but...
I'm glad I at least heard. My thing said call ended, so I wasn't sure if anyone went through.
If you're over in North Branch, Minnesota, biggest concern will be damaging winds. I do think we're going to get a severe thunderstorm watch here soon for the Minnesota area, maybe even a tornado watch. I do want to point out that they have issued a new mesoscale discussion about 10 minutes ago. This one is not for Minnesota, though. This one's actually back over in Nebraska and South Dakota. So right along our cold frontal boundary, we are expecting the threat of damaging winds and as well as hail to continue. They have mentioned that some clustering of storms is possible overnight. We may get a semi-organized cluster of storms, and if that happens, there will be a potential for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, and then hail as large as the size of golf balls. Northern Nebraska and southern South Dakota. About a 40% chance of a severe watch being issued. I would expect, though, we'll probably get a watch here at least sometime soon. Maybe a severe watch, maybe a tornado watch between, southern Minnesota back through the Twin Cities and then also back up just to the south of Duluth is where I would anticipate a new watch being issued here soon. We don't have one right now, but it would make sense because we are going to see severe weather there here pretty soon. And keep in mind, our 5% tornado risk that is in place continues all the way into the Twin Cities. Red Wing, west of Eau Claire, you guys are all in this 5% tornado risk. So again, be ready for the potential for a few tornadoes. On top of that, we could see significant damaging winds and large to even very large hail over the next few hours. Eric with the super chat says you are awake late. I don't usually sleep until like 4, so just letting you know. This is not late by any means. We were live until 12:30 last night, Central Time.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a confirmed tornado apparently in Deuel County, South Dakota. This is where we had the large tornado near Gary earlier. This is a confirmed tornado via weather spotters. They said, this is very interesting. The confirmed tornado text here, when it pops up, it says, weather spotters reported a possible tornado near Brant at 10:10 p.m. So I have not really seen this wording before, but a possible tornado. So has been upgraded to confirmed. So if you're in Brant or near Clear Lake, be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. There's reportedly a tornado here on this storm near Brant. Connor is not far from this bottom left of your screen. I'm gonna go to Connor. Apparently there is a tornado down here. This would be near Brant, just south of Clear Lake. This is right around where that large tornado happened near Gary earlier. Tons of lightning. There's also some trees in the way here.
You booked the one on the north side or the south side of town?
The lightning's just insane. Can't really see anything. This is a much clearer view now. I can't really see much. Just a lot of lightning. I feel like it wouldn't be too hard to see a tornado if there was one back in there. Maybe off to the right, maybe in the middle. There's a couple like little low scuddy areas, but nothing definitive.
Okay, I didn't know there was a difference between Sioux Center and Sioux Falls. Half the rooms that I booked by accident were in Sioux Center, so I don't know if you want that one or if you want me to try and rebook you something in Sioux Falls. By Sioux Center, I mean I assume you're meaning Sioux City.
Hey, which for the super chat?
Between Sioux City and Sioux Falls.
How is there a hotel in Sioux Center? That place looks tiny.
I don't know, man. I assumed it was there, and I didn't check because I looked up Sioux Falls, and it was in the list of hotels in Sioux Falls. I should have checked.
If it's possible, I would like to do Sioux Falls.
Back to him in a second. But again, this is apparently a confirmed tornado warning, so just be in your safe place. At least a possible tornado there near Brant, just to the south of Clear Lake. Tornado warning over near Olivia, Minnesota has gotten a lot broader over the last few minutes. Again, I think it was mostly just side lobe contamination, but continue to stay in your safe place, at least for now. If you're in Olivia, damaging winds still a concern here, possibly upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. And still a low chance of a tornado as the storm continues to track east. It will be going towards Hector, and then eventually going towards Brownton. And then a significant round of damaging winds currently back over in eastern Minnesota. This is just outside of Pine City and Mora. The southeast of Little Falls, north of Minneapolis. So still continuing to produce damaging winds as high as 60 miles per hour. Let's back over to Connor on our confirmed tornado warning. Still don't see anything right now, but a lot of lightning still.
Up there. Wild.
Hit my mic, my bad. Huge shout out to Jacqueline for the $10 Venmo donation. I found your channel while browsing YouTube earlier today. I was immediately captivated and shared it with several people. Appreciate that. And once again, if you have any friends or family here in Minnesota, South Dakota, even Nebraska tonight, make sure you can share the stream with them if you want on Facebook, Twitter, all those good platforms. Obviously, also make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook. We posted a lot of stuff today on those platforms, including the tornadoes that have happened today. There are a lot of crazy videos from today's event, and if you don't want to go back in the stream and watch the entire tornado, you can watch some of the craziest moments on our Twitter and Facebook pages, which again are at MaxVelocityWX. Again, all the links are down below. You can also join our Discord server, our community on and off the stream, which is linked in the description below. But yeah, it was, again, a really crazy day. We'll show some of those videos here throughout the next few hours whenever the weather's at least a bit quieter, but we still have 10 active warnings. I do want to talk briefly about a cluster of storms that is forming in South Dakota and Nebraska. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning going towards Wood Lake and Springview. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. I do think they'll probably issue a severe watch for northern Nebraska, or at least extend the watch here soon for this area. They did mention a 40% chance of a watch would be in play. So, wouldn't be surprised if they issued a watch of some sort here. Don't know for sure yet, but we'll have to wait and see. I would think we're going to get a watch, though, with the line of storms that is starting to grow there. Yeah, if you rewatch, too, I mean, you can rewatch, you can watch the clips. It was all pretty crazy stuff. Also, the tornado warning for Dual and Hamlin counties has been upgraded to 2-inch sized hail. So 2-inch size hail now. Back over here near Castlewood and Esteline. That is the size of limes. Or Easter eggs. It's not Easter, but... I've never seen so much lightning. It's been insane. There's been tons and tons of lightning. Just a crazy amount of lightning here. No clear visible sign of a tornado on the storm in South Dakota, but still producing a boatload of lightning. Marvel. Yeah, Alexandria or Alexandria for becoming a member.
I'm good. Appreciate it, Kurt.
Thank you, Zach, also for the Venmo donation. Thanks for the coverage. You say hey to my buddy, Noah. How's it going, Noah, shopkeeper?
We're driving away from the storms now.
As near our confirmed tornado warning, that is Connor Croft. We have a new severe warning. This is going to be for Yellow Medicine, Chippewa, Renville, and Redwood counties in Minnesota. They'll be here over in western Minnesota. That'll pop up in a second. We have a new damage report back over in Renville, Minnesota as well. A storm chaser is reporting numerous trees down in Renville. There was strong rotation at the time, and there was also a large velocity signature that was on radar, so there may have been a tornado, but at the minimum, some sort of wind damage. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Canby, Granite Falls and Redwood Falls areas. I also think we may get a flash flood warning here soon for Canby with how much rain's been falling. So just be ready for that. Turn around, don't drown on the roadways. But this large severe thunderstorm warning encompasses a lot of western Minnesota. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail are possible. Storms are getting closer and closer to the Minneapolis area. We got a broken line of storms that'll be approaching here over the next hour. Obviously, radar may be deceiving, and it does show it kind of being kind of 50-50 on storms right now, but it may extend further south. I've been seeing at least some upgrowth in our line back over near Becker and also near Buffalo. So we may start to see the damaging wind threat increase further south and maybe even a low tornado threat. So we need to be keeping an eye to the skies, keeping an eye to the weather. If you're back over in the Twin Cities, I do think severe weather is at least possible for the Twin Cities in the next couple of hours. It really should be in your area within the next 60 minutes. And so we are keeping a very close eye right now in the Minneapolis area. But otherwise, almost everything is outflow dominant here across the board. So there being a tornado in any of these storms is a low chance. It's not zero, but it's on the lower side of things. There's still a boatload of lightning with these storms as well. We're going to do 3 chasers bottom of your screen there. And we have 3 tornado warnings. All of them are on your screen here. South Dakota and western Minnesota. Governor Media has a pretty cool view of the
Oh, you know what?
storm back over here near Canby.
Jordan, I think you can see it. Yeah, you can see it.
What?
Holy crap.
Point your car at it, because we got the stream still going.
I'm trying.
What is it?
Can I point my car at it? All right, guys. Self-awareness here. Self-awareness. Move!
What are they looking at?
There's a tornado off to our west.
Apparently there's a tornado.
What? Alright.
This is back over near Ivanhoe in western Minnesota.
I got it on my back camera.
Thanks for doing me
Driving
solid.
straight
Yeah,
south
no
on
worries,
the
buddy.
interstate. I don't see anything, but obviously.
Apparently they see a tornado. Of course the lightning stops when we're looking at it. The lighting literally stopped.
What's that? They just said storm spotters reported possible tornado. It might have just been that scud.
Oh. Maybe just scud. All right. Well, they're looking in the direction of where the tornado would be. That would be near Astoria.
I mean, I'm live streaming. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're good.
Topic. I guess we've got an observed tornado just to our northwest.
So, yeah, that is Storm Intermedia. They are looking in the direction of the tornado that would be back over to the southeast of Brant. That tornado warning goes for 5 more minutes. So, assuming there is a tornado here, it'd be probably back over near Astoria, and then eventually going towards Hendricks in Minnesota. Also, the Riverside wildfire in California has been growing. Again, the flames are getting much closer to the lake now. You can see that on the bottom left of your screen there. Smoke obviously going up. So, just a little update there. And we don't usually cover, you know, wildfire weather because it doesn't usually happen on these live streams. You can also see a helicopter on this other camera as well. So, unfortunately, a wildfire going on right now back over near Los Angeles. And so we're keeping an eye on that. It's over 500 acres burnt right now. New damage report back up near St. Cloud in Minnesota. 3-inch tree limbs are down, according to an MPing report. The time was estimated by radar about 30 minutes ago. So we have at least some minor tree damage back over in St. Joseph in the St. Cloud area. From this line of storms that is still currently producing a threat of damaging winds around 60 miles per hour that is marching to the east. It'll eventually approach Pine City and Osceola right along the Wisconsin and Minnesota border here in the next hour. We also got a potential for significant damaging winds increasing back over near Elk River and Buffalo, going towards Minneapolis and Brooklyn Park. Coon Rapids eventually in the path of this. Again, I do think we're going to start to see some severe warnings back over here on the northwest side of the Twin Cities, more than anything for a damaging wind threat. So we should start to see some warnings there soon. Also, no longer any tornado warning for the Olivia area. They've gone ahead and canceled that tornado warning, or it's at least going to be allowed to expire here in a few minutes. And then the 2 tornado warnings in South Dakota expire in 3 minutes. There is a chance in 3 minutes that we have no tornado warnings. It is possible. I'll have to wait and see, but it is a possibility. Lake Fire is the official wildfire name, by the way, the one in California. Hey, Cassandra for the super chat. How many acres? It's over 500. Again, I'm gonna get the new data. It's still at 477 acres. That's as of about 2 hours ago, I think. So they haven't updated it, or at least within the last half hour. So it hasn't been updated in a while. About half an hour ago when it was last updated. All right, we got about 2 more minutes, and then we may have no tornado warnings at all. We're gonna wait and see. Hey, Cassandra for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Also, shout out to Drea with the $10 super chat. Show my dad your channel. He's watching from his laptop on our porch in Northeast Minneapolis. His name is John. We're big fans. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. Hey, Davis with the $10 super chat. There is, you know, if you guys didn't hear this, we actually have a tropical depression in the southwestern Gulf right now. It's actually going to become, more than likely, a brief tropical storm. That'd be Barry. So if you guys have not heard about that, that'll be moving into the Mexico here soon. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning northwest side of the Twin Cities. That is going to be for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. That's going to be for Mille Lacs, Wright, Anoka, Asante, Benton, Sherburne, and Hennepin counties in Minnesota. Elk River and Buffalo. You guys are in the path of that. Again, damaging winds around 60 miles per hour is the biggest concern.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, we're not going to end our tornado warnings yet. We got another one. This one's just a large tornado warning. Here in South Dakota, that'll be for Stelline, Brant, and just south of Clearwater near Castlewood. So this is your new tornado warning polygon. The other ones will disappear here in a moment. But if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. So they'll not continue with this as a confirmed tornado warning. It is back to radar indicated. All right, we have a camera looking at something. Oh wow, look at this. I think this is on the north side. I believe this is near Minneapolis. Yeah, this is on the northwest side of Minneapolis, back over near Elk River. So this is kind of an idea of what we're expecting back over in the Twin Cities, at least to some degree, something like this. Winds, lightning, and rain are all picking up right now. Hey, Sheila, for becoming a member. Kind of off topic, but I do think there's a chance that we get a tropical storm in the northeastern Gulf, maybe near Florida, by the end of this week or even into early next week. I think it's possible. Very off topic, but I thought I would mention that. Thank you, Steve, for becoming a member, and Panay for the super chat. I'm just staying weather aware if you're in Silver Lake, Minnesota. I wouldn't be too nervous. Damaging wind's the biggest concern. See the wind picking up, though, again. This is just outside of the Twin Cities, just west of Elk River. As again, bottom middle of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so another update on that fire. I sent a new picture of it, and what we're looking at there is actually the fire burning towards the shore of the lake there. This is unfortunately a state recreation area, the Silverwood Lake State Recreation Area to be exact, and there are multiple campgrounds. It looks like they may be doing helicopter evacuations of these campgrounds. There's been a helicopter going back and forth from the campgrounds back over the ridge to Highway 138, and then it looks like they've been just going back and forth. So hopefully if there are people trapped in the path of this fire, there are evacuations ongoing. It does look like this situation may get worse if they're not able to put the fire out in the next 24 hours. We do have dropping humidity values and raising wind gusts as soon as Sunday night into Monday morning. So definitely a developing situation here, and they already have put out an evacuation alert for another area. It's not an order yet, just an alert that there may be another downstream evacuation. That's for a large area near the town of Lugo, California.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's, again, our wildfire back over in California, which has at least burned over 470 acres, and it is growing in size just north of Los Angeles, California. So we're keeping an eye on that. Back over to the north of Minneapolis, big line of storms coming. Again, the winds have been picking up a lot here over the last few minutes. Lots of lightning. Wouldn't be on the roadways if you're able to avoid being on the roadways here around the Twin Cities. As I've mentioned, the line of storms is actually increasing in coverage right now. If you look at the ZDR radar, you can actually see these updrafts. This red area is indicating very strong updrafts, basically rapidly rising storms here. And we are fully expecting that these will continue to even get larger as this area of storms continues to push to the east. So again, that'll be going towards Rockford, Montrose, and Minneapolis. Back over northwest of Minneapolis right now near Elk River. Riley has an update. He does not have an update. We're saying Riley has an update in the chat. Really windy in Ivanhoe. It is definitely gonna be windy there. I'm surprised there's no severe warning down there. I don't know. These storms took a while to even get warned. I don't know why there's no severe warning though for Ivanhoe or Marshall, because we likely have damaging winds coming up into those areas here over the next few minutes. But we have no active severe warning in this general area. All right, well, you know, good timing. We have a new severe warning for Marshall, Minneota, Hendricks, Ivanhoe, White, Lake, Benton, Tyler, and Balaton, and Tracy. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I don't know what's up with that timing. I'm low-key surprised these storms were not warned, though, earlier, because they've been severe pretty much this entire time. We have another severe warning also in South Dakota that is west of Platte. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar sized hail. Still wouldn't be surprised if we got a severe watch here for O'Neill and Ainsworth back over in northern Nebraska, but they've not yet issued a watch for that area. Still keeping an eye on that. We got a big line of storms right now coming towards Minneapolis. Greatest concern is damaging winds right now. We may see an increasing tornado threat in the next hour out of this line with a potential for QLCS tornadoes. Seeing a very small area of convergence trying to develop there north of Buffalo. I think the chances of a tornado in the near term are very low, but I think within the next 20 to 30 minutes, there is a low chance of at least an increasing tornado potential back over near Minneapolis as this line of storms continues to push to the east. So we are still keeping an eye again on maybe a tornado or two here near Minneapolis. There is a 5% tornado risk still in place. Keep that in mind. Thank you, Eric, for the $10 super chat. Drove through the storm near Castlewood. Had some friends directing me because of you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. I appreciate that. I'm glad I can help you guys out. Do I storm chase? I do not. I've gone storm chasing before, but not like legit storm chasing. I've gone hurricane chasing before. But we'll probably do a storm chase at some point later this year. I just realized we had the same storm chaser on 2 different slots. That's a W. All right, we got a couple more cameras near Minneapolis that we're going to put up on screen here. We got a ton of lightning near Minneapolis, for the record. Bottom middle of your screen is a live shot there in Minneapolis. Or just outside of Minneapolis. Put that bottom right as well. All right. Hey, Whiskey for the super chat. The timing, they barely watch and wait for the telling the issue watches and warnings. Nah. They're not doing that. I highly doubt they're watching my stream just to issue warnings. Unless they're watching for, like, chasers and stuff. Thank you, Sandra, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. What it looks like just outside of the Twin Cities right now. Wind is picking up once again. This is on the Interstate 94 stretch near Becker, which is where our highest winds are currently moving through. So we got damaging winds coming in, tons of lightning as well. This camera's looking southeast. Wind is going to be coming out, obviously, from the opposite direction, going away from the camera. It's also another live shot here looking eastbound. This is at I-94, east of Co Road 8, mile marker 184. It's northwest of St. Michael, just west of Elk River. Getting a report in chat of a lot of lightning in Ivanhoe. Don't forget, if you have any photos, videos, anything like that, you can send it to us on Twitter or Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. May even be on the stream. Thank you, Lindsay, for the $5 super chat. Ladysmith, Wisconsin. I don't know where Ladysmith is, but I do want to give it like a general overview for Wisconsin because I haven't really talked much about it. Obviously, Twin Cities, back into southern Minnesota, you guys are in line for severe weather here in the next hour. But also back over in western Wisconsin, we are expecting the severe weather threat to increase within the next 2 hours. We'll have at least this long line of storms come in with damaging winds and maybe a couple of tornadoes, mainly west of Eau Claire, New Richmond, Rice Lake, and Spooner are going to be the most significant track here of damaging winds as this line continues to push to the east. 5% tornado risk once again for far western Wisconsin, and then a 2% tornado risk which goes towards Eau Claire. We do have a update for our tornado watch. It now officially includes the Twin Cities. So if you guys are in the Twin Cities, you have now been added to our tornado watch, which goes for another 2.5 hours. So Twin Cities, anywhere surrounding that area, tornado watch has now been expanded. So if you're in this tornado watch, continue to stay weather aware and have multiple ways to receive warnings. We'll obviously be live here covering this as this line of storms continues to push into the Twin Cities within the next hour. All right. Lightning is just crazy here. Wind's still pretty strong. Get this back over near Elk River, just northwest of the Twin Cities. Hey, Kenneth, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Actually, I want to check out how... We need to check a couple different things. First off, I want to check out how many lightning strikes are being estimated per minute here. So right now, across the board with our entire broken line of storms here, we have approximately 550 lightning strikes every single minute. And if we do the math, that is approximately 8,200 lightning strikes every 15 minutes. So there is a ton of lightning, obviously. We've already kind of alluded to that. The second thing I want to check is the amount of power outages that we're up to now, because we are likely starting to increase a little bit on power outages. And we are up to now 5,000 without power in Minnesota, according to poweroutage.us. We have a little county here in Morrison County with about 26,000 people that are tracked. About 3,900 customers are currently without power. So quite a bit of people still without power here in Minnesota. That number will only increase over the next few hours. Or it should increase at least over the next few hours. A little skyline view here. This is back over at Minnesota 15. Got kind of a skyline view here of all the lightning as well. Camera froze there for a second, but froze again. All right, camera's going in and out. Back to that in a second. Thank you, JB, for the $5 super chat. How's Eagan, Minnesota? Eagan, Minnesota. Again, really anywhere around the Twin Cities. We're talking about mainly a damaging wind threat. Still wouldn't be surprised if our tornado threat increases a little bit within the next hour as this line of storms continues to push down to the east-southeast. Thank you also, Ted, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Imagine a tornado emergency in California. It's pretty hard to have happen. Tornadoes in California are very rare. We this is the fire back over in California. And unfortunately, it's getting pretty large. This is a photo from the California Fire BDU. There's also a video of the fire. It's just north of Los Angeles. Pretty scary stuff here. This one was only at 150 acres, by the way. This is literally happening. Pretty much, it's still happening right now, but that's from about a couple hours ago. Crazy stuff. Hey, Madeline from Coming to Member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, Catherine for the $20 super chat from Buffalo, Minnesota. I'd rather just watch and not participate. It's totally fine. Appreciate the super chat. Also, thank you, Madeline, for becoming a member. We got a couple more cameras coming up. Let me put those up on the bottom of your screen. That one bottom left. Texas update? There's no update for Texas. Texas is chilling. You guys are kind of out of your severe weather season at this point. It's starting to wind down in Texas. Texas, again, the severe weather season this time of the year, it really starts to lift north. We are now at the end of June, and a lot of the time what happens is our jet stream during like May, you know, April, anytime during the spring is usually way down here to the south. That's why we have troughing down here, and then we see all these big troughs that eject over the Rockies. Those are usually the most intense troughs. This time of the year, our low-level jet and also our jet stream weakens, and it also moves to the north and it lifts north, which is why we are seeing significant severe weather up here. It's very typical. Again, that's just your typical weather pattern. And then as we go into July, we are expecting a fairly similar weather pattern where our jet stream will be very far to the north, and most of the severe weather will be in this general vicinity. So northern Central Plains, Midwest, back into the northern Ohio Valley. Honestly, Ohio has not had that big of a severe weather season. Last year it was crazy. This year it's not been too bad. New severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota. This one's going to be for Isle, Mora, just west of Pine City. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a low chance of an isolated spin-up tornado out of this line. We actually have a small little couplet near Onamia, which could produce a brief tornado, but More than anything, this is mostly a wind threat right now going up towards I-35, and that'll eventually go towards Spooner and Haywood in northwestern Wisconsin here soon. Back over near Minneapolis, big line of storms coming in here over the next hour, damaging winds being the biggest concern, potentially as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour if this line intensifies. Otherwise, we are talking about mainly a threat here, again, for damaging winds. There's a low chance of a tornado, but I think the chances, again, are still low. It's going to depend on if this line of storms can organize, which it is trying to organize, but it's going to take some time for this thing to actually produce a legit tornado threat if it does so. Further off to the west, we still have a tornado warning in South Dakota, which honestly will probably be canceled here soon. Storms are starting to move out of the tornado warning near Esteline and Brant. Otherwise, we're talking mainly about a threat of damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour for Marshall, Minneota, and Ivanhoe, White, and Hendricks. You guys are included in that. All the cameras bottom of your screen are on that I-94 corridor for the most part. Looking at all the crazy lightning that we have, and the wind should be picking up on a lot of those here soon. All right, we got a couple more cameras to put up on here. If there's any skyline cameras, let me know. Those are like the main ones that I want. It's another live shot. Lightning's crazy. It's on Route 15. Just had a crazy burst of lightning there a second ago. I don't know if we're going to get another one, but this is on Route 15 on 3rd Street. But a ton of lightning here over the last 30 minutes. But it's even crazier if we go back over on I-94 near Minneapolis. When do you sleep or eat? Not when I'm, basically whenever I'm not live. Typically how it goes. There's also another live shot. This is also on I-94, your Co-Road 8. Tons of lightning right now on the northwest side of Minneapolis. Back over to velocities. The highest winds are now moving through Monticello and then Albertville. You guys are about to get hit by damaging winds, likely around 60 miles per hour here within the next couple of minutes. And then this will be moving into Rogers, Ramsey, and then eventually into Minneapolis. Minneapolis is only about 25, 30 minutes away from at least some level of damaging winds, maybe even a low tornado risk. But right now the main concern is damaging winds. Put another cam bottom middle of your screen. We're going to change this one out. I'll be bottom right. New severe thunderstorm warning for Redwood Falls, Olivia. That is for 60 mile per hour damaging winds and $half size hail just west of Hutchinson. Thank you, Symbol, for the $20 super chat. Is there a protocol for storm chasers to be ignored during emergency calls? If not, how come? I don't know what you mean by that, Symbol. Thank you also, Grammy, for the $10 super chat. Is it too early to estimate for Oconto, Wisconsin? Worried about our grandkids. I mean, the greatest concern for Wisconsin will be damaging winds. So if you're near trees, that's like the biggest thing. If you're near trees, power lines, anything like that, you definitely need to be staying weather aware, because we could see trees easily fall down if the winds intensify as this line of storms pushes into western Wisconsin over the next couple of hours. Damaging winds could be as high as 70 miles per hour. I do think there's a chance that we could get a slightly more elevated tornado threat up here to the north out of our little area of spin. We're starting to see maybe a small little mesoscale convective vortex form there west of I-35. That may produce a slightly higher tornado threat as it moves towards Spooner and Hayward. So maybe a tornado or two being a possibility. We are starting to see the wind pick up. This is on the camera just to the south of Elk River near Otsego and as well as St. Michael. Wind and lightning are very frequent here. Right on I-94. You can see the wind there at the bottom of your screen. You can kind of see it on the road with a car passing by now. Here comes the wind. Aviation for the $10 super chat. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. Tornado warning still continues for Dual and Hamlin counties in South Dakota. They just updated it, so it doesn't look like they're going to cancel that warning yet, but it still continues. The wind's still pretty strong here. That's been consistently windy here for a couple minutes now. It's probably still around 60, 65 mile per hour winds here near St. Michael and I-94. Don't forget, if you're in Brooklyn Park or Minneapolis, this area of wind is going to be coming up into your area here over the next few minutes. They have this still warned for 60 mile per hour winds. The line of storms is going to be continuing to move southeast at about 40 miles per hour. So if you're in Minneapolis, you're basically only about 40-ish minutes away from the damaging wind threat, maybe even a little bit sooner than that. So you got about 40 minutes or so. And don't forget, if you are in the Twin Cities, they have expanded the tornado watch. It does include Minneapolis. Does not include Stillwater as of right now, or Hudson, but it does include the Minneapolis area. So Twin Cities were expanded into that. Don't forget, the tornado watch does go for another 2 hours. That is until 1 a.m. Central Time. I'm detecting shame coming. I honestly, we haven't seen any shame yet. We have not seen anybody parked under overpasses yet. I feel like it's going to happen at some point, but we've not seen it yet. We're keeping an eye out on all these different cameras for that possibly happening. I would assume that we are going to see that here soon. There's actually, I'm going to put an overpass on the screen. There is a camera coming up that does have the overpass. It'll be bottom left of your screen. So keep an eye on that. That'll be the one spot that might have something, at least in the near term. That is on I-94. At CO Road 37. That's mile marker 202. Thank you, Emma, for the $5 super chat. Wells thinks Max is his best self at night. I am a night person, for the record. Thank you, Scott, for the $20 super chat from the Woodlands, Texas. Besides learning so much, I thoroughly enjoy the broadcast. I'm glad you do. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Aviation, for the super chat as well. On my drive home today, I saw shame. People parking over overpasses is like the worst thing going. Very dangerous. There's no wasp threat tonight. We do not have wasps, I don't think, as a threat tonight. All the rain's going to kick them out of here. We're going to go hiding. Also, if you guys are tuning in, obviously all of you guys are tuning in, make sure to put your location in the chat. We're going to do another heat map to see where everybody's tuning in from this evening. Put your town, state, whatever you want in chat if you would like. We're going to make a heat map and just kind of plot where everybody's tuning in from. Gives us an idea of where we should be talking about the most here over the next hour or two. Hey, Wes, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Brookings in Arlington and Bruce in South Dakota. That'll be for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. The velocities are measuring probably around 60 mile per hour winds there, so that's a pretty accurate warning going down to the south. Storms are starting to go up a little bit further to the west too, so this line is beginning to expand a little bit more. And the severe weather threat is actually starting to increase a little bit. This is Storm Runner Media. They're still out there. They're actually on the tornado, or just south of the tornado warning storm right now. You can see all the lightning here in South Dakota.
It's just so that everyone can tune in and we don't do any sort of damage to the main channel algorithm because it is a fragile being sometimes. Did you start uploading any of that to Google?
I already did all that.
Oh, you did all that already?
I know if it finished.
Okay, I just as long as it started.
You have to start doing yours. Yours is the one that's more valuable.
I see.
Because most of that tornado footage was out my window, but I feel like for most of that it was out your window.
I see. That stream would probably be muted for portions of it, just for.
Yeah, we can't.
Hey, Katie, for becoming a member, welcome to Velocities.
20 hours would be 20 hours. And I don't know if TL would actually want to push 20 hooking up between two streams is my assumption. How that would work. I'm guessing, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you're talking...
That's back over there near the tornado warning in South Dakota. Yeah, back over Minnesota, got a long line of storms coming up towards the Twin Cities here in the next 30 minutes or so. Be ready again for damaging winds. If you have any loose lawn items, make sure that you're bringing those inside. Got any inflatable things outside or anything that can literally go flying like trampolines, make sure those are hatched down as well. We do have a threat of flying trampolines tonight. This is our flying trampoline meter for tonight. It's not a super high risk because the winds are not really exceeding 60 miles per hour for the most part, but we do have a medium risk for flying trampolines back across anywhere pretty much in central southern Minnesota, also into South Dakota and western Wisconsin. So hatch down those trampolines. Could see some go flying tonight. Thank you, Priscilla, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Hey, top for the super chat. Trampoline emergency. Imagine. Back over to Storm Intermedia. Lightning's been absolutely insane again. We are still watching. We still have about 8,000 lightning strikes every 15 minutes from just north of Minneapolis all the way back through Clear Lake, South Dakota. So pretty crazy stuff there. Thank you, Megan, for the Venmo donation. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Angela, for the $10 super chat. I sympathize to anybody with epilepsy. Yeah, that's definitely tough with all the lightning that we have right now. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is an interesting looking one. We have a mesoscale discussion from western Wisconsin all the way back into southeastern South Dakota. Storms have organized, I should put this more full screen. Storms have organized into more of a mesoscale convective system, and the primary severe hazard should be damaging winds and hail from here on out. One or more severe thunderstorm watches are possible. So they have still mentioned that there is a chance for a tornado again. It's not nearly as significant as earlier, but still something to keep an eye on, especially since we have lines of thunderstorms ongoing. We can still get tornadoes embedded in lines of thunderstorms. Damaging winds can be as high as 80 miles per hour, and then hail as large as the size of golf balls. I would fully expect that we'll get a severe watch for western Wisconsin, southeastern Minnesota, maybe even through Owatonna, and then all the way back over into southeastern South Dakota. So be ready for that. 60% chance right now of a severe watch being issued. Also, huge shout out again to again Storm Intermedia. This is DL. If you guys don't know who's behind Storm Intermedia, this is one of the two people. This is DL. This is likely his last chase. If not, he has another chase, I think, tomorrow or Monday, and then that's it. I think that's going to be it for him, at least for a while. He already has mentioned that he's going to be moving on to do other things in his life. But obviously, again, he was one of our first ever storm chasers. We will still have Storm Intermedia, but it'll just be Garrett. DL is going to be leaving and doing his own thing. So, but this is likely his last tornado that he'll probably see for some time. So definitely, again, I don't know if I don't think they're live anymore, but they are. Definitely make sure to show Storm Intermedia some love. They are still live. Definitely make sure to show DL some love. Again, he's been one of our chasers for over a year now. We've only had two of the chasers that we have, Connor Croft and Storm Intermedia. Those are the only two that we've had for over a year consistently now. So huge shout out to them. All right, this is our map of where everybody's tuning in from right now. So we got a ton of people. That's the wrong thing. Minnesota is still a big purple blob, as well as western Wisconsin. Literally our risk area. That's where almost everybody is tuning in from. And then this is our heat map for a little closer view, and it's basically all the Twin Cities right now. Twin Cities, Eau Claire, Duluth, those are the main locations right now in the Midwest that are currently tuning in. So, pretty crazy stuff here. Almost everybody's in Minneapolis. Wind is beginning to pick up here, back over near Minneapolis. We have another camera that's going to see the wind here in 2 seconds. All right, bottom left, bottom right of your screen are different live shots there. Near our line of storms near Elk River. Damaging winds are going to be approaching Minneapolis here in the next 30 minutes. Very low tornado risk still. Thank you, Owen, for becoming a member. Thank you, Ryan, for the $10 super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Ryan. Appreciate it. Also, thank you, Ross, for the $10 super chat. Sioux Falls, good. Sioux Falls, biggest concern will be damaging winds. The line of storms, again, is expanding further to the west, so we'll likely see at least some gusty to damaging wind potential back over in Sioux Falls here soon. But otherwise, we're not really looking at anything beyond wind. Very low tornado risk there. Very low. Not zero, but low. This is another view of that fire in California. The flames and the fire have now reached that lake. This is again north of Los Angeles. It's about 500 acres that have burned now, and it may rapidly spread as we get closer to the end of the weekend because of the winds picking up and also the relative humidity going down. So, it's a little heads up. You're back over there north of Los Angeles. There is an active wildfire there. No residential areas, I don't think, are in any evacuation orders, but we're keeping an eye on that. Right now, near the lake, there are campgrounds in the area, so hopefully nobody's in those campgrounds. Thank you, Richard, for becoming a member. What's the tornado risk for Farmington below Minneapolis? I generally think across the board the tornado risk is almost equal for almost everybody. I don't see like one corridor right now where there's a higher tornado risk over somewhere else. I think generally across the board, if we were to put this into like storm prediction center terms, it's basically just a large 2% right now in my opinion. I think generally we're just looking at an isolated tornado or two out of this line of thunderstorms. There isn't anything really discrete anymore. It's all linear for the most part. And the tornado warning in South Dakota will likely be canceled. If not, it will just be allowed to expire here in 12 minutes. So, any support for the $5 super chat. Delivering pizzas in the Twin Cities. W. Back over to Storm Intermedia near our tornado warning in South Dakota. Still tons of lightning. Thank you, TP, for the $10 super chat.
I'm saying all this, and there's a decent chance we're going to be chasing tomorrow. So,
Also, the Aviation for the $10 super chat. Yeah, there is a tropical depression in the Gulf. Thank you also, Allison, for the Venmo donation. Thanks for the coverage as always, Max. Got my mom and stepdad watching almost as much as me. W.
A funky entrance.
This again near our tornado warning north of Brookings. Brian for the $20 super chat.
The new phase.
Okay.
Why does Lake Michigan affect severe weather in Green Bay? Mainly because of the colder waters. They're usually colder, which can cool down the temperature.
I love you too, Max. Appreciate you, bro.
WDL.
What? I can name you 100 other chasers who got tornadoes today besides Reed. Although I think he actually did directly intercept that.
Yeah, DL's last, possibly last chase. Either that or early tomorrow or Monday.
There's not a chance I would, in hell, I would have driven into that. So. Good for him, if he actually did. Appreciate that, Jennifer. Extra cheese curds for me. Thank you, Keely.
Hey, success with the $20 super chat. What's it look like for Brooklyn Park, Minnesota? Mainly gonna be a wind threat. Again, basically anywhere in Twin Cities, we're looking at mainly a damaging wind threat upwards of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. If this intensifies more, it could get up to 70. It's mainly 60 mile per hour winds for now. That's coming up into Brooklyn Park here over the next few minutes, and then eventually approaching Minneapolis, White Bear Township, Stillwater also in the path of this. We are still seeing storms forming further south, so we should get more of a congealed line continuing to form further south, going towards Shakopee and eventually going towards Chanhassen and Minnetonka. I think they're also in the path of that. I definitely didn't say those names right. But anywhere in basically the Twin Cities area. Damaging winds likely here in the next 30 minutes or so. It's back over on our tornado warning in South Dakota, which will end in about 9 minutes or so.
The snow chases, and even though these recent tornado chases have been insane, I'd still have to say that those are my favorite because
hey, Freedom for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Useful, and I wasn't just there clogging up a road. So, Amy, I 110% will be all over that if that happens. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, but if we get another random hatch hail slight risk in the Pacific Northwest, I'll be all over it, I promise. Yeah, Wendy, it's definitely, I honestly think it's more than my brain can handle right now. Like I said earlier, I wouldn't be surprised. After the Morton tornado, I had a panic attack because I was just kind of overstimulated.
Thank you, Kate, for the PayPal donation. How's it going, Dean? Appreciate you tuning in. Also, Minnesotian for the PayPal donation as well. He says, please contact me so I can help you pronounce these towns and counties. This hurts and I want to help. Thanks, Steve, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Oh, what like everybody's problem is. The pronunciations are the best part of the stream. Literally the best part of the stream. Thank you, Aviation and Rebel for the super chats. Saw a little earlier the PDS tornado in South Dakota. It did not look good. It was a crazy tornado. If you guys want to watch a tornado that was insane, you need to go back and watch earlier in the stream. It was one of the most deviant tornadoes I've seen on our stream. Like, it was really crazy. Just back over near the Twin Cities, just northwest of the Twin Cities, just outside of Brooklyn Park. Wind is starting to pick up here. Thank you, Rebel, also for the super chat. Will we have any warnings as far south as Owatonna? I would anticipate there will be a potential for warnings near Owatonna, but it should be mainly a wind threat. Damaging wind's the biggest concern. New severe thunderstorm warning for New Ulm, Springfield, and Hutchinson. That'll be for 60 mile per hour damaging winds as this line continues to move down to the east and southeast over the next few minutes. That's the wrong screen. Let me go back over to Storm Runner. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Get my food real quick. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Daniel for the super chat, I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm gonna miss you guys too. I'm still gonna be involved with stuff, just more so on the.
You might be shocked, but DoorDash gave me a straw.
Thumbnails and helping edit videos and
insane concept.
Events, making members only posts. Just schedule allowing once I kind of figure all that out, but fully plan to still be involved on the channel.
He'll still be around, chat. He'll still come out for a few chases. At least that's what he said.
Yeah, I'll come out now and then. For sure. Will I be around on Discord?
Gosh, give you a straw? It's shocking. It never happens on streams for whatever reason.
I have a horrible habit of not really checking Discord to begin with, even though I probably should be. So, take that with what you will. But I'll still be in the. Maybe that'll be my new role. Become a Discord mod.
What I order, I got some Wendy's. Got chicken nuggets and fries.
That is true, Michael.
Pretty solid little combo.
I've already got a new home for her and everything. I already got a storage garage waiting for her.
Maybe 2 more seconds. I'm just gonna catch it.
Peachy, thank you so much for 11 months of membership. We appreciate the kind words there.
All right. No Frosty? Guys, if you didn't know this, if you are a broadcaster, if you're a sportscaster, whatever you might be, if you're in communications, you do not eat Frosties. You don't drink milk. It's like the worst thing for your voice. From personal experience, by the way. If you have an ice cream sandwich, if you have literally anything with milk or dairy, for whatever reason, it will literally like strain your voice. So, yeah, definitely not recommended. It is literally bad for your voice. But yeah, definitely don't do that.
I was reading this super chat.
Hey, Sarah, for the $20 super chat. What you're talking about? Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Betty, also for becoming a member.
I want to, like I said, if schedule allowing, I want to come back out for Sierra Snow. Maybe I'll decide to resurrect this for a snow chase.
The shelf cloud on this storm isn't as crazy as before,
but put a lot of
but
work into this thing to get it back.
still see some low clouds back out there in the distance. I don't think this is tornadic by any means anymore. The tornado warning in South Dakota officially expires in 3 minutes.
Suspension components, because everything is shot. I can just tell. Get the transmission looked at. But I'm confident in this thing going out on the road every now and then. I wouldn't take it out for any more severe chases, just because, like I said, it's so slow. I just at this point,
We got a couple more cameras near Minneapolis that are starting to see some higher winds.
If I was confident in its
Bottom left and bottom right of your screen are new cameras. Again, back over near Minneapolis. A lot of lightning with these storms. Damaging winds still a possibility. The severe warning for Elk River expires in 3 minutes. Should get a new severe warning here in a minute, assuming that this is still producing severe winds, which I think it is. So Coon Rapids, Brooklyn Park in the path of potentially 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. But here's your tornado warning. That also expires in 3 minutes. I would fully expect that we'll have no tornado warnings here in a minute, because I do not see anything tornadic right now. I think most of this is just damaging winds. Most of the storms are being carried by an outflow boundary. So still a chance of an isolated tornado somewhere with this activity, back over near Brooklyn Park and Minneapolis back through Duluth, but still not really seeing any rotation that's definitive on radar. Who's the chaser leaving? It's DL. It's the one that's been mostly talking here on stream. He's the one that's going to be leaving. He has maybe one more chase tomorrow or Monday, but that's it.
Did I read your super chat?
What kind of dipping sauce are you using? Ketchup. Best dipping sauce.
Yeah, I heard. I'll leave that up to you guys, I guess.
Just back over near the Twin Cities. Winds are still picking up right now. It's back over on I-94 westbound. Here's an idea of what you can kind of expect over near the Twin Cities. Hey, Jamie, for the $10 super chat. Also, thank you, HCG, for becoming a member. This is the structure on that storm that's still tornado warned for another minute. You can actually see the entire structure again.
I've ever seen, and I've heard experienced chasers.
It's actually a beautiful storm.
Experience say
it's back over near Brookings, South Dakota.
Have been the most insane tornadoes they've ever seen, but it's not about what tornadoes we're seeing. It's not about channel performance. There's things for me that just don't line up for me anymore, and no tornado could ever change.
Thank you, Andy, for the super chat.
That being said, today was pretty amazing. Was I in fear of my life a little bit?
Craving nuggets? The nuggets from Wendy's are so good. It's like my favorite fast food chicken nuggets. Alright, we got a brand new severe warning for Minneapolis. So, this does include Minneapolis, Coon Rapids, Brooklyn Park, just west of Osceola. It's only the north side of Minneapolis. That'll be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, be staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. We are back down to no tornado warnings. We have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. The storm that's near Brookings has crazy structure. That's the one that Storm Intermedia is currently on. It looks pretty gnarly. And then back over Minneapolis again. Right now, no tornado risk by the looks of it. Mostly just wind. We're still keeping an eye on it just in case something does try to spin up here over the next few minutes. But again, the lightning's insane with every one of these storms.
Sioux Falls, you guys might get past to the north. Actually, you probably will get something. I doubt it'll be tornadic, but you probably will get something.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here like, what the hell happened today?
This is a live shot in Minneapolis, or just outside of Minneapolis, of the winds coming in right now. Camera's shaking quite a bit. Camera may have just gone out here. And it's back. This looks higher than 60-mile-per-hour winds here. Does appear to be higher than 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is again on I-94, or US 169, excuse me. It's outside of Minneapolis. But the winds are definitely high here. You can see the rain curtains going left to right. Thank you, Andy, for the $10 super chat. Also, Ashley for the $10 super chat. Tons of crazy lightning in Cloquet, Minnesota, near Duluth. I don't think it's going to get much worse. I think more than anything, you're just going to see a lot of lightning, maybe some gusty winds. And Scott with the super chat from the Woodlands. Appreciate the super chat. But again, this is a general idea of what the storms will be looking like here as they go into Minneapolis over the next 60 minutes. Thank you, Kevin, for the super chat. This definitely appears to be closer to 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, though, here. The winds have been much stronger, at least on this camera. Radar's only estimating up to 50, but it could easily be higher. Huge shout out to Bear with the $20 super chat. Thanks for your incredible service and hanging in there for Minneapolis tonight. Appreciate that. Appreciate it for the super chat. Yeah, we are definitely here for the Twin Cities, just in case something gets crazy.
Yeah. No,
back over to Storm Intermedia.
Might still try and chase tomorrow, but yeah, you're not wrong. I did not expect that.
Didn't expect what?
To see what we saw today.
Oh, yeah.
This is another live shot near Minneapolis. The wind picking up. This is likely around 60 to 70 miles per hour as well. And we got a little camera here near a overpass. This is where shame can happen. The wind hasn't picked up here yet. It should in a minute. It's on US 169 as well, where we just saw winds perhaps as high as 65, 70 miles per hour just north of Minneapolis. This is on US 10, eastbound at 171th Street. All right, we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch. This is going to be back over in southeastern South Dakota, northeast Nebraska, and also southwestern Minnesota. This goes until 5 a.m. Includes about 657,000 people. A couple of tornadoes are possible. Isolated 2-inch size hail is also possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts between 60 and 70 miles per hour is also a possibility. So be ready for that. Again, if you're in any of this area near Sioux City, Sioux Falls, Brookings, Madison, Marshall, Windham, and Spirit Lake, we may see a new severe watch here soon as well. That would include areas back over here in southeastern Minnesota and western Wisconsin. I think we will. I think it's just going to come probably in the next like 15-20 minutes or so. But we should have that here in probably a few minutes.
Hey guys,
if I had to guess.
did that really just happen today? That just really hit me just now. Dude, I'm watching my video now that I've recorded, and
Shame watch? There is a shame watch for that overpass. 100%.
I said the same thing earlier, that today reminded me so much of Ashby. I didn't think it would actually happen again. We don't make enough socks for what I need tonight.
I mean, absurd. I mean, everyone was talking that the environment looked like Ashby 2.0 last night. So, it actually verified.
Yeah, a lot of 2.0s this year. Like I said.
Over 10 any day.
What about eating Wendy's?
I honestly thought they might go 10-inch, honestly, because they talked about upgrading all hazards to an
Still got a large shelf cloud there near Brookings, South Dakota. All right, we'll keep Storm Intermedia bottom right of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I was just going to give an overview on the rest of this event and what we can expect. So obviously our supercell tornado threat is over, and we now have a massive line of storms stretching all the way from South Dakota all the way up to Lake Superior. We're going to expect it to stay like this throughout the night. The only concerning thing we're starting to see is with the motion of a line, these storms are basically sitting over the exact same area, and that's going to lead to somewhat of a flash flooding threat. And for this reason, the Weather Prediction Center has maintained a slight risk of flash flooding across this region of Minnesota. We're basically going to see these storms trail over the same area. We've already seen some reports of flash flooding, nothing overly significant, but there are already talks of entrapments and swift water rescues ongoing, specifically in this part of South Dakota and Minnesota, where we've been watching these storms basically for the last 5 hours now, produce tornadoes and rain. And sooner or later, I do expect we will start to see considerable flash flood warnings in this area. And we're actually going to continue to see these storms sort of trail over the same area. This is over on the HRRR. Going to drag it up to what current timing is, and we can see this is basically what the radar looks like. The HRRR was rough earlier, but it is sort of locked in towards the later hours of this event. And these storms still just sort of sit over here in this area all the way through 4 to 5 p.m. Tomorrow morning. So there's going to be a lot more rain to fall in this area. This is going to cause flash flooding. We do have flash flood warnings, like I said. So just keep that in mind and don't drive through any of those flooded roadways. The other thing that I wanted to mention is this system is actually starting to look really interesting on satellite, and it kind of shows us the difference between an MCS and a supercell convection. So we are still more discreet over here in parts of western South Dakota, but that is not the case over here, obviously, in Minnesota. And it's interesting to look at this, and you can kind of see, okay, well, over here is a supercell. It's got one cloud top, and even though we see on radar there's a bunch of different parts of the line, that kind of just looks like one massive storm, and that's because it effectively is. It's a mesoscale convective system. The other thing I want to show is something we talked about earlier, which is our violent tornado parameter. We were talking about an elevated VTP causing tornadoes, and that's basically what we saw when our 6 or 7 tornadoes sort of worked over the same area over and over again. We are now down to a value of 4 over here in South Dakota, and this environment is cooled by the precipitation that's going on, so we're not going to have tornadoes there. A little bit of this does remain in the Twin Cities area. It's not a high value, it's only a 2, and it's not very high on the scale whatsoever, but it is still something that could produce a spin-up tornado. Obviously, it's not going to be the tornadoes we saw earlier. It is going to be a QLCS-style spin-up tornado, and we haven't seen any warnings for those recently, but it is possible that we could see that happen with any of these areas. It may get inflow. My eye is personally on this area down here where it's not a complete line here. There is still a chance that we could get some inflow into this region, and that is where we would see any spin-up tornadoes happen if they do have the potential to occur.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a general overview of what we're looking at right now. And again, if you're back over in Minneapolis, damaging winds the biggest concern right now. Could see an isolated tornado as well as this line continues to push to the east. By the way, there's no tornado emergency. I did not know how that happened. I accidentally knocked down my water bottle and it hit a button. I think that's what it hit. So, no, there's no tornado warnings. My apologies. The button was hit. All right, but yeah, again, if you're back over Minneapolis, again, long line of thunderstorms coming in, and as Riley alluded to, I do think there's at least a chance for a tornado here with any of these storms that start to kind of bubble up near Montrose and Rockford, so we'll have to keep an eye on this area. And so again, if you're in Minneapolis, we're definitely nowhere near done with the severe weather. I mean, again, we have a line of storms to your north. This would be the area, though, to watch more for those in Minneapolis and also near Chanhassen and as well as St. Paul. And then further down to the south, again, long line of thunderstorms here that is mostly outflow dominant. You can actually see the outflow boundary. This is all damaging winds down here. The reason why the tornado threat exists a bit more near Minneapolis is because these storms have yet to really go outflowy, at least for the most part, at least with these ones near Buffalo and also near Hutchinson. So there is still a low chance of a tornado out of those storms. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. This is back over to Storm Hunter Media, who's back over near Brookings.
Okay, can someone give me the name of the place?
Bro, this light.
Mac, welcome to membership.
Thank you, Mac.
Hey, Rick, for the super chat, and also thank you to Bear with the super chat as well.
Yeah, it's the policy.
Cambridge, Minnesota.
I don't know what the deal is.
Something's breaking or something, I thought.
Not sure what you mean by your comment, but right now the velocities near Cambridge, I mean, it's mostly just high winds to your south. That's like the main corridor of higher winds. Otherwise, what we're looking at here is winds going towards and away from the radar. So this is kind of near like an area that I almost would consider it was almost at one point this area is tried to be like almost like a little small mesoscale convective vortex, which is like a low pressure in a kind of a way. It's not actually low pressure, but it's kind of like a low pressure center spin that kind of is popping up here on radar. And so that is why there's, you know, at least some spin there, and that's why our velocities are kind of going back and forth. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so they did just issue a severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses at least the northern part of the metro for the Minneapolis and St. Paul area. NWS Twin Cities did put out an additional tweet containing information about it, just saying that it'll produce mostly gusty winds, flash flooding, and lightning. They did not mention the word tornado, and this is not a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. So at least for the north half of the MPX metro, you guys are safe.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. My entire overlay just broke. Bro, what is going on? 1 second. All right, there we go. Why is my light red? What is going on? This entire setup is just breaking.
Do you copy?
I don't know what's going on. Everything's just breaking. All right. Now the light's like light blue. It's very interesting. I was about to point this out. Back over southwest of Duluth, there is actually a very broad area of spin that is heading towards the Willow River. This actually might be kind of associated with our little mesoscale convective vortex in a way. So we're keeping an eye on that as that continues to move to the east. Sturgeon Lake, Moose Lake, and Barnum will be in the path of that. Still a ton of lightning back over near Brookings, South Dakota. Once again, Storm Hunter Media. Keep Minneapolis bottom right of your screen. We'll keep an eye on you guys. If anything does develop, I'll let you know. I'm trying to finish my food. What kind of lightning is that? It's lightning.
Literally.
Mostly cloud to cloud lightning. Oh, I haven't really seen anything cloud to ground wise in a while.
See how the purple lightning flashes in the back? Actually, you guys can't see purple. I guess you just flash.
Does anyone have Advil?
Yeah. I think we do. Garrett says we do.
Oh shoot, my internet go down? I think my internet's going down. Maybe not. Nope, it's back.
Same thing, Sierra, except mine happened like closer to the end after the second tornado. My head has been killing me, and I swear I had it
we're good.
around here.
We're on I-29 heading south, chats.
You're talking about the stuff we gave to Brandon?
Yeah, man. Now bleep. Ask that again.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow you wherever you go. If you go to first grade, if you go to the hotel first, you train. Don't matter.
Hey, Adam, for the $10 super chat.
I'm just gonna swing by the hotel and check.
You're not considered a true professional streamer if you don't have technical difficulties. Not wrong.
Oh, you were gonna say something. I thought you were trying to say something that Sierra was talking.
No, I was asking you.
No, that was my internet, guys. That was not you guys. That was me.
Not really.
That might have been on YouTube's side, though. It might have been YouTube and not me.
He took the whole bottle.
Hard to tell.
He took the whole bottle. I have Tylenol with me.
Okay, we have Tylenol, not Advil, but I'm happy to go get it if you guys just want to get to the hotel and, you know.
Boo is asking about Shaco P. I don't think you guys are going to be watching for anything tornado-wise. I think it's a very low chance. of really anything tornadic. The main area that I'm still watching for a low tornado risk would be this right here, this kind of general area of storms that's gone up back over near Buffalo. Again, I would not rule out an isolated tornado. I just think mostly it's gonna be damaging winds. But obviously, if there is any tornado threat that happens, we're gonna let you know. Like we're keeping an eye on radar very closely right now because it is obviously a very populated area. Again, we've had some very weak attempts at rotation near Montrose, but nothing that's really come together yet. Also, back over to the west of Brownton, there is an area of higher wind near 65 miles per hour south of Hector. So they may upgrade the warning to 70 miles per hour for the 212 stretch near Brownton, Glencoe, and Winthrop, but at least for now, it is 60 mile per hour winds. Could get upgraded though. Also, another damage report back over in Minneota, Minnesota. Strong winds broke 2-inch diameter tree branches. That's another damage report there. And obviously, if you guys have any reports, photos, videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX or on Facebook. Those are linked down below. And also, if you are new to our YouTube channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do live coverage like this all the time. Make sure you're subscribed. We literally just hit 1.3 million subscribers, by the way. Just happened. We just hit 1.3 million subscribers. Crazy stuff. I think we gained like almost 10,000 subscribers today. Really appreciate everybody's support.
That's not me.
You know who that is, right?
Oh, who is that?
It's Jay.
Is it supposed to be Jay?
I'm like hardcore debating whether or not I want to get. I mentioned that place we're going to has got a good breakfast food, right?
Yeah, it looked like had breakfast food there. That's probably.
New severe thunderstorm watch. This one's back over in southeast Minnesota and western Wisconsin until 5 a.m. Central Time. Couple tornadoes are going to be possible. Damaging winds up to 75 miles per hour is likely, and then scattered isolated ping pong ball sized hail is possible. About 1.7 million people are in the severe watch. So if you're in the watch, stay weather aware, have multiple ways to receive warnings, and have a tornado action plan ready to go in case there are any tornado warnings. And that is the latest. Another severe watch has been issued. Big line of storms right now forming just off to the west of the Twin Cities. And we are still keeping an eye on a very low tornado risk, but damaging winds is the primary concern across the board right now. We also just got a wind gust of 68 miles per hour back over in Redwood Falls, Minnesota. That is from an ASOS. So that kind of goes with what I was just saying. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a considerable 70 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning here just to the south of Hutchinson. So something that we are keeping an eye on. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just had a bunch of different things actually get changed with our watches. So in addition to that severe thunderstorm watch for parts of Minnesota and Wisconsin, we actually did get another update as well to our tornado watch. Every county that was in a tornado watch in Minnesota has been expired and replaced by either a severe thunderstorm watch or no watch at all.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, the tornado watch has been canceled across the board. It is now to severe thunderstorm watches. That does include Minneapolis. So that purple box that you see here will be going away here in a couple minutes. And once that happens, we'll go back to the radar.
That picture, Chaz, a modified picture of everything. It's a modified picture.
I plan on taking a break. Yeah, the problem with today is now it just went more.
So once we get back over to Brookings, South Dakota, still a huge lightning show here.
Thankfully for me, I'm not chasing tomorrow. I gotta get down to near Peoria, Valerie's grandma's 93rd birthday celebrations tomorrow evening, so I'm gonna try and get down there as early as I can.
Anybody else? Who's tuning in right now from the Twin Cities? Just curious. Anybody in the general area of the Twin Cities? You guys having a lightning show out there? All the cameras that we're looking at, every one of them is showing a ton of lightning. So look at all of some of the different cameras that we have across the Twin Cities right now. They're all showing, for the most part, tons of lightning. Almost every single one of them. There's lightning pretty much happening all across, I think, Minnesota.
Oh, they simulated his face and all that in there, and then they kind of changed DL's face a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know what the AI generated version of me was about, but
I was gonna say that was not like.
That's not what I look like.
That's not what he looks like all the way, but that was AI generated somewhat picture of DL a little bit. Missing some of his facial features. Obviously, it looked a lot meaner, but.
Hey, CR Patrick, for becoming members. Welcome to the Velocities.
AI is going mad, yes.
I'm a little disappointed I wasn't recording when I had that freaking one border seat drop in front of me. That was pretty much that last round of border seats that was good before it was cooked.
Max is airing us. Say hi.
Hey, Max and viewers. Sorry.
What's happening?
I have Storm Intermediate on.
We can get to 4,000.
Hey, Theories, for becoming a member. I just finished all my chicken nuggets, so we're pretty much
I
good.
know we're flatlining here because we're going away from storms and everything, but we just need a few more likes to get to 4,000.
Thank you, Theories, again for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Is Riley in Minnesota? He is not. He is chilling. Otherwise, he probably would not be chilling. Why is the storm moving so slow? It's not actually that slow. Most of these storms are moving east and southeast at about 40 miles per hour. They're pretty quick. We have a new damage report back over in North Branch, Minnesota, that there are 3-inch diameter tree branches down. So a common theme that we've seen with these storms across the board is that they are knocking down tree branches. So thank you, Bear, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Anything near Brookings? Yeah, Brookings right now, 60 mile per hour winds, $half size tail. We got a lot of storms firing up even further back off to the west as well. We'll see if these upscale or not. Right now, ZDR is actually showing these red colors, which basically means our updrafts are still going up. So we'll likely start to see our line of storms expand further down to the south and west over the next hour as that goes towards Sioux Falls and eventually towards southwestern Minnesota. But almost everything off to the north here going into Wisconsin is outflow dominant for the most part. The only area that I still think has a low chance of a tornado would be back over here west of Minneapolis. That is a potential here for the next like 30 minutes to an hour. So we're keeping an eye on these storms. I'm not seeing really anything right now that looks overly concerning, but again, I still would not rule out an isolated tornado threat with one of these storms over here west of Minneapolis. So we're just still keeping an eye on that in case we do get a tornado warning of some sort. Hey, Taylor, for the super chat. Both branch? What is both branch? I don't see a both branch. I don't know where that is. Thank you, Todd, for the super chat. My kid only trusts your weather reports from Ministra, Minnesota. Appreciate him tuning in. We have a new severe warning for Clear Lake again. Clear Lake, Gary, Castlewood, and Altamont. Again, another severe warning. They've been nonstop hammered by severe weather today. Believe it or not, this one has a tornado possible label. That is not, dude, if I hit that button one more time, I'm gonna lose my mind. I have a button that is not even near that. I don't know how I keep clicking it, but we have a new tornado possible label. Again, back over near Clear Lake and Altamont. So there's a chance for another tornado. I don't think it's that high, but there is a chance. So it's pretty contaminated. It's also far away from the radar site, so it's really hard to tell what's going on here, but I really think the chances of another tornado are low. But it's something we're gonna be keeping an eye on back over near Clear Lake. Still a lightning show back over near Brookings, South Dakota. Bottom right of your screen is the Twin Cities area. We'll keep you posted if anything happens here in the Twin Cities. We have some cameras coming up too. Keeping an eye on.
Target motels in sight. Yes, it is. We are still another 15 minutes out. Like, I didn't even read any of it. Oh, this is the Phoenix office. I was like, I didn't even read any discussions about today on the weather service, which is weird. Because normally I do.
It's a live shot near Minneapolis of the wind picking up right now. Wind is beginning to pick up here. This is another live shot as well near Minneapolis. So it's just off the northwest of Minneapolis right now. Damaging winds beginning to pick up here. Mostly around 60 miles per hour. There's a lot of cars on the roadway for it being nearly midnight. It's obviously a more populated interstate, but thank you, Metro, for the $20 super chat. I can always tell how long you've been streaming by how disheveled your hair is. Or my hair isn't even that bad. What do you mean? Set up a Streamlabs link? What do you mean by that? We do have a donation link down below in PayPal and Venmo, if that's what you're talking about. My hair isn't even that bad. It could be way worse, for the record. Like, we can make it, like, literally... This looks pretty terrible. There we go. You know, brighter lights so we can get the contrast going. Look at that. Look at that hair. Inspiring, if you will. It's like I'm about to get struck by lightning. My hair's sticking up that much. Cute? Bruh, that is not cute. It's terrible. That's Max needs a girlfriend hair. What? You roll out of bed into this stream? I mean, that's possible too. I do get bedhead really easily. Not hard for me to get bedhead. Where am I out of? I mean, I'm out of Florida. Riley lives in the Midwest, so kind of diversified a little bit. Whenever a hurricane comes, I might be chalked. That's the only thing in Florida. But we're getting equipment built up, so that is not a problem if we have a major hurricane that like just knocks out power. We'll have like backup generators and stuff like that. Are tornadoes still possible? They are still possible. Might be a tiny little couplet forming near Oster, north of Winstead. I'm not really confident it's much, but like the closest thing I see to actual rotation. If we got a tornado out of that, it'd be really weak. That's west of Minneapolis. Again, this is the area I have the most interest in terms of a tornado threat. I don't think it's very high. Again, I think it's low, but this would be the area to watch for. Everything else is mostly outflow dominant, so like this would be the corridor to watch for going into the Twin Cities. They CMO for becoming a member. Anything on Connor's car getting hit by the Dominator? Not really. I mean, Connor basically just said he's just gonna fix it. He's not gonna like, you know, go after Reed or anything. I mean, I guess he basically just said it happens, so it is what it is. It was a pretty tense situation, the entire thing, though. I mean, like, that entire sequence of that tornado was just crazy. Hey, JR for the $10 super chat from Burnsville, Minnesota. You need to go to a barber? Bro, I literally just got a haircut like 3 weeks ago. Oh, my camera turned off. Bro, what? How did that even happen? That works. Bro, how does that even happen? I heard the noise on my computer of something unplugging, and I just didn't see it. My computer just might be chalked. Yeah, I literally got a haircut. Actually, it was closer to 2 months ago now. Never mind. It's not like overheating or anything. Feels normal. I want to point out that there's really not any hail with any of the storms that we have right now. It's, if anything, it's mostly just up to quarter to $half size hail. Wind is still the main concern. We still have a tornado possible label on our severe warning near Castlewood and Clear Lake and Gary in South Dakota, but not seeing a whole lot of rotation. I think it's mostly just contamination. Should be mostly damaging winds there. Low tornado risk. Severe weather is approaching Minneapolis. Be ready again for damaging winds here over the next few minutes as this line of storms comes in. We are still watching a very low tornado risk off to the west. And honestly, this might be something. Just south of Waverly. A little bit of convergence attempting to happen there. I don't think it's really much, but it's something. Something to keep an eye out on. Hey, DP for the $10 super chat. I'll draw a line, because I have people asking, can I go to bed? I'll draw a line, alright? If you're like anywhere to the west of this line, or north of the line, you're good. Boom, that's the line. You can go to sleep. Rest assured. You're chilling. If you're west or north of this line. Hey, Haley for the $10 super chat. Hey, for always coming in clutch when the bad weather arrives. Just had a crazy lightning show and some strong winds and rains in Santi, Minnesota. Glad I can help you there, and hope you have a great rest of your night. Thank you also, Nathan, for the super chat. Mankato, Minnesota here just got the severe thunderstorm watch. I was about to go to sleep, but should I be worried enough to stay up and keep an eye out? I know Mankato's somewhere near Minneapolis. You guys you're pretty much chilling. I mean, we're going to see probably at least some level of damaging winds, but overall the severe weather threat's lower over there. How many confirmed tornadoes today? We at least had, I want to say 6, 7, 8 maybe. How many have we had? Let me check the SBC reports. That is a good question, though. This is our tornadoes in total. So we've had 11 tornado reports. Keep in mind that does not mean we had 11 tornadoes, but we had 11 tornado reports. Most of them were on the storm near Gary and Clear Lake in South Dakota. We had a couple land spouts apparently earlier today over in North Dakota, and also a couple back over in western Minnesota. So we pretty much, I'm pretty sure, are near, if not we did hit tornado outbreak criteria, at least small scale tornado outbreak. So yeah. Do you think we reached that today? Say video from Minneapolis that was just sent in by Mario on Twitter a few moments ago. Decent amount of lightning there from Minneapolis. If you have any photos or videos, you can send them to us on Twitter or Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. Another wind damage report back over near St. Michael in Minnesota. That's in Wright County, just northwest of Minneapolis. A report on Twitter of trees down in the city of St. Michael. And that was around 11:25 p.m., so about 25 minutes ago. That is another damage report we're getting out of this line of storms that is now pushing into Minneapolis here over the next 15 minutes or so. Still have a very weak area of rotation near Winstead. I don't really think there's much of a tornado risk here. Even if there was a tornado, it's a very weak one if we were to get one, but there's a little bit of rotation there. Just to the west of Minneapolis. Say a live shot here from St. Paul on the virtual rail fan. Look at that. St. Paul was outside of Minneapolis. Tons of lightning with this storm. Little PTZ camera here. Got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Bennett, and Oglala counties in South Dakota. That is an observed 70-mile-per-hour threat there. Will I be live tomorrow? I'm not sure yet. Don't really know. I'll look at tomorrow real quickly on my other monitor. We'll talk about it actually really quickly here. Let me do slot 1 for that one. This is what tonight looks like, and line of storms will push into Wisconsin, southern Minnesota overnight tonight. Line of storms will continue tomorrow morning in Iowa, and then it'll fall apart. And we should see more storms fire up tomorrow afternoon and evening. I'm gonna be honest, tomorrow does not look like a stream day. It looks pretty mid for a stream day. Like, I don't see anything that organized. I was thinking, like, if we got a storm near, like, Kansas City, we may see an isolated tornado. I mean, we could literally see an isolated tornado somewhere in Oklahoma, southwest Missouri, or something like that, but it doesn't look super organized. May even see an isolated tornado in Wisconsin. This is the SVC outlook again for tomorrow, just so you have an idea of what tomorrow looks like. Got a large slight risk from Kansas City back into Wisconsin and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Whatever happens tomorrow really resides in what happens tonight, so that's the biggest thing. Like, again, whatever happens here over the next few hours and also into the overnight hours will basically determine where the storms begin tomorrow, and if they begin further north, I do think there's a better chance of a live stream, especially if we get storms near Kansas City. Otherwise, doesn't look like a stream day. Looks kind of unlikely. I'll give it like a 20% chance right now. Back over to St. Paul. What do you do when you're not streaming? Usually work, like on the back end. I don't really have that. I haven't had many days off recently, but hoping to get some more days off here soon. I do think Tuesday through Thursday, well, for the record, I haven't really even said this, but Tuesday through Thursday, like, starting on Tuesday, we are actually moving our studio, so we will officially be in a new studio in a couple days. So the next time we're live, assuming we're not live tomorrow, the next time we're live, we'll be actually in a new studio setup. It won't be super different from what this is. It will be a bit different, but it will not be super duper different. But I am going to have, instead of the 5 monitors that we have now, we will have up to 12 monitors. 3 different computers, bunch of lighting. It's going to be pretty upgraded, so big changes coming there. I do think we should have a tornado warning on the storm west of Minneapolis. There is a couplet coming together here over the last couple scans near Oster, so we may get a tornado warning on this. It's a little area of convergence just south of Montrose. Could get a brief tornado out of this, going towards 25 and Delano. We're going towards Oreno as well. But that is definitely a area of convergence here. A new radar scan coming in. No tornado possible on this storm, but new velocity scan coming in. We'll look at what it looks like here. Just outside of Minneapolis. If we were to get a tornado, it'd probably be really weak, but... And the latest scan is a little bit weaker, but it's still there. Still a little tight area of rotation northeast of Oster. Coming up on the White Mobile Home Park. Lindale is also in the path of this. No CC drop at this point, but there's a little tightening there. Could get a brief or weak tornado. Thank you, Matthew, for the $5 super chat. For hurricane season, better have bench camera setup. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably have some... I mean, we'll probably have some level of camera setup. Maybe one on the bench. We should just get a permanent bench camera. We really should set one up. The lightning is so insane. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. The St. Paul camera has a really solid and crisp view of all the lightning. Thank you, Ann, for the $5 super chat. My kid is at a bonfire in New Prague. I mean, there's nothing right now in that area that looks like concerning, but I would in the next like 30 minutes probably, because we're gonna start to have lightning, which cloud ground lightning is still possible. That's dangerous, and then on top of that, damaging winds is still possible. So whenever thunder roars, go indoors. That's the best thing you can do. Got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. It's back over in western South Dakota. Going on. Lone storm could persist for another couple hours. Hail and wind is possible, so that's basically over near Rapid City. Up to 70-mile-per-hour winds and up to golf ball-sized hail will be a possibility. Put a new camera bottom right of your screen. Winds picking up here. This is back over near Minneapolis. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour coming in right now. Delano, thank you, JR. Localized flooding is a possibility also near the Twin Cities tonight as these storms are slowly moving across this area. Just be aware of that. That area of rotation that I was talking about near Oster has now gotten a little bit weaker. So, and that may have produced a brief tornado near Oster. Unknown, obviously, as of right now. Near Hazleton. Wind's gotten a little bit calmer here. It's back over to St. Paul. A report in the chat that power is out in St. Michael, according to somebody in the chat. Also, a report in the chat of Hanover losing power. Thank you, RGB, for the $10 super chat from Owatonna, Minnesota. Appreciate you tuning in. Owatonna. Yeah, it should be mainly a wind threat down there tonight. Mainly a wind threat. Hey, Jason, for the super chat. The dog's name is Max, named after you. Will there be any pup merch for the velocity pause? We should do some pet merch. That'd be kind of fun if we did that. I didn't even think of that, but that'd be kind of fun if we did that. Velocity pause would be crazy. Do we have any rotating wasps today? We did not have any wasps, actually. No wasps on the stream today. The only stream that we've ever had wasps on was that one the other day. The most recent stream, like 2 days ago. That was the most recent one. Other than that, we've literally never had wasps on our stream before, at least from my knowledge. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now, back over to the west of Spearfish, in South Dakota and Wyoming. So this is near Holette. This is gonna be for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds and as well as a $half sized hail. Believe it or not, this same exact area literally had a storm just like this that produced 80-mile-per-hour winds, like, I don't know, 9-10 hours ago. So, like, this is not anything new, basically. This is another storm that's going to go basically over the same area where we had a path of 80-mile-per-hour winds north of Spearfish and Rapid City. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. This is, again, a 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. It is destructive. It is an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning as well. Near 213 or 212 Road, Bella Forche, just south of Elzada. I still would not be surprised if we got a brief tornado somewhere here west of Minneapolis. We got two converging outflow boundaries here and a bunch of storms just kind of firing in this area. So there's a chance of an isolated tornado. It would probably be on the weak side of things. We have a little area of rotation again east of Winstead. That's going to be heading towards the south side of Delano and then eventually going towards Oreno. So let's be ready for that again west of Minneapolis. Back over to the St. Paul camera. They also death for the $10 super chat for Cottage Grove, Minnesota. Cottage Grove, damaging winds being the biggest concern. We actually don't even have a severe warning anymore anywhere in Minneapolis. So they've actually gone ahead and ended the severe thunderstorm warning here. With that said, we've been watching at least some weak rotation in a couple different areas, one of which is back over to the south of Montrose. We got another one near St. Michael. It's kind of like overhead right now. It's kind of a little broad area of rotation there. These storms are still spinning just a little bit. That severe warning was actually allowed to expire, I believe, so. Hey, Castro, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Is that a Culver's roof? No, I don't think so. I don't know where this is. I think it's on top of some sort of like railroad or something. They're also official for the 12-month membership. 1 year already. I know, it's crazy. We're up to like 2 and 3 year members too now, which is just insane. Literally have members that have been here for as many as 3 years. Huge shout out, by the way, to all the members of our channel. Again, it helps us be able to do what we do on this channel. If you want to become a member of the channel, that is the join button down below or the top link in the description below. By no means required, but it does help us out tremendously. We have a big studio move coming up here soon as well. We are literally moving our entire studio next week. And it'll be way better because we are able to actually have stable internet. Like, we'll have stable internet pretty much the entire time. Obviously, we had an internet outage, which prevented us from going live a couple days ago, but that should not be a problem from here on out. So, exciting stuff coming up there. How's it going, Miss K? I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Hurst, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, thank you, Jimmy, for the super chat. How are the lightning strikes estimated? There are like satellites. There's certain things that can estimate the lightning. It's mainly satellites. It's back over in Hanover, Michigan, or Minnesota, of a lightning strike descended from Denisha. Look at that lightning strike here. Right at nighttime. Beautiful cloud-to-cloud lightning. Hey, Josh, with the super chat. That blue roof is actually a car wash place called the Midway Express Car Wash. All right, so that's the answer. It's not a Culver's. Another lightning shot, too. A couple different ones. Again, sent in by Denisha on Twitter. You think the destructive severe storm in South Dakota will hit Pierce, South Dakota? It's a long ways away. I mean, by the time that storm gets there, it might not even be, like, existent. It might literally fizzle before it gets there. So, I think the biggest concern will be off to the north, though, of Rapid City. It should fall apart before getting to Pierce. But stay weather aware, have ways to receive warnings. The worst of it, again, is in northeast Wyoming right now. We also have a severe warning in northern Nebraska that is north of Atkinson for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail heading towards O'Neill. This area of storm should also fall apart in the next few hours, but damaging winds will likely continue back over towards O'Neill, Pierce, and Neeley in northeastern Nebraska. Also, a 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning near Martin, south of Wanbley. So 70-mile-per-hour winds surging towards 18 Martin, just west of Rosebud. We still have a tornado possible label on our storm near Clear Lake, but I haven't really seen anything that would indicate that we have a tornado. I think it's mostly hail. There's like a little couplet there, but I still think it's contaminated. It's too far away from the radar site to fully tell there. There is another little tiny couplet here west of Minneapolis. It's very interesting. These storms are trying to produce tornadoes here. Like there's like an actual attempt here. Again, at maybe a tornado south of Rockford, and there's another area of attempted convergence as well, back over west of Victoria. Like, the storms haven't even really gone through Minneapolis yet, but this area is what we need to watch for going into Minneapolis. I know there's no severe warning here, which, to be honest, I'm kind of surprised by, but, like, there is actually, like, a couple of attempts here at rotation. So, we need to continue to keep an eye on this as it moves into Minneapolis, Chanhassen, Eagan, and Brooklyn Park. Still not ruling out an isolated tornado or two. Thank you, Landon, for the super chat. Any tornadoes in your Marshall, Minnesota? I would say Marshall is pretty much done. Most of the storms have already passed you. It's mostly going to be just an outflow dominant area of damaging winds as this area of storms continues to push down to the south. Thank you also, Sven, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. And Timber, also thank you for the $10 super chat. I mispronounce Minnesota town names on purpose. I pretty much, I do not do that for the record, but I bet you do. They also move for the $5 super chat. Nothing I can see in the sky yet, no sirens, but absolutely no wind. That's the calm before the storm over there in Delano. Actually, well, you're kind of right here. I don't know where you are, Delano, but if you're further south, you're kind of in the calm before the storm. Yeah, there are a couple different areas of attempted convergence here, south of Rockford, so still keeping an eye on a low tornado risk as this line of storms approaches Minneapolis. But yeah, Twin Cities, you're not even clear yet. Again, the storms haven't really even gotten through Minneapolis yet. The storms are still off to your west. Still trying to come in right now. Delano, that's what I'm saying. Am I not saying Delano? It's here for SRM. Are they still live? No, they're ending.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There you go. Tornado warning now for Hennepin and Carver counties in Minnesota. We've been talking about this for a little bit, and it has now come to fruition. It only took like 45 minutes since we started talking about it, but we now have a tornado warning. Again, for Hennepin and as well as Carver counties in Minnesota. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. That is our area of convergence. It's over Mayer. It's about to move over Lake Waconia and then eventually going towards Minnetrista and then eventually going towards Victoria and as well as Minnetonka. Eden Prairie is also in the path of this. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible here, just to the west of Minneapolis. Again, this is a QLCS tornado that's trying to form. We have multiple other areas of circulation too, south of this tornado warning near Norwood, Young America, also going through Cologne. So those are some other areas to keep an eye on. You can see, well, actually, this might get tornado warning right here. We got a couplet right here, south of Cologne. We got another one here. We got 4 areas of definitive rotation right now. We got the one near Mayer and then the other 3 further south. So we may get a tornado warning in a moment for Shakopee as well. With how late it is at night, I wouldn't be surprised if they did tornado warn this segment. So there probably will be a new tornado warning in a moment further south, back down near south of Victoria. Just to the west of Shakopee. That is a couplet right there. That could be a tornado over 50. We don't have a debris signature yet, but that could be a tornado dropping near 50. It's near Gotha, just south of Cologne. And we got 2 other areas of rotation near Hydes Lake. Hey, Pickles for the $10 super chat. Also, shout out to Kathleen with the $50 PayPal donation. W's in the chat for Kathleen. Really appreciate that. We got another radar scan coming in right now, so we're going to check this out. Yeah, I mean, we got, again, a couplet here south of Cologne. We got another one west of Cologne. We got another one northwest of Cologne. And then a larger area of rotation west of Laconia. That's about to go over Lake Laconia here in a moment. Also, keep in mind that there are 92,000 people in this tornado warning. So if you have any friends or family in this tornado warning, make sure that they're awake, alert, and up. Again, we are live. If you want to share the stream with them, you feel free. There's 92,000 people, though, in this tornado warning. Hopefully all of them are awake and in their safe places right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just south of our tornado warning, there is actually a CC drop now in that latest scan. So I probably need a new tornado warning. You said it yourself on all these couplets, but the one just south of the warning is on the ground right now.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. There actually might be as many as 3 tornadoes right now. I'm looking at all 3 different couplets. This is the main one west of Cologne. That one's on the ground. So we have an unwarned tornado right now west of Cologne. And then we have another one here southwest of Cologne that could be on the ground. And we may have another one in that other circle. So there could be as many as 3 tornadoes right now. The one that's definitely down is this one right here, just northwest of Cologne. That's going to be going up in the direction of Chaska and eventually towards Shakopee. So there's a confirmed tornado here via radar, but there's no current warning on this by any means. We don't even have a severe warning for this area. So hopefully if you're tuning in from this area that you're seeking shelter near Cologne, Carver, Chaska, Augusta, or Dahlgren, because these are the areas where we currently have multiple areas of rotation. The northern storm obviously is tornado warned, but we do not even have a CC drop on that as of right now. It's just a broad area of rotation. Wind has really picked up, by the way. We are now looking at velocities as high as 80 miles per hour. So even if we did not have a tornado, the wind threat has rapidly increased in the last 15 minutes just to the west here of Minneapolis. So this is definitely taken a bit of an uptick here over the last few minutes, just off to the west of the Twin Cities. Hey, Wes, for the super chat. All right, we got a couple cameras that are going to be looking in this direction. Let me try to pull those up. And we got a new radar scan for the velocities coming in right now. So that is coming in. See what it looks like. But again, tornado is down. Just south of the tornado warning, we still do not have a tornado warning for this. It's at least a weak tornado. But a tornado is a tornado. All right, here's the latest scan. We got 3 couplets. Again, we got 1 south of Cologne. We got 1 north of Cologne. We got actually 2 north of Cologne, technically. And yeah, we got a definitive CC drop here. I don't know how there's no tornado warning. We have 2 tornadoes currently in progress. These are likely twin tornadoes east of Hydes Lake. So this is north of Cologne, and it will be coming up on Augusta. So again, we got 2 unwarned tornadoes right now, just south of Laconia. I'm really urging anybody, if you know any friends or family in this area, I would make sure that they're in their safe place. I still don't understand why this is not tornado warned, but we got 2 definitive areas, again, of rotation, and on top of that, a very likely tornado right now. Yeah, it is a tornado, just to the east of Hydes Lake. It is a CC drop. That is a debris signature. It's not a super strong tornado. Again, we're not expecting strong and large tornadoes, but this is definitely down. The National Weather Service office is probably in shelter since they're in the warning. That may be why this is not tornado warning. We don't know for sure, but there's definitely a tornado down again just south of this tornado warning. Also further north, we got another tight couplet coming together going towards Minnetrista and then eventually going towards Mound. So that may drop in the next minute, and then we got more strong rotation near Lake Waconia. We really have about 5 different areas of rotation, and the most southern ones that are not in our tornado warning have been down here for the last couple minutes. So we got another radar scan coming in now. We'll see what the velocities look like. We still have a small little couplet south of Cologne, and then this is the latest scan north of Cologne. And I mean, this looks like probably a tornado still. I'm waiting for the CC to update. That looked like a tornado though in the latest scan near 140. It's about to be moving into Augusta here in a minute. Is likely still down. Just waiting for CC radar update. These are our 2 tornadoes though that we have had down over the last couple minutes. So we got twin tornadoes coming up on the south side of Waconia. This is still outside of the tornado warning, so you need to be in your safe place if you're not in this tornado warning south of Waconia, Minnesota, going towards Augusta, and going eventually towards Chaska. And Dahlgren is also in the path of this.
A new tornado
They have
warning
now
has
issued a
been
new
issued.
tornado warning for this. So it seems like they are at least issuing a warning, but there's a very tight couplet right over 140. So I'm very confident that is a potentially even almost a strong tornado. We're waiting for the CC radar update, but that looks pretty tight to me. They have issued a tornado warning for Shakopee, Chaska, Cologne, just west of Prior Lake. This is all just west of Minneapolis. We have a very strong area, a very strong RFD going into Waconia, and also an inflow coming into the storm, going towards Victoria right now. For whatever reasons...
This is an urgent alert.
There you
A
go.
tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Well, they've upgraded the northern tornado warning, so the northern tornado warning is now confirmed. I would expect the southern one will also be confirmed here in a minute. So we now officially have a confirmed tornado warning for Sibley, or not Sibley, sorry. That's going to be for Hennepin and Carver counties in Minnesota. You guys are now in a confirmed tornado warning. So we have a tornado down again just to the west of Minneapolis. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. We have a tornado down on the southern tornado warning as well. That is going into Augusta, Minnesota, and then eventually approaching Chaska, and Victoria will also be in the path of that. So that tornado is down. The other tornado that is down is near Maple. That is a CC drop on the north side of Maple. That is another tornado that just crossed over 10. That is coming up on St. Boniface and eventually going towards Ministra Mound. We have a lot of rotation, and there is likely going to be several different tornadoes in this line of storms as it comes up on Eden Prairie. This is looking, honestly, very concerning. We have a very strong RFD surge and a very strong inflow. I'm not going to lie, like, this could come together and produce a strong tornado. The velocities have upticked a ton over the last few minutes. This looks a lot more concerning than what it did, like, 10 minutes ago. So you need to be ready if you're back over in areas like Richfield, Bloomington, Eden Prairie, Minnetonka, or even near Minneapolis to go to your safe place. This is a very strong area of rotation right now, west of Minneapolis, and I do think it has the capability of producing the threat of even a strong tornado. We have another tornado down south of Cologne right now. This is another confirmed tornado via radar. That is a couplet right there just to the southwest of Dahlgren. That is heading up towards Chaska. So we currently have 3 different tornadoes down. We got one southeast of Cologne. We got another one north of Cologne, and then the other one is a very strong area of rotation just off to the north of Waconia. These are all currently moving to the east. We have 2 clear debris signatures right now. So these 2 are definitely tornadoes. And the third one is also a tornado. There's still a debris signature up there. So again, if you have any friends or family near the Twin Cities, make sure that they are weather aware. Share the stream with them. Get the word out there. Again, this is not over. We got 3 tornadoes on the ground right now west of Minneapolis. It is 12:18 a.m. Most people are sleeping right now, and if for whatever reason you have friends that might not be awake, which it's a possibility, or family, please make sure that they're aware of this. This has upticked a lot here in the last 15 minutes. We've been mentioning this for like an hour, but it just took a while for this to actually materialize. And it has now become a QLCS tornado threat here over the last several minutes. All right, here's the latest radar scan, and we still have a very strong area of rotation north of Coney Island and Waconia near St. Boniface going towards Boulder Bridge and Shorewood Oaks. The latest CC scan still shows a tornado that is down just southwest of Dahlgren. We still have a debris signature there that is coming up on Highway 43, Carver, and Chaska. The other one is just southeast of Waconia. That is still a tornado down on this couplet. That is moving towards Highway 11 in Chaville. And then this right here is a very strong area of rotation. If there were a tornado that would be strong, it would be this one right here. We have very strong velocities, especially going away from the radar, or going towards the radar. Winds right now are being estimated at 80 miles per hour, only going one direction. And so if our inflow intensifies, this could become a strong tornado if it does drop. But we still have a debris signature north of Waconia, but it is over a lake right now. It's over Lake Waconia, so it's likely just sucking up water right now. And then the one southeast of Waconia is still down. There's still a debris signature there. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I would support a PDS tornado warning for the storm north of Waconia, I guess the tornado north of Waconia. Even if there's no CC drop, which it looks to be, it is still capable of getting a tornado warning or a PDS tornado warning with a radar indicated tag, but I do hope they upgrade it to an observed radar indicated tag or PDS tag.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So there is a possibility, especially if we get a much more definitive CC drop, that there will likely be a PDS tornado warning here west of Minneapolis. Again, we're going to have to wait and see what the velocities look like in the CC on the next scan or two, but the confidence is building that this is almost undoubtedly a significant tornado, or it is about to be a significant tornado, assuming that this thing holds up. The one down near Augusta still looks really strong right now, and look at this. This right here, south of St. Boniface, the latest scan looks pretty concerning. Look at how this thing is wrapping. We have a very strong inflow and also a hook echo. They have continued this as a confirmed tornado warning for now. The inflow is awfully strong right now, and then we have a hook echo. This has come together a lot over the last couple scans. Keep in mind, this is still on a lake. It's on a lake. It is not over ground, at least on this radar scan. It's now over ground on the south side of St. Boniface, but the fact of the matter is we do not have a CC drop because it's over water. It's picking up water, fish, whatever it might be, so it's not being picked up by radar. The storm that is near Augusta, that is on the ground still. This tornado warning has not been upgraded, but we do have a tornado down right now going towards Shakopee and eventually going towards Eden Prairie. So this is still down over Highway 10 that is moving east, and it will be approaching the radar site over the next few minutes. There is still a CC drop right over Highway 10 approaching Augusta right now. The velocities are still very strong as well. So, again, this is not a good thing. We have a significant line of storms producing QLCS tornadoes and potentially even a strong tornado going towards the Minneapolis area here in the next 15 to 20 minutes, but this is a very concerning trend. The tornado that was down south of Dalgreen looks to be weaker. Overall, the velocities are much weaker down to the south. So the main two couplets that we have right now is the one southwest of Victoria and the other one just south of Ministra. We got another radar scan coming up here in just a moment. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, there is camera confirmation that the tornado north of Waconia is on the ground. Also, we did get a tornado report for the next tornado to the south of that as well. So we do have confirmation that at least two of these tornadoes are on the ground, not only via correlation coefficient, but also via just camera feeds and storm spotters.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, two different tornadoes are down right now. We got another velocity scan coming in right now. So on top of it being verified by radar, it's obviously being verified via other cameras as well. This is the latest velocity scan, and we still have an area of rotation west of Carver. The one near Augusta just got weaker, and then the one back over to the south of St. Boniface is still very strong. And we may even get a little mesocyclone handoff further to the east. There's another area of rotation developing north of Victoria. And so they have upgraded the other tornado warning to confirmed as well. So Scott, Carver counties, that tornado warning has now been just upgraded to confirmed. So we now have a confirmed tornado warning here for Shakopee as well as Chaska, Jordan, and west of Prior Lake. This is now another confirmed tornado warning just to the west of Bloomington. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. The tornado that's been on the ground for the last few minutes has been located near Augusta. We also have another tight area of rotation southwest of Chaska, and there may be another area of weaker rotation west of Jordan. That's coming up on 169 right now. This is by far, though, again, the most concerning storm. We do have a tornado down south of St. Boniface. This just came off of Lake Waconia. This is a tornado down that is moving towards Boulder Bridge, Victoria, Shorewood, Oaks, and as well as the Minnewasta Manor. Those are some of those communities here just outside of Spring Lake and Ministra. So you need to be in your safe place. We still have a large hook echo and a very strong inflow going into the storm. It is coming up towards Minneapolis here. So get ready if you're in Minneapolis. We may get tornado warnings over there if this trend continues as this line moves east. Also, a severe warning was issued west of Minneapolis for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So forgot to mention that, but tornadoes obviously a little bit more important right now. All right, here's the latest radar scan. And we still have rotation just south of 212 and 61. Still some rotation south of Victoria, and then we have now two couplets. We may have twin tornadoes south of Ministra right now, or Minnetrista, south of Spring Park. There could be twin tornadoes. There are likely twin tornadoes. I cannot verify fully because we are so close to the radar site, but I believe there are two tornadoes down right now in the same, 1 mile radius. Or that's about 2 miles. That's about 2 miles from apart, but there may be two tornadoes right now. We have one south of St. Boniface and then another one just west of Boulder Bridge. So we likely have twin tornadoes in progress moving towards Excelsior and eventually going towards Chanhassen. This is still a confirmed tornado warning they've just updated it. The bottom middle camera is going to be in Victoria Drive, which is near where this tornado is. But it's facing the ground. You can see the wind actually picking up right now. This is inside of our tornado warning. You can see the wind picking up there at the bottom of your screen. So this is pretty close to where our tornado would be located. Fortunately, it's facing the ground, though. Got another radar scan coming in now. Again, we likely have twin tornadoes right now just outside of Victoria. Velocities are just updating now. That is, yeah, that's on the ground. It's right over Lake Zumbra. So we got another tornado over a lake right now. We still have a tornado southeast of St. Boniface. Yeah, this is likely a strong tornado right now. I think this meets PDS criteria. Just to the southwest there of Tonka Bay, it's just south of Spring Park, that is going towards Chasen. You can see a very tight area of rotation, though, that is moving right towards the radar site right now. So this right here is, again, a very strong area of rotation that is right near Highway 7. There are homes here that are being hit by this tornado, unfortunately. So there are homes that are taking a direct hit from this tornado. And that is almost undoubtedly a strong tornado. Trying to get the map up on here so we can actually see where this might be hitting. This is Lake Zumbra, again, just west of Minneapolis. There are a ton of homes here. Unfortunately, a lot of lake homes that are likely being hit by this tornado right now. So that tornado is going right over the homes that are right along the lake. There are so many homes in the path of this. Again, Shorewood Oaks, Boulder Bridge, those are very populated communities here on the west side of Minneapolis. This is 100% a strong tornado. So again, just north of Victoria, strong tornado currently in progress. It is moving towards Eden Prairie. I would expect a PDS tornado warning on this, assuming that this continues. But you can see, again, very deep debris signature right over the lake. This already meets PDS criteria. So this could easily go to a PDS tornado warning going towards Eden Prairie. But the CC drop's huge. And again, we still got, I mean, the other tornado was still on the ground. I think that one's occluding, though. The other one is obviously the more dominant tornado now. Got a new radar scan coming in right now. This is about to be right next to the radar site, so it's going to get a lot harder to see on this radar. Here's the latest radar scan. Still have broad rotation near Chaska and also near Baden. Obviously, the more concerning storm is the one that is currently going right through Boulder Bridge. Latest scan still showing a strong tornado over Highway 7. That is a huge debris signature. Again, we got a strong tornado in progress right now near Boulder Bridge in Minnesota. You need to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. If that's a storm shelter, that's where you got to be. Basement, closet, bathroom, wherever that might be. This is a big tornado right now near Boulder Bridge, Minnesota, and that's, again, a community. It's about to hit the Shorewood Oaks community, and then coming up on the Minnewaska Manor, Highover, and Willow Ridge. The latest scan is showing a significant tornado. We have black showing up on reflectivity and pink. That indicates that we have significant debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere. Once again, this does meet PDS criteria. I still fully expect that we should get a PDS tornado warning for this, as we have a significant tornado in progress right over Highway 7. The debris field here, if we just go from west to east here, it's almost a mile wide with this debris field. Doesn't mean the tornado's a mile wide, but it does mean that we have significant debris being lofted up, and it's being spread out quite a bit here, right along Highway 7. This is going to be coming up on Chanhassen and eventually Eden Prairie. All right, a lot of people that live here. Again, if you have any friends or family in the Twin Cities area, you need to get the word out there. If this thing keeps going, it's going to be coming up on a very populated area. Again, we're talking a million people in the path of a potential significant tornado if this were to somehow continue into Minneapolis, which is possible. Latest scan. I mean, man, this tornado, again, is significant. It went right over Lake Virginia. It is hitting a ton of homes right now. I'm going to go more full cam just so you can see everything here. But again, this tornado is literally going over a very populated community here near Shorewood Oaks. It's coming up on Shorewood. We have a huge debris signature on radar. This is a debris ball on radar too. That pink area, that is, again, debris. That is not rain. That is literally debris that is being lofted up on top of there being a tornado here. So there is a significant tornado. It's about to go over Lake Minneswashta and eventually going towards Highover, Lakeview at Pinehurst, Ashling Meadows, Willow Ridge, and Fox Chase. You guys are all in the path of a significant tornado. This is a likely strong to intense tornado that is going to be moving to these areas over the next few minutes. There are so many homes here, like so many, that are being hit by this. And that's why there's a lot of debris as well being lifted up. And keep in mind that the National Weather Service office here is very close to where this tornado is, so that's probably the reason why this has not been upgraded. But nonetheless, this already meets PDS criteria, and this is again a large tornado that is currently moving towards Oak Terrace and Eden Prairie. So get your tornado action plan ready to go if you're over near Bloomington, Eden Prairie, Richfield, or Minnetonka, because those are the areas that would eventually be in the path of this tornado. Just to the south of Plymouth, we could still see tornadoes more to the south, more to the north, but this is the general track of where our most significant tornado is currently going. All right, here's the latest radar scan. We got another radar scan coming in right now. I'm gonna go to velocities. We'll wait for that. All right, latest scan showing that tornado now over the south side of Shorewood Oaks. That is right over Lake Minneswashta. All right, so that's where this tornado is right now located. It's right over the lake. And I'm waiting for the velocities to update further south as well, because there may be some action happening down there too. All right, we got another tornado trying to drop right now near Shakopee. We got another tornado trying to drop there. There's a tight couplet just to the south of the radar site. This is likely about to be on the ground. We're going to need a new tornado warning for Bloomington, more than likely. We are getting to a very highly populated area here on the southwest side of Minneapolis, but we have another tornado that is attempting to drop right now south of Autumn Woods. This is going to be heading in the direction of Eden Prairie, Bloomington Ferry, and Bloomington, Richfield, and Adena. So I would, again, fully expect another tornado warning here soon going towards Bloomington. That is a tight area of rotation. That would likely also drop the potential for a strong tornado. This is live inside of our tornado warning. The wind is picking up like crazy here. It's back over on MN41. Wow, look at this. You can see the wind picking up. This is right on MN5 inside of our tornado warning. Hey, Ross with the super chat. Sioux Falls is it's pretty much clear. Just damaging winds down there. All right, back over to our tornado warnings here. Latest scan, we have a tight couplet. We have a tornado down. Another tornado down on the northwest side of Shakopee. So brand new tornado has just dropped on the northwest side of Shakopee. That's going to be going into Eden Prairie over the next few minutes. There needs to be a tornado warning for Eden Prairie. It is 12:30 in the morning right now. There are people sleeping, and unfortunately, this is entering into a very populated area. But we have another tornado down here that is right near 61 on Flying Cloud Drive. That is going to be moving to the east-northeast over the next few minutes, and then going towards Bloomington. So if you're in Bloomington, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This is still inside of our tornado warning. The winds have gotten absolutely crazy here. This is over on MN5 at Gaplin Boulevard. There was apparently a power flash here just a moment ago. There was just a power flash on this camera literally just moments ago. And so there is an active tornado still down here. The tornado further to the north, we have absolutely no clue what's going on here because the tornado itself is so close to the radar site. I think the tornado on this northern storm is over Highover right now, and it's about to move into Chanhassen. We are in literally a tough position because the radar site is literally next to where this tornado is. So it's very difficult to see this northern tornado. But we think that's going to be moving into Chanhassen here in a moment. And then the other tornado is near Shakopee. It's on the north side near 61. And so that tornado will be right here on the north side of Shakopee right now. Waiting for another velocity scan to come in. But we again have two different tornadoes down. going towards the Minneapolis metro area here over the next few minutes. All right, here's the latest scan. Okay, that's not good. There might be a tornado down near Eden Prairie. There's no tornado warning here. I don't know why they haven't issued one yet.
A new tornado
Yeah, all right,
warning has
there you
been
go.
issued.
We got a lot of people in this tornado warning. Brand new tornado warning for Minneapolis, Minnetonka, Richfield, Bloomington, Eden Prairie. There literally could be a tornado down right now on the west side of Eden Prairie. We don't have a debris signature yet, but that is a tight couplet. That's near Dell Road and 78th Street, going towards Highway 5 and also 212. That is going to be moving towards Dewey Hill, Cal Hill, Indian Trails, Indian Hills, and Edina. So all of Minneapolis, you guys are in a tornado warning. I know it says radar indicated, but there are multiple tornadoes that have dropped in the last few minutes. And I think we have a new one that is on the east side of Chanhassen that has just dropped. So this is another tornado down right now going into Eden Prairie. That is going to be going towards 494 and 169. So if you're anywhere in this tornado warning, obviously a lot of people live here. Seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is no joke. Again, we got multiple tornadoes that are dropping right now, moving into the Twin Cities and also surrounding suburbs. If you have any friends or family inside of this large tornado warning or any of the tornado warnings that we currently have, please get the word out there. Share, spread the word. It doesn't matter if you don't share my stream. I don't really care. Just make sure that they're awake. It is 12:36 in the morning. There will be people sleeping, and some people may sleep through this. We need to take this very seriously. The tornado warning does include 947,000 people, and there are multiple tornadoes that are currently dropping right now. So again, multiple tornadoes have been dropping over the last few minutes, and we are fully expecting that this tornado threat is going to continue as well as this area of storms continues to track to the east. This is turning into a relatively dangerous situation with it being nighttime. Another velocity scan coming in. We're waiting for that. Waiting for the velocities to update. Latest scan showing a slightly broader area of rotation, but there may be a tornado down right now near Eden Prairie. That is where we just had a tight couplet. There is at least some sort of CC drop here. Since we're so close to the radar site, it is hard to indicate whether that is fully a tornado, but I do think this is a tornado over Route 212 that's going into the downtown area of Eden Prairie right now. So likely tornado right now moving into Eden Prairie. Further down to the south, we have a couple other areas of broader rotation that's coming up on Barden, Bloomington, Ferry, and eventually going towards Bloomington. I think in about 1 or 2 radar scans, we'll have a much better idea of what's happening with these velocities because we're just so close to the radar site. It makes it hard to tell what exactly is happening on the velocities, but the terminal radar site not really doing us any help. So we're gonna have to stay on this radar site here. Also, all the cameras that are on our screen right now are all inside these tornado warnings, just an FYI. We're putting a bunch of cameras up there just so we have an idea if there is any power flashes or we can visibly see any tornadoes. Might be able to help give an earlier heads up. They have gone ahead and downgraded the Scott County, Minnesota tornado warning. That is back down to radar indicated. That is back down to radar indicated here, back over for the Shakopee area. Just a large, broad area of rotation up and down the entire line. All right, new radar scan is coming in right now, waiting for velocities to update. All right, here's the latest radar scan. And I'm not seeing anything super definitive. I see a little broad area of rotation, at least a little area of rotation south of Oak Terrace. That's just south of Oak Terrace. Might try to drop a tornado. The one that was south of Eden Prairie likely has occluded. I do not see a clear tornado on the velocities anymore. Looking at CC radar, can't really verify anything either. It does show a CC drop, but it's in a low reflectivity area. And then further to the south, just to the southeast of Shakopee going towards Glendale, there's also an area of rotation here that may try to drop a tornado as that tracks to the east. So we still have like 3 definitive areas of rotation right now. 1, 2, and then 3. Those are the main areas that we're looking at. There will likely be other ones that develop here over the next few minutes, but we got 3 different areas of rotation along the leading edge here of our line of thunderstorms that is tracking right now into Bloomington and Minneapolis. I'd also keep an eye on this this area up here, back over to Minnetonka. We could get a stronger inflow here near Minnetonka. May bow out a little bit more, and there may be a slightly more elevated tornado threat heading towards the St. Paul area. So we need to keep an eye on this northern segment of storms here. All right, we got another radar scan that is fully coming in right now. Yeah, if you're in any of the pink polygons, you need to be in your safe place. Doesn't matter where you are in them. At this point, it doesn't matter. We have, again, multiple tornadoes that have been dropping over the last few minutes. The latest velocity scan is coming in right now. We'll be able to verify if there's anything on the ground here in 2 seconds. But again, we could literally see tornadoes anywhere. All right, so back up here near Minneapolis, like the northern side of this tornado warning, I'm not seeing anything definitively on the ground or even near on the ground. Further to the south, we have a tight couplet back over near Brewer. So this is likely going to be a tornado here in the next minute or two. But that's back over near East Village and Brewer. So that may be a tornado right there. That's going into Glendale, Riverside, Fields, and then eventually going into Savage and Burnsville. That will be coming up on I-35, Eagan, and Bloomington. So likely tornado trying to drop there going to the east. Everything else right now looks mostly like wind. I'm not seeing anything rotating quite yet, but again, that could change at any time. This has been already throwing us some surprises as this entire kind of two different outflow boundaries and the two different lines, you know, merge and kind of collide with each other. Hopefully for those that have been tuning in from the Twin Cities, we gave you guys an early heads up on this. We've been talking about this threat for like an hour. We've been talking about how this might actually happen, and it did happen. I didn't think the chances were really high of this happening, but like we had an entire area of convergence off to the west of Minneapolis, and now we've seen at least 3 or 4 different tornadoes, and we have the potential for a few more as this goes through the Twin Cities and also Bloomington, St. Paul, and Cottage Grove. It's pretty impressive. Back over in is also inside of our tornado warning. You can see the wind still continuing here. It's been very windy here for the last several minutes. This is also a live shot on Wallace Road inside of our tornado warning. You can see the wind picking up right now. Very strong winds with this area of storms. Still some people on the roadways too. Hopefully everybody's staying safe there on the roadways. And that'll be bottom left of your screen. Latest radar scan still showing our strongest area of rotation west of Glendale. That is the main area of rotation that I'm seeing on radar. Everything else looks to be broader. I'm seeing mostly wind right now near Eden Prairie back through the Minneapolis area. But right now the main area of rotation is going to be north of Prior Lake. Wind just calmed down a little bit here on Wallace Road. That is where we are. That's still inside of the tornado warning here. All right, the tornado warning back over west of Chanhassen is going to be allowed to expire near Victoria. That one was the observed tornado warning. We have a large radar indicated tornado warning once again for Minneapolis and Bloomington. The main area of rotation that I've been seeing for the last few minutes is north of Prior Lake. It's on the very southern end of this tornado warning. Everything else is mostly damaging winds, but keep in mind we could still see a tornado threat evolve further north. We're just kind of waiting to see if this ends up kind of bowing out a little bit more. It seems like the storms are kind of crashing more to the east, which may kind of cut off some of the inflow here, but at least for now, there's still an elevated tornado threat here right around the Twin Cities. If you have any friends or family in the air anywhere near Twin Cities, make sure that they're staying aware of this. Make sure that they are seeking shelter, being away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. There's still around 957 or 967,000 people inside of this tornado warning. So there's a lot of people inside of the main tornado warning that we have here. Smash with a $10 super chat saying they're in the basement. That is where you got to be right now. Where you got to be if you are in this tornado warning. You don't have a basement, you need to be in a storm shelter, a closet, an interior room. That might be a bathroom, could be an interior closet, but you want to put yourself between as many walls as you possibly can. Get to the most interior room of that home or building right now. Obviously, if you're in a mobile home, it's kind of too late to get to a sturdy structure, but a ditch is an option, especially if we do have a tornado, because again, mobile homes can take serious damage from storms like this. And the latest scan, I'm not really seeing anything super definitively again for a tornado. This area of storms may be becoming outflow dominant, but the main area that we've been looking at is north of Prior Lake. Maybe a small area of convergence there southwest of Bloomington. There's also maybe a little weak area southwest of Golden Valley, but I'm not seeing anything definitively on the ground right now. I see a few areas of weak and broad rotation. Not nearly as strong as before, but we still have a few areas of rotation. Obviously, things can change in, like, you know, minutes or even seconds, so we're still keeping a very close eye on this in case something does drop. It was much stronger right before it got into this tornado warning, but still a few areas of at least weak/broad rotation. Could still change at any time as this continues to move east. Somebody said they're in the bathroom. It's a good place to be right now if you're in the tornado warning. If you have a tub too, I mean, if you have a tub, you have a mattress, a helmet, whatever, put that over top of you. Again, you really don't have much time if you're in Bloomington or Minneapolis, but right now, again, we're seeing more of a wind threat. I'm not seeing any definitive tornadoes down right now in this storm. With that said, it could still produce a tornado at any time. This is a line of thunderstorms, and these can be unpredictable, and they can sometimes produce tornadoes in between radar scans. Hey, Chris, for the $5 super chat. Duluth, we're not looking at really much of any severe threat. Mostly just gusty winds at this line. Low chance of a tornado there in western Wisconsin. Tornado warning has been condensed. It now only includes Eden Prairie, Minnetonka, Bloomington, Richfield, and Minneapolis. So continue to stay in your safe place, again, if you are in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And all the cameras bottom of your screen are all inside of this tornado warning. We got tons of lightning as well. Frequent lightning will continue here over the next several minutes. Latest velocity scan showing broader rotation now near Glendale. That's going into Savage in Burnsville. I think that's going to be our highest chance of a tornado out of this entire segment. I'm really seeing nothing further to the north right now other than wind. And maybe near Plymouth, we might have a little area of rotation developing, but probably not. So, again, I honestly think a lot of this may have just become outflow dominant. It's, not looking nearly as organized. We still have some of these like little hooks that are reaching out further to the east, and those are the kinds of things that could end up producing like a tornado if we can get a little hook echo that forms further to the east and kind of attaches here to our outflow boundary. So that's what we're really keeping an eye on right now for. He never sleeps. We've just hit 6 hours in today's stream. It feels like it's been way longer. We've had so many tornadoes on today's stream. This now officially classifies as a tornado outbreak, by the way. I mean, we've literally just reached... I don't know. We literally... I think we just had 4 or 5 different tornadoes just west of Minneapolis here in the last 25 minutes. And then on top of that, we had 6, 7, 8 different tornadoes further to the west. So... back over near, like, Gary, South Dakota. Had a bunch of different tornadoes over there. And we also had a couple land spouts back over in North Dakota. So, this already classifies as a tornado outbreak today. Just out of curiosity, how many of you guys in the chat are currently tuning in from this tornado warning or a surrounding area? Like, near the Twin Cities? Let me know in the chat. Got another radar scan coming in just a moment. Latest velocity scan still showing some rotation near Savage and Burnsville. That's coming up on I-35 west. Everything else further to the north looks like wind. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just condense this tornado warning to only include areas south of Bloomington. But they'll probably give it one more radar scan just in case. But I do think this is more of a wind threat right now for the Minneapolis area. I think it's become outflow dominant for the most part. Hey, Cody, for the super chat, will this hit Rochester? Where's Rochester? Rochester, Minnesota. I mean, you're going to get hit by probably at least some gusty winds, but probably not this activity. Gusty winds, maybe a low threat of damaging winds. Tornado threat lower down there. The main tornado corridor will be this area for the next, like, 2 hours. This will be the main area. Hey, John for the super chat, and also Jesse for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Kilch, for the super chat. Once again, tornado warning is still in effect right now for the Twin Cities. We do not actively have a tornado in progress anymore, but we do still have at least one area of rotation south of Bloomington. That one's been still on the broader side of things. We just had multiple tornadoes, though, west of Eden Prairie, and we could still get another tornado here in the next few minutes as these storms continue to move into Richfield, Egan, eventually approaching St. Paul and the Inver Grove Heights area, also going towards Woodbury. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this area. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot there from St. Paul as well. We're keeping an eye on that camera. It's a good skyline view. Thank you, Platinum, for becoming a member. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation near Minneapolis. It's mostly damaging winds right now that's moving into the Minneapolis area. Further down to the south right now, back over to the south of Bloomington, there is a slightly stronger area of rotation here. This is the one that's actually moving outside of our tornado warning. That is north of Credit River. Even then, I don't really think that's a whole lot of rotation. The main area, again, would be just to the south of Bloomington. That's going to be going towards Rosemount and just southwest of Egan. By the way, if the stream is lagging, just refresh. We had another little hiccup for some reason. Thank you, Corina, for the super chat saying in shelter. And also thank you, Jess, for the super chat. A new radar scan coming in right now. Thank you, Brendan, for the super chat as well. I'm in Egan right now. There's a lightning show. Also, Dan asks, will St. Boniface get hit by more tornadoes later with the super chat? You guys are pretty much clear. Anywhere west of this line, you guys are not seeing anything else. So, tornado warning is still going to continue. They have continued this as a radar indicated tornado warning. It will condense a little bit further, though. I think Eden Prairie and Minnetonka are mostly out of this now. Still includes Scott, Dakota, and Hennepin counties in Minnesota, but it will condense just a little bit more here. And you can see now Eden Prairie, you're good to get out of your safe place. Same thing with Minnetonka. You guys are outside of the tornado warning unless you're on like the very far eastern side of those towns. Look at the wind, by the way, right over Minneapolis. Velocities are intensifying quite a bit, and that means that damaging winds is becoming a big concern for the Twin Cities. Right in downtown Minneapolis, damaging winds can be as high as 60 to 70 miles per hour, may even be a bit higher than that, but velocities are uptrending here over the last few scans. Look at this. This is the terminal radar site. It's showing upwards of 80 mile per hour winds right over Minneapolis. We could have really high winds right now going through the Twin Cities. Also, thank you, Joe and Fancy, for the $10 super chats. Eau Claire, Wisconsin, there's a low chance of a tornado. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Minneapolis. That is for 60 mile per hour winds. Again, I would not be surprised if it's higher, though. I would not be surprised if it's higher than that. This is the velocities from the terminal radar site being measured at nearly 80 miles per hour. Bottom middle of your screen is a live cam from near Minneapolis. But yeah, the winds could actually be as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour there in Minneapolis right now. Looking for the latest velocity scan here. Yeah, the winds are spreading out, but we definitely have a big surge of wind right now going right through the Twin Cities. And then all the rotation, for the most part, has weakened. So there's not nearly as much rotation on radar, but we are still looking at a significant threat of damaging winds. Wouldn't be surprised if they upgrade the warning if we can get any verification with any of the cameras out there. Bottom left, bottom middle, bottom right of your screen. Bottom middle and bottom left are near that huge high wind area. The bottom right is a skyline view from St. Paul. Lisa says, thanks, Max. Still a lot of lightning northwest of Minneapolis. Appreciate the super chat. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning. These storms are highly electrified. And Franco in the chat just said lost power in the south side of Minneapolis. Apparently, a couple people are reporting that there are power flashes, which is entirely possible, especially with how high the winds are. The damaging wind threat has rapidly increased over the last few minutes. It was more of a tornado threat a few minutes ago, and it's now just become a big wind threat since then. You can see this is a live shot here near Minneapolis. Wind is really picking up here. Back over near Minneapolis, and this is also another live shot where the camera is shaking a ton. It's back on 33rd Street on I-35 westbound. The wind is intensifying here near Minneapolis. Another velocity scan coming in right now. Also seeing more reports in the chat of power flashes in the north side of Minneapolis. All right, we're gonna do a couple different new cameras. We got bottom left and bottom middle changing. Yeah, more intense winds starting to pick up now in Minneapolis. It's another live shot. It's on I-94 westbound. It's at 65. See the wind really picking up here. The camera's starting to shake here as well in Minneapolis. Yeah, but really high winds right now going through the Twin Cities. Likely around 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. Haven't seen anything up near 80 yet. The winds are still very strong here. Right in the Twin Cities. Hey, Laura for the super chat. Driving home from the Twin Cities on Highway 212. Got cut up by Cologne. Thanks for keeping us all informed. We took shelter until it was safe. I'm glad I could help you guys out. Again, this tornado threat, for many of you, may have just came literally out of nowhere. But we've been talking about this for about an hour. Just took a while to actually materialize. That's why we stayed live. I kind of figured something would happen. Of course, with it being almost 1 in the morning, you know, couldn't happen at any worse time. The only worst time it could happen at is like 4 or 3. Thank you, Matthew, for becoming a member. If you look, I'm going to go back to full cam here, but basically I'll draw a line because I have people asking if we are safe. If you are anywhere to the west of this line, you guys are good. Or north of the line, you guys are good. All right, so that's basically west, off to the far west of Minneapolis, north of Brooklyn Park, near New Ulm, Shakopee, you guys are good now. But anywhere in the Twin Cities, we still need to be in our safe places. We still have a big surge of wind coming through right now, which can knock down trees. It can send debris flying as well. Power lines could fall down. You know, you definitely want to still stay in your safe place. I personally do not see really anything rotating right now in this line. You can actually see the outflow boundary on the terminal radar site dropping down to the south, and I do think the majority of these storms have become outflow dominant. So I do think the tornado threat is much lower in the short term, but we are still going to stay in our safe places until this tornado warning is officially over. Goes for 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes. Hey, also Tater for the $10 super chat. Glad I found this channel tonight. Stay safe, everybody. Appreciate the super chat. Glad I can help. Yeah, there were over 960,000 people inside of this tornado warning. There's a lot of people that live here. Thank you, Marilyn, for the super chat. Yeah, Shakopee's good. You guys are good over there. Thank you, Rich, for becoming a member. Again, if you're anywhere, I'll also draw the line closer to the Minneapolis metro, but basically west of this line, you guys are good. So Plymouth, westbound, Rockford, Minnetonka, Chanhassen, and Shakopee. You guys are good. Thank you, Tony, for becoming a member. This is a emergency alert that came across to a lot of people back over in Minneapolis. Probably got an alert just like that if you have EAS alerts on. Also, this is over in St. Paul right now. This is a skyline view looking towards our tornado warning. And the wind is beginning to pick up here quite a bit. You can see how strong the winds are. This definitely looks closer to 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Might even be up to 70. You can see the rain currents there right to left, further off towards the bridge there. So the winds are definitely very strong right now back over in St. Paul. Colby says, thank you, made my family feel much more informed. I'm glad I can help, Colby. Appreciate the super chat. All right, the tornado warning will officially expire in 10 seconds. They also payo for the $5 super chat. Thanks for being there, Max. No problem. We were one of the only, I'm pretty sure we're the only coverage stream here on YouTube today. We've been live here for about 6 hours and 15 minutes, covering a tornado outbreak here across the Midwest and also back into the central/northern plains. It's been a very active day, no doubt about that. The tornado warning has now officially ended here for Minneapolis, but we still have a severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds for St. Paul, Minneapolis, going towards Woodbury and Cottage Grove and Eagan. So continue to stay in your safe place. Just stay away from windows at least. You don't have to be like, you know, hunkered down with a mattress over top of you now, but definitely stay away from windows. We still have 60-mile-per-hour winds here moving to the east. But the tornado warning has now officially ended for Minneapolis. This is back over in St. Paul, where the winds are likely around 60 to potentially upwards of 70 miles per hour. Daniel Linnell for the $10 super chat. Thank you for doing good work you are doing. Much appreciated. No problem at all. Thank you also to Dylan for the $5 super chat. I think the tornado risk from here is very low because all the storms, for the most part, are now outflow dominant. The storms that were west of Minneapolis never went outflow dominant until like literally the last 10 minutes. They were never outflow dominant. That was the one thing that kept them potentially being able to produce tornadoes. I am really proud of both me and Riley for calling that like well ahead of time. We were talking about this potentially happening like over an hour ago, and it literally ended up happening. So, thank you also RLM for the super chat. Savage windy now. Yeah, it's gonna be windy here for the next few minutes, but overall it should just be mostly gusty winds, maybe up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's still pretty windy here in St. Paul right now. But again, this is still live in St. Paul. It's also another live shot back over on I-35 westbound at Diamond Lake Road, back over near Minneapolis. Yeah, the St. Paul camera looks pretty crazy still. Still pretty windy. Huge shout out to Tornadic with the $50 super chat. I was out chasing in South Dakota and I was horrified to see my hometown, Minneapolis, under the gun. Told my friends and fam to tune into you. I appreciate you recommending them the channel, and if I could help out. They also bought for the super chat. It's now past us. Thanks for the coverage. It is passing by Minneapolis. Again, you guys still should be at least away from windows, as we do have a damaging wind threat continuing, but the tornado threat is much lower. You can see the outflow boundary. Again, this little blue line here is the outflow boundary, and almost no storm is even close to that outflow boundary anymore. So with that said, when this outflow boundary gets way ahead of the storms, that usually will diminish our tornado threat unless the storms can catch back up, which will probably not happen. And so the damaging wind threat is really the main thing that is taken over now. With that said, damaging winds can still be significant. So it's still gusty here over in St. Paul, not nearly as bad as before, but it's a pretty good idea of still what's happening over in St. Paul right now. Shout out to Jim also with the $10 super chat. It's the overall tornado threat in Minneapolis. It is basically zero now. We haven't really talked about any of the other storms, but keep in mind there's really no other severe weather in all of Minnesota right now. A lot of strong storms. There's basically storms everywhere from just south of Duluth all the way back over towards Sioux Falls. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning north of Rapid City. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. This was a destructive storm at one point, no longer is. And then back over near Rosebud in southern South Dakota, this storm is still producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, heading in the direction of Winter, Valentine, and eventually going towards Ainsworth, and then off to the northwest of Sioux Falls. We have one singular severe thunderstorm warning. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and $half size hail going towards Salem. Yeah, otherwise, every storm is basically outflow dominant now, so the severe weather threat still going to be mainly damaging winds, the tornado threat way lower. So, it's good news. This is a statement also from the Twin Cities National Weather Service back over in Minneapolis. They basically just said the outflow boundary from the northern storm metros has sunk south. The 35 split in the southern metro, so it doesn't appear tornadoes are likely in the core metro anymore. Therefore, the tornado warning expired. Basically what we were talking about, but yeah. Just reiterating that also from them. Say video from Prior Lake as of 20
right here.
As of 20 minutes ago. This is when a tornado was forming back over near Prior Lake. This is from Darren Ray on Twitter. See how much lightning there is? Look how fast all the clouds are moving there on the right too, but look at all the lightning. Like if you guys have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Also, new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one's going to be back over in Minnesota, Nebraska, southeastern South Dakota, back into western Wisconsin. The potential for severe wind gusts will continue over the next few hours. A brief tornado is also possible. That's from Eau Claire all the way back up towards just east of Valentine there in Nebraska. Up to 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds is still possible. They have actually upgraded the tornado wind probabilities up to 115. Initially, it was only 95 or less, so there's still a potential maybe for a brief strong tornado. We end up having a strong tornado just west of Minneapolis, and then also up to $half size hail is also possible. Also, as a reminder, you guys should not be going outside or standing by windows to record videos during a tornado warning. Even though we have gotten some of those videos, just definitely avoid doing that. Not safe, especially at nighttime. Thank you, Hawk, for the $10 super chat. How do you learn to read, or how did you learn to read the radars? I just a lot of practice watching, the Weather Channel when I was younger and going to college and stuff like that. I am an official degree meteorologist, for the record. Thank you, Isaac, for the $5 super chat. My mom and sisters are in Shakopee. Thank you for keeping them safe. Much respect to you. No problem at all. I'm glad I could help. Also, thank you, Lisa, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, shout out to Tot and Callista for the super chats. Yeah, I mean, again, we were talking about this. We've already mentioned it multiple times, but we did talk about this potential thing happening like an hour before it actually happened. So, fortunately, it did happen, and we end up having probably, I think, about 4 or 5 different tornadoes. We were able to spot at least 5. I think we at least spotted 4 tornadoes on radar. I'd have to go back and look, but I saw like 5 or 6 different debris signatures, I'm pretty sure, but I have to verify that. Yeah, again, if you're in Minneapolis, we are still looking at damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Otherwise, the tornado threat is diminished for the Twin Cities. So, yeah, if you're in the Twin Cities, you guys got like a few more minutes and then you could probably go to bed. There's a lot of lightning out there. Still tons of lightning, obviously, on the camera shot here. This is a St. Paul camera. Still plenty of lightning. The winds have gotten way calmer over here in St. Paul now. But as a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do live streams like this all the time. We cover the Midwest all the time, it seems like now, too. We have a lot more severe weather upcoming for the Midwest over the next few weeks as we continue to get closer to the peak of severe weather season for the Midwest and the Northern and Central Plains. We will be your one-stop shop for severe weather coverage, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. You can also follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Those links are down below, and you can also join our Discord server, which is also linked in the description. I recommend you guys check that stuff all out. Well, we've been here pretty much for every Midwest event. The only one we were not here for was when my internet was out a few days ago, but that will not hopefully happen again in the future. Been watching this stream since like 8 o'clock tonight. This stream's been crazy. Outside of this, I mean, again, we had huge tornadoes earlier in today's stream. We had 2 huge tornadoes in the first like 3 hours of the stream. After that, it was a little bit quieter for a little bit, and then the tornado threat ramped right back up, back over near Minneapolis. So, pretty crazy. Thank you, Matthew, and also Susan for becoming members for the 11 months for Susan. Got intense pretty quick. Yeah, it got intense very quickly. That is for sure. And we just have a huge line of storm stretching from almost Duluth all the way back into Sioux Falls. It's a little bit broken between, you know, there's basically 3 different segments of storms. We got one over near Sioux Falls that's all strong storms, another one near Minneapolis, and another one north of Eau Claire. So. Hey, Scott, for the $20 super chat. Thank you for what you do. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you for the generosity. Thunder is crazy here. There is tons of lightning. Where were you when I need you on Wednesday? My internet was out. I think. Is that Wednesday? I don't know what today is. I don't remember what today is. Yeah, I think that was. Yeah, unfortunately, my internet was out. I already made announcements about that. But again, that will hopefully not be an issue in the future. We're moving into a new studio next week, so we're going to have internet that should really never go down at all. So we really should not have issues streaming from here on out, unless like my computer fried or something, which is very hard to have happen. Pretty rare. Hey, Cashew for the $5 super chat. Is there any storms for tomorrow in Minnesota? Probably not. Maybe no, probably not. No. I highly doubt it. Next chance for severe weather in Minnesota after today will probably be on Thursday, so around the 4th of July. After today, I've already kind of talked about this. This is tomorrow's outlook for severe weather. We got a large slight risk from Wisconsin back into Wyoming and western Nebraska. And that does technically include southeastern Minnesota, so we may see an isolated severe storm or two tomorrow. There's no tornado risk right now for tomorrow. I don't see any definitive areas where we'd see a tornado. They may issue a tornado outlook at some point in the near future if we have a more definitive corridor where we could have like a mesoscale tornado somewhere. And then on Monday, we have another threat further east, a large marginal across the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. And then after that, we don't have any outlooks. But honestly, I think the next chance of severe weather for the Midwest will be probably on Thursday or Friday, so right around the 4th of July. After today's stream, I think the next legit chance for a live stream would probably be around the 4th of July or just after the 4th of July. So we'll have another big trop ejection, I think, late next week back over in the Midwest and the Northern Plains, and that's probably the next actual stream. So hey, Natalie, for becoming a member, and also Randy for the $20 super chat. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you for the generosity. Also, thank you, Christina, for the super chat. Can everyone be severe weather 3 for the 4th of July? I hope so. I am not confident, though, that that's going to happen this year. I've been looking at the models. Like, I think we're going to have a chance at a trough ejection right around the 4th of July. And so that is possibly the next stream day, if we were to have one next week. Here's a little future radar action for you. The European model has at least a severe weather event on the 4th of July in the Northern Plains, and then a more potentially significant one on Saturday. And then that would be like a 2-day event. And then after that, doesn't really show a whole lot right now. And then the GFS model shows pretty much the same thing, but just a more broad area of severe storms possible on Friday, Saturday. Overall, I don't think there's a whole lot of a chance of streams this upcoming week, but that would be like one of the days. We're going to talk more about this, by the way, in tomorrow's video, but yeah, our next shortwave trough would probably be around Friday or Saturday. So we'll talk about that in our next video. Huge shout out to Chris or Carrie for the $100 super chat. Just an average day for Max, saving lives as he does. W's in the chat for Carrie. Really appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Tina, also for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities, and Mark for the super chat. Where am I based? I'm out of Florida. Thank you, Grace, also for becoming a member, and Tot for the super chat. Any updates for Wisconsin? Other than just there being strong storms, I mean, there's nothing severe as of right now. That could always change, but most of the storms are outflow dominant. I really don't think they're going to last much longer for Wisconsin. If any severe weather comes out of this, it'd be mainly damaging winds at this point. There's a very off chance that we get an isolated tornado, especially in this area near Owatonna back through Red Wing and Rochester, but likely be a brief tornado if we were to see one. So It's another video sent in to us from Brian Sullivan back over in Farmington, Minnesota. Some of the lightning out in the distance. If you have any photos or videos, you can send it to us on Twitter or Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. Some good clips of lightning here. Just got a new severe warning in both Minnesota and Wisconsin. It'll be for Pierce County, Wisconsin, and then every other county is going to be Minnesota. Probably be what's happening near Minneapolis right now, but that'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It'll pop up here in a moment. So that's Hudson, Stillwater, Woodbury, Cottage Grove, and River Falls. Just stay away from windows, especially if you are near trees. You should be on the lowest floor possible. Thank you, Michael, for the $10 super chat. Wondering if Inver Grove is safe. Are you talking about if you're talking about Inver Grove Heights, I'm guessing that's what we're talking about right there. That's mostly just gonna be wind. Tornado threat is basically 0. Sounds like I'm in a car wash. That is one way to describe it. Yeah, basically a free car wash anywhere from northwest Wisconsin all the way back into Sioux Falls. It's a W. Car wash action. Well, once again, today basically classifies as a tornado outbreak, and yeah, we again had a bunch of different tornadoes. Bunch just west of the Twin Cities, and then we also had some back over in South Dakota. We had a couple over in North Dakota earlier today, and an active day of severe weather. Thank you, Michael, for the super chats. Good evening. Haven't missed a stream. Was wondering if Inver Grove. Oh, I already answered that. Never mind. Yeah, Inver Grove, you're looking at mainly wind. Other than that, tornado threat's basically 0. We've had 5 different tornadoes reports at least pop up here. I think all these are TDS signatures. Yeah, they have 5 different TDS signatures that they've now put on the reports here. There's actually a train spotter that reported a tornado near Hides Lake, so that's one. So basically, 5 different tornadoes at least happened west of Minneapolis, all at around the same time. That was within about 15 to 20 minutes of each other. We had about 5 or 6 different tornadoes. I think we had 6 or 7 actually, because I think we had one more south of 212, and then maybe another one outside of that. Hey, Sad Eye for the $10 super chat. Waseca, Minnesota. Yeah, you're pretty much done. Yeah, you're just looking at gusty winds down there. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So this is just a recap on all of our storm reports for the day. So obviously tornadoes kind of stole the show today, although we did have over 150 wind reports across the country. The East Coast was actually really active today, even though we didn't talk much about it because we were mostly overshadowed by the tornadoes that were ongoing in the north central U.S. But we did get a large amount of wind reports. I think upwards of 100 came from this area. But we did actually have 2 strangely high pockets of tornado potential today and around the North or South Dakota, Minnesota border, and then right around the Twin Cities. One of the more curious things that we saw about the outbreak today is we did have basically 2 pockets of elevated VTP potential. The first one was over here, and that's where we saw all of our tornadoes in and around Clear Lake, Iowa, or Clear Lake, South Dakota. And then it sort of waned down for a bit, and we didn't see much. Then about 3 hours ago, we talked about how it looked like there was another area of VTP setting up near the Wisconsin border in the Twin Cities area, and then we had more tornadoes pop up in this area. I do actually think that we saw upwards of 16 tornadoes today. We probably saw more. We're going to have to wait on the survey, but I would expect a couple more out of here. I do think these are probably the proper amount that we had. We did have 5 in and around the Twin Cities area. But one thing that happened before we were live today is we actually had 2 landspout reports out of North Dakota. I think this is about 4 or 5 hours before we went live. So that is where the first tornado reports of the day came. And then it just got more and more from there. Looking at radar here, this outflow boundary has basically connected. We've been talking about these 2 outflow boundaries over and over. And at this point, this is the same thing that NWS Twin Cities was pointing out. This is hopefully going to be the end of our tornado risk for the day.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. For whatever reason, the thing is broken, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that. On my end, it was literally frozen on one thing. Did I unplug something? What's going on? All right, well, what we were trying to show you was the storm reports, and for some reason, while I was gone, his screen was not moving. I will quickly go to the SVC reports, though, and show them, because that was one of the things we talked about, or he talked about. The screen was frozen. We had, again, 16 different tornado reports so far today, over 150 wind reports, and then 35 hail reports. So again, this does classify as a tornado outbreak. We at least had 10 tornadoes today, so... yeah. All right, back to live chat. Thank you, Ben, for the $5 super chat. Also, thank you, Walk, for the $5 super chat. Thanks for the great coverage. Just rumbling in rain here in Burnsville. That's good to hear. Also, Ben says planning to head to school for atmospheric science at the UNC Asheville. Any advice on adult student bad at math? Just a lot of tutoring. You know, get help when you need it. That's like the biggest thing. I mean, that's what I did. I mean, I was pretty good at math to begin with, but like, I mean, like whenever I needed help, I would get tutoring. You know, go to the office hours that the professor offers, that sort of thing. Just need, like, the extra help goes a long way. It's the biggest thing. Also, thank Aaron for the super chat. And the tornado risk is pretty low. I think if we were to get a tornado anywhere, it'd be down here, somewhere near Owatonna, Rochester, Red Wing. But I highly doubt we even see another tornado tonight. I think it's mostly just going to be gusty winds from here. Tornado threat should be much, much lower from here on out. Hey, Jeremy, also for the $5 super chat. No problem at all. Appreciate the super chat. Glad I can help you out. Hey, Jeremy for the super chat, and also Evan for the super chat. Thanks for picking up in Stillwater, Minnesota. Yeah, damaging winds will be picking up. That's literally the only concern right now out of these storms is damaging winds. The worst of the wind should be pushing through Woodbury, Hudson, Lakewood, Stillwater, or Lakeland, excuse me, and Stillwater. Eventually moving towards River Falls back over in western Wisconsin. But yeah, aside from this, there's literally only 4 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We actually just got a severe warning in Maryland and Delaware. That's so random. Got a random severe warning back over near Greensboro and Harrington. This is over in Delaware and Maryland. So heads up if you're over there. Thank you, Valerie, for the $20 super chat. My birthday is on July 5th. I'd like it to be a nice day in Iowa. Let's hope. Appreciate the generous $20 super chat. I'm not sure if we're going to have a quiet day in Iowa yet. Hey, Vincent for the super chat. How's Riley doing lately? I think he's doing good. I don't think anything's happened. Hey, Thomas for the $5 super chat. You just gave me a thumbs up. Thank you, Nate, for the super chat. Driving from Rochester to the Twin Cities, should I take a different route? I think you'll be fine. I mean, the biggest thing you'll come across is gusty winds, maybe isolated damaging winds with the 60 miles per hour. It's about the only threat at this point. Thank you also, Kelsey, for the $10 super chat. My boyfriend, our dog, and cat just dipped down to our apartment garage to have a little party while we watched you. Appreciate what you do. No problem at all. I can help keep your pet safe, too. New severe thunderstorm warning southwest of Sioux Falls, north of Yankton. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail that is going towards Viborg. And Centerville and Wakunda's in the path of that. How's it going, Stormcat 5? Appreciate the raid. Hope you're doing well. My dog slept through the storm. That's a W dog, because any dog that I've ever had does not sleep through, never sleeps through storms. Either they get really scared or they start barking. One of the two. Shout out to Amy with the $20 Venmo donation. Thanks for keeping us safe in Minnesota. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Sally, for the $15 Venmo. Thank you. I couldn't find any other source of live updates this evening, and then I found you writing from St. Paul. I'm glad I could help. Yeah, on YouTube, I'm pretty sure we're the only people on tonight. I don't think there was any other coverage. There might have been some local news coverage, but yeah, we've been live since really basically the beginning of this outbreak. Again, it started in eastern South Dakota, and obviously rolled through Minnesota, western Wisconsin. But yeah, today was a little bit bigger of an event than I think most anticipated. I mean, the tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center today was literally on point. It was, you know, the 5% was like in this area or something like that, and pretty much every tornado that happened was in that area. We had a little localized outbreak over in the Dakotas and or eastern South Dakota, western Minnesota, and then another one just outside of Minneapolis. So a couple different localized areas where the most significant severe weather took place. Thank you, Dunn, for the $5 super chat. Moved recently from downtown Minneapolis from the Rockies. Love the rain and your coverage. It's mostly done here. The Gary tornado was quite a spectacle. Appreciate the super chat. Yeah, that was a crazy tornado, and luckily nobody was, you know, killed by that tornado, because that thing had deviant motion. Honestly, that could have easily been a catastrophic tornado if it hit anything more populated. It hit a couple buildings, but hey, Teresa for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Also, shout out to Caitlin with the $15 Venmo. Really appreciate that. Wow, this is from Michael Kirchner, I think, on Twitter. This is a power flash from the Twin Cities earlier. Look at that. This is a full-blown power flash. Likely from the tornado earlier. That's crazy. It's just a full-blown power flash. That's what we're talking about when there's power flashes. Exactly what it looks like. Big, bright white/blue light that basically takes up the sky. Transformer blows, power line comes down, something like that. Why has Iowa barely gotten any severe weather recently? You know, it's just, for whatever reason, Iowa's been really quiet this year. Like, we had a couple big tornadoes east of Omaha, like, I think it was back in April, and that's it. There's been basically nothing. I don't know why it is. It's weird. Like, every state around you has had at least some considerable amount of severe weather. I just feel like the Midwest this year has been somewhat quiet with tornadoes. It's weird. Like, Illinois, Wisconsin, like, we've had a few days of tornadoes, but yeah, nothing, like, insane. Iowa especially. Iowa's had, like, maybe 3, 4, 5 tornadoes this year, and that's basically it. Hey, Child, for the $10 super chat. Also, thank you, Reading, for the $5 super chat. We're downtown Minneapolis on a weekend vacation. How's my cat doing in Truman, Minnesota tonight? Let's see where that is. Truman, Minnesota. Just some gusty winds. It's really about it. Maybe a little bit of lightning, but she'll be chilling. Thank Jerome for the $10 super chat. Thanks for the great up-to-date information from St. Paul. No problem at all. If I can help. And Teresa with the super chat says, my dog slept through too. She is snoring now. The puppy has never gotten downstairs and had to be carried. That sometimes has to happen too, but I'm glad you took care of your pets. That's one of the biggest things too. You know, if you're ever in severe weather, definitely make sure you're taking care of your pets too. Want to sleep right now, but I'm in a tornado. There's no tornado. There's no tornado warnings at all. I really don't even think we're gonna get another tornado warning tonight. If we got another tornado warning tonight, I'd be pretty surprised. But every storm, we have 6 warnings now, so we got up there a little bit more now, but everything's just 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter size tail for the most part. So pretty much chilling at this point. Chilling at this point in time. You check Bloomington? Bloomington, you guys are pretty much done, I think. Where's Bloomington? Yeah, you guys are done. There could be some localized flooding around Minneapolis tonight, so keep in mind if you are traveling tomorrow morning, there could be some flooding. So turn around, don't drown on the roadways. One of those things that I just want to throw out there for anybody that has any plans or intentions of traveling tomorrow. Actually, let's check out the power outage map. I didn't even think of that. These are the power outages now in Minnesota. They've gone up quite a bit. We are now up to 48,000 customers without power in Minnesota. That's about 48,000. Most of them are in Minneapolis. Hennepin County had about 35,000. Carver County had about 2,500. Wright, about 1,800. And then over in Chisago County about 1,000. So generally speaking, the most power outages happened in the Twin Cities, which is where we had high winds, and also we had a couple of or multiple tornadoes that happened. So thank you, Arthur, for the $10 super chat. Power has been flickering as the storm really started rolling here in Barron County, Wisconsin. Watching the stream to kill time as it really starts to kick off there or here. Yeah, for the most part, I mean, any storm that's in Wisconsin is mostly just gusty winds. Low chance of damaging winds, but outside of that, severe weather is definitely winding down here in the Midwest. So most of you guys can just go to sleep at this point. Just have ways to receive alerts. The severe watch goes until 5 a.m. Central, so we'll still have a threat of severe weather here for a little bit longer before everything just starts to kind of wind down. St. Paul's calmed down, still have power. That's good. Yeah, power outages have been pretty isolated from what I've seen. Hey, Evan, for the $5 super chat, about to get a lot of red here in Stillwater, Minnesota. Means heavy rain's coming in. Bro, I can't sleep. Why? Why can't you sleep? Got a new observed wind threat over in Todd and Tripp County, South Dakota. It's for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Just to the south of Winter and Ideal, south of Mission. Just north of Valentine. We'll probably get a new severe warning for Valentine and Springview here in a minute as well. It's a different CWA region. Do storm chasers partner with you in coverage? Yeah, we pay all of our storm chasers, or for the most part. And then, yeah, all of them though. I mean, like I'm good friends with a lot of the chasers that we have as well. You know, Freddie, Connor, and Tornado Page are 3 of the main chasers that we have. But yeah, we are partnered with all the chasers that we use. Obviously, we have to get permission for that and all that good stuff, but all of our chasers are paid for the most part. Do you have any exclusive contracts? Well, we do with a couple of our chasers now, but that was because we're mostly forced to doing it. So, but we personally, like, I love having the chasers that we have. Like, we have a lot of great chasers on our channel. So, thank you, Ray, for the $5 super chat. How's the weather going to look in Highland Park over the next few hours? I don't know what state you're talking about, but I'm guessing Minnesota. I don't know what Highland Park you're talking about, but if it's near St. Paul or Mankato, you are clear. Thanks, Samantha, for the $10 super chat. I have 3 parrots, and getting them into their travel cages takes forever, so I'm glad I could watch your stream ahead of time. There you go. New severe warning for Cherry County, Nebraska. That is the storm just south of Rosebud and Winter. Believe. Maybe. Should pop up here in a second. Yeah, so Valentine, 60-mile-per-hour wind's the main concern. What I miss? You missed a lot. If you've been gone for the entire stream, you've missed a lot. It's been a very active stream today. Been a very active stream. We had a bunch of tornadoes earlier. Hey, Aaron, for the super chat. Have to be an umpire in 5 hours in Hastings, Minnesota. In 5 hours? 6 a.m.? What are you umpiring at 6 a.m. for? That's really early. Really early in the day. Max is finally covering my area. Sometimes happens. Prefrontal convection in Wisconsin. There is prefrontal convection, but there's really nothing that's going to sustain this stuff. Maybe some isolated small hail, gusty winds, maybe a little bit of lightning. Just west of Wausau right now. Look at this line of storms, though. It's marching right across western Wisconsin. None of it's really severe. It's just strong storms at this point. I hope he never covers my area. It depends where you are. I mean, the odds are really low if you are anywhere around or really just west of the Rockies. It's like a really low chance. Otherwise, if you're east of the Rockies, it's a pretty good chance at some point I'll cover your area. Thank you, Billy, for the $5 super chat. Thinking of chasing while out of college next summer, would you be open to the idea of an internship chasing? Not really, because I mean we don't hire chasers. We just license out like chasers that are chasing for us. They're just licensed out through like different brokers, or if they're independent, we do that. So we don't really have like a actual like chaser that works for us directly. Aaron says I umpire at 7:30, but I wake up at 6:30. What are you umpiring at 7:30 for? That feels so early. Thank you, Gar, for the super chat. It's a severe weather outlook for tomorrow. There's no hail and there's no tornado risk for tomorrow, but there is a hail and wind threat. It's a large slight risk that goes from the Rockies back into Wisconsin and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Marginal threat as well from the Great Lakes back into the Central Plains. Again, I don't think we're live tomorrow unless the tornado threat uptrends to some extent. If we have any tornado threat tomorrow, there is a chance of a stream, but I'm not very confident in where that tornado threat will take place. It really depends on how these storms evolve tonight. So keep in mind, like, we could go live, but we'll have to wait and see. Like, I'm not entirely sure. I really don't have any idea of if or when we'll be live tomorrow, if we even go live. It's up in the air. But we will have a video tomorrow, and then we'll probably not have a video on Monday. The next video would probably be on Tuesday. So we'll have a little break on Monday, I think. Hey, Be Kind for the $20 super chat. The last 2 days have been crazy. Yeah, the last 2 days have been crazy. We had a crazy outbreak last night for literally 60 minutes in North Dakota, and then tonight, today/tonight, we had a pretty active stretch of weather. All starting to wind down, though, which is good. No problem, Noah. Have a good night. Do you expect a tornado outbreak today? I thought it was always possible, but I really didn't think we were going to see more than like 3 or 4 tornadoes today with our initial supercells, and we ended up having that, and then we also had a tornado, like even more tornadoes west of Minneapolis. So yeah, today was a little bit surprising, but not like, wasn't impossible for this to happen. Just, it was a bit more surprising. The tornadoes that we had that had deviant motion were crazy, though, back over near Gary, South Dakota. Yeah, it's been a very active stream for sure. No doubt about that. New severe thunderstorm warning for Brown and Keapaa County and Nebraska County. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So, yeah, the biggest concern at this point is damaging winds. Also, thank you, Brian, for the $10 super chat. I have to head to St. Cloud area from Egan for a bass tournament at 3:30 in the morning. That sounds terrible. That's really early in the morning. I think that is awfully early in the morning. Also, the severe warning that has been in Minnesota is now only in Wisconsin. Only for Hudson and River Falls. After that, I don't think we're going to get another severe warning in Wisconsin tonight, unless something pops off out of nowhere. Because this is probably going to be the last one. It's only for Pierce and St. Croix counties in western Wisconsin. Is there a risk for tornadoes in Minneapolis? We are done in Minneapolis. Sure, it'd be nice to know how long the stream is on for yet. What do you mean? But we've been live for nearly 7 hours. How's Kansas City looking like for the next couple hours? You guys are chilling. There is a chance for severe weather near Kansas City tomorrow. I mean, like tomorrow, I'm gonna go through the future radar here. Let's show you what like tomorrow looks like. Do the latest HRRR model run. So here's the future radar for tomorrow. It's interesting. The HRRR, it keeps going kind of back and forth on tomorrow, but if these storms weaken as fast as what it now shows, which I think is accurate, we actually may see some convection bubble up here in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa tomorrow with large hail damaging winds and even an isolated tornado. They haven't put out a tornado risk for tomorrow yet, but I do think we could have a tornado or two in Wisconsin, Minnesota, back into like eastern Nebraska. So that's entirely possible. It really depends on these storms tonight and how they evolve. The Rufus also shows. Rufus shows storms much further east and developing way later. So tomorrow, honestly, it's hard to predict. Like, all the models are kind of showing different things, but I do think tomorrow it's going to just come down to, like, boundary interactions across the board. That's hence why we just have such a large slight and marginal threat of severe weather for tomorrow. It just, again, literally, we could see storms anywhere in here. They don't have any, like, definitive corridors where we could see a tornado threat or anything like that evolve, but generally across the board, we could basically see a tornado or two anywhere in this area. They just don't have an outlined area. I would assume if confidence grows on an area, they may issue a 2% tornado risk. And in that case, we would probably be on at least standby for a live stream tomorrow. And so, yeah, we'll be here tomorrow just in case something does pop up. But yeah, it's hard to really predict what's going to happen tomorrow. I think, again, we'll have a video tomorrow morning that'll hopefully clear up some stuff, but just got to kind of wait and see how tonight trends. I think tonight is definitely trending towards this line of storms weakening over the next few hours, and if that does happen, the threat of tornadoes and such would be very low. Thank you, Monk, for the super chat. Appreciate the coverage, Max. You, Riley, and the National Weather Service have done a great job of covering the line of storms that hit the Twin Cities past hour. Appreciate that. Yeah, at this point, again, you can mostly go to sleep anywhere. Just have ways to receive warnings, have a tornado action plan in place, just in case we get another tornado warning, which, again, I highly doubt we get another one. But in the off chance that we get another tornado warning tonight, make sure that you are staying weather aware, have multiple ways to receive alerts, and we will obviously keep you posted if anything changes. But that's going to do it for tonight's stream. It's been a long stream. We've had a bunch of tornadoes today. And it's been very active. And as always, I do appreciate you guys tuning in. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. If you're new here, click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. There's a low chance of a stream tomorrow. If we don't go live tomorrow, we will at least have a video in the morning. So stay tuned for that. And then after that, we'll probably not have another video until Tuesday. I'll probably take a break day on Monday. And Tuesday would likely be our next video day. So again, make sure you click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest updates. Also, follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. And you can also join our Discord server, which is linked in the description. Definitely recommend you check that out. But otherwise, that's going to do it for tonight's stream. Appreciate you guys all watching. As always, have a great, safe rest of your nights. And we'll see you guys all again in the next stream or video, which again will be tomorrow for a video, maybe a live stream tomorrow. And then Monday is just going to be a break day across the board. No video or live stream, more than likely, unless something dramatically changes to the forecast beyond Monday. All right. Thank you guys all for watching. Thank you to all mods as well. Appreciate you guys helping out. And also thank you to anybody that's a member of the channel. Helps us out tremendously. And we'll see you guys all again in the next video or live stream, which will be tomorrow for the video, live stream, low chance. Have a great night. See you guys all again in the next one.